Domo3000 uploaded a new video today, and I think we should put that into our fucking little docket of bullshit to get to. You know, courts have dockets, so do we. What do we dock? Jokes about docking because they're funny and also perturbing. Not that people who do it are necessarily perturbing, but the thing sounds perturbing, so I don't know what you want from me, bruh. I don't know what you want from me. Okay, so we have a docket. Insert joke about docking, please. All right, cool. Docket. Right. Fuck today. Okay, cool. There's a thing uploaded today about Monster Hunter Wilds on PC. That's cool. Zelensky leaves White House without signing minerals deal. Cool. Bomb and based. The RTX 50 disaster. That's what I'm here for. Elon Musk has an ISS meltdown and picked a fight with astronauts by Matt Lown, one of my favorite Kerbal Space Program fucking creators ever. Yeah. And then Demo 3000. Mauler is an objectively bad critic for 2 hours and 12 minutes of our life that we'll never get back. But god damn it, do I like watching Domo take a fucking turd.
Hello,
Do
guys
I
and
ever?
gals. Me, Mudahar.
Hi, Mudahar. I paused when your eyes look like you can, like, give me a... Oh my gosh, I paused Muda in the galaxies. Look at this gassed up... I'm gassing y'all when I say this, but look at this galaxied up motherfucker looking face that I pause on. I'm a fucking... Look at the Game Boy in the back. I can't look at faces good. There's a fucking Game Boy. Brother. Is it a Game Boy in the back? Oh, it's got the fucking little embossy bullshit. Ooh. I know people that still have Game Boys. I'm gonna need to grab my glasses eventually. I haven't been, like, having to look at stuff all day. I've been just, like, laying down because I felt, like, weird. Oh, because I was up till 11 in the morning, and then I finally went to sleep at 11 in the goddamn motherfucking shitcockin' shitballs motherfuck balls fuck-ass morning. I wanna play Fallout. I miss Fallout 4. I'm not launching it right away. I'm putting Mod Organizer up on my screen so I don't forget, though, and, like... Yes, I'm almost done. I'm gonna, like, get everything that I can done, apparently. The one thing I can't do is the last Shibiri grape for what I'm doing to unlock that ending before I kind of lock myself out of low-level PvP. Because, you know, what's more handy than a copy of a level 1 character with a lot of the shit done and unlocked, no remembrance bosses done? And the only thing that's really gone on is Hayata's been progressed to, like, right about the Frenzied Flame ending. Like, that sounds very handy. That sounds like more level 1 runs if we wish to, we can just reload that fucking save. It sounds like I could make it not a level 1 if I wanted to after I've backed up the save. It just sounds very handy. It sounds like so handy, we name as well name it Mr. BRB, bitch. I need my glasses. Knob! Sorry, I just came back and presumed everyone was being a fucking knob. I don't think I'm right, I wanna be presumptuous too sometimes, okay? Everyone else gets to be. Not everyone, that's generalizing. Bitch asses get to be presumptuous, I wanted to do it too, goddammit. Ooh. Ooh, the world resolved and it's pretty to look at again. Holy shit. No, I'm just molding. I'm molding a little bit. Also, no, one time my nickname became Always Right, and I told those motherfuckers, if I'm always right, then listen to me when I say that I'm wrong. Because I'm wrong a shitload, and I love to eat shit when I'm wrong. And then if they call me wrong for that, then that contradicts always being right, because I'm a fucking nerd. My nickname was Always Right for a while. I hated that. I also proved to them when I was wrong. I take examples of it, like, a lot. I would get consistent examples of me being incorrect, invalid, useless, and garbage. And they just had to eat it, right? Because, like, what are they gonna do? Fight me? Good luck. I may not be always right, but god damn it, I'm scrappy. Scrappy like dew. A silly motherfucker that throws hands. Anyway, I got my glasses, I got my water. I'm actually putting in the timestamps right now. So, sorry, hi. Okay. This is the why not to buy Monster Hunter Wilds, and I paused Muda at the fucking galaxy gas face, but awkwardly, here's the fucking killer. Okay? Here's the fucking killer. There's an old school Game Boy back here, and this caught my eye, and it's 1 second into the video. I didn't even get that far, and I have been like, don't tell me I don't do good fucking, like, I do effortful reacts. I've been pausing here at a Game Boy, classic Game Boy Color, mind you. Getting water, so that's a waste of time, yours and mine. Except I like staying hydrated. I have lemonade too. And juice and a sody pop. So we're good. I even ate a bit ago, so we're double good. You know the worst part about staying up till 11 AM only off of cereal? dozing off, listening to Chai's stream, and trying to be awake to come and join for a video game, but failing royally. You know the best part about that? That I'm at least cognizant I need to stay hydrated, honestly, and I need to drink water, even though, like, I was joking about not. But I need to, because I have been too asleep to drink water. Also, yeah, cozy. I know. I know what you want from me. I'm cozy. This is life. We're gonna be playing Fallout 4 later on tonight, I think. Because I haven't. I want to catch up on some stuff. I still want to become a synth. We've got Muda with Don't Buy Monster Hunter Wilds on PC. Local 5 news in Iowa. Zelensky leaves White House without signing minerals deal. RTX 50 disaster from Gamers Nexus. Thank you much. My favorite Kerbal space program creator ever, Matt Lown. Elon Musk having picking fights with the International Space Station's astronauts. Mind you, if I ever get to hang out at the ISS, swear to fuck, I'm just gonna like ask in the most goobery way, hey, one of y'all gonna be my kimchi plug? And I will just like, I will just fucking, if I don't get it sent to me, I will beg someone, is my point. I'm gonna whine for it. There's two good things in this world: the eternal sleep of napping on a weekend when you stayed up too late, but not really too late, but too late if you're talking to the boomers. And like, well, it's not eternal. It feels eternal. It's very long and boring. Like your granddaddy was in me last night. Ah, got him. Um, and the sweet, sweet bliss of video games. Oh, also the kimchi is tasty, and that is also eternal. Also, also, also. Best palate cleanser, best thing to have. Also, I can imagine on the International Space Station where most people are in a constant state of no sinus drainage and very stuffy, that a palate cleanser is a fucking boon, especially an acidic palate cleanser to cut through mucus. I grew up a sick kid, right? So I really didn't give a shit. I wanted to go to space in a heartbeat because that honestly didn't sound much worse than my day to day. Living around an air purifier and avoidant of the things that make me most sick. Also, don't forget, it's a lot of surface area filled with very few people. And what do you think happens there? Pathogens just latch onto the walls. Like stuff just grows. That shit gets nasty. I still want to go. It's not clean. Like there's no protocol for like cycling solar radiation through large swaths of it to potentially abrade the shit off of it and abate its further progression. No, you're fucked. You're just kind of stuck in a fucking nasty ass petri dish of you and your colleagues. And good luck. That sounds fun. Legit. I'll go in a heartbeat. If Elon starts shit, I'll just be like, bro, you want some of this kimchi? Then shut the fuck up. I'll win. Easy. Easy fucking clappies.
And do you guys ever play a video
Har
game that
har.
is so amazing you just kind of have to talk about it? Monster Hunter Wild.
Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, Elden Ring, Drova, Spaceborne 2, Lobotomy Corporation, Deadlock, Meadow, Sekiro. Oh my gosh, I love Sekiro. I could tell you for days. Overgrowth, Lugaru, Web Fishing, Lies of Pi, Mortal Sin. TCG Card Shop Sim is actually amazing, and we need to play that more. The game's so good. VA Proxies is shaping up to be great. Starbound's fucking legit. Risk of Rain Returns, I like more than the other 3D one. I like it more than the 3D one. Another Crab's Treasure kills it. Nine Souls, I'm looking at my Steam library, yes. Kills it. What if I sort by activity? Can I sort by how much I play? That would be very strange. I can do that on SteamDB. I can't do it in Steam Native. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn. Uh, I can go on for a lot longer. I know that there's a lot of shit that I played that wasn't on Steam. I'm just looking quickly because it's the low hangers. Like, this one will be easy. Mark of the Ninja, didn't even see it, just remembered it. Terraria was mid. Stealth Bastard Deluxe was okay. I'm looking at Steam again now. Um, I actually liked, Dragon Age Origins. I liked that game a lot. Like, there was a point in my life when I really just wanted RPGs alone, and that game was there for me. Battlefront 2, the 2005 one, Jedi Knight Academy. I loved that game. I met most of my, like, old gaming homies through that game, and we went to go play other shit. We then met more lovely homies. It's so fucking good. Also, hold on, let me see. Do I have a Republic Commando? Oh, I don't have it. Can I get this on Steam? Because I wanna play this game with you. My favorite line is when they're talking about blowing shit up, it's called radical reengineering, and I love this. I love radical reengineering as a just fucking thing. Um, Republic Commando. There we go. It's released in 2009. This game is more based than a fucking not acid.
Welcome, little one. This is your first day. Your designation will be RP01/138.
Oh, my camera froze.
We expect great things from you.
Oh? Oh, let me
You've
fix it
been
if I
born
can.
into dangerous times. A sharp mind can be the key to survival.
Ball,
But
oh my
as often
gosh.
as not, it will be your inherent physical traits that win the day.
Got you.
And in this regard, you will be superior to your more common brethren. For you are a commando.
I love this game, okay.
An elite unit.
I played it with one of my
Something
best friends.
truly special. Your weapons, your armor, and most importantly, your brothers.
That's your
The
best
Ifer
bro.
of our world hunt in
Motherfucking
pods to
bro.
bring down much larger prey. So too shall you join the three brothers and become fierce hunters for the Republic. Now, join your pod and embrace your destiny as their leader. Join Delta Squad. Delta 40, your foundation. A pure and uncomplicated soldier. 6-2, the heart and soul of your team. And 07, the fiercest hunter of all your brothers. You are each a piece of a whole person. And the Republic will call you to defend and give your lives if need be.
Sergeant, get those troopers into the gunship.
Ready for liftoff. New gunship. Okay, Group B, let's move it. Let's go. Push those cannons to the stern. Load the ammo and the ordnance. Let's go. Let's go.
Sir, we're gonna split up for the drop, but we'll meet you at the RV on Geonosis. See you planetside, sir.
You can post now. Remind me to make an adaptation to the roles so people can paste those, possibly? Oh, hold on. Oh, I see what you mean there. I probably need to go to... I'll find it. I'll do it. I got you. It's somewhere in Automod. I'll fix it. Can you post it now? Just remind me to fix our roles a little bit, and I'll do it later. I'll make it to where people don't have to be moderated to do that. But you are here already, so fuck it. Okay, I love this game. My best friend of many moons, we played this. We would do the fucking we would go out of our way to find a way to do the fucking co-op or PvP, whatever the fucky. We played this, and we also played Jedi Knight Academy a lot, which I thought was $9. I'd have this one on Steam. Just so you know what we're talking about, it's this. This is Jedi Knight Academy. I played a lot of time as a Rhodian, okay? I played a lot of my time as a Rhodian, fucking up Rancors. Rhodians, best in the galaxy. Dun, 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 Rhodians. For real though, Rhodians are the best in the galaxy. I'm sorry, humans. Sorry, droids. Sorry, my dear droids. Rhodians. Oh, I'll find out why. I thought you meant Discord as well. I'm such a goober. I suck. I'll try my best to tidy things. Oh, YouTube might honestly just be like link in reverse. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I forgot what I did. Oh. This is nostalgia pilled. The combat was pretty fun. Like, it was actually pretty fun. You hack and slash and cut your fringe to hell and shit. And best part, online PvP was my life. Oh my gosh. We had tournaments. We were so fucking lame. There were like little shitty tournaments ran between like every clan. Like, it wasn't anything cool or fucking big. It was cool, but it wasn't big. But we had our fucking... That's just PvE still. Actually. Can we? Can we get it real quick? Because the PvP was so fucking legit. The PvP in this made me love PvP, I do believe. Oh my gosh, finals were 4 years ago. Ooh, we're still doing it. Oh, the game is so good. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. You could... Movement's fun. Top 30, yo. Everyone GG's. You just gotta keep that movement fluid. You gotta poke and rip your homies just a little bit of time. Like, you just have to do spacing and keep them at bay. Also, jiggling your mouse keeps your saber at the position where they are more. So you spend more time with your saber going through their tissue if you rock it appropriately to keep it in their body. Like, the goal is to keep, as it turns and as it slowly arcs, to keep that, if you can point it straight through them, they take the most damage. Anything close to, or I guess the jiggle lets you go in and out and in and out. And I think you have to go in and out and out. I think. But you want to keep it, like, the time in them increased. Yee yee. Infinite stamina. Not infinite force. Okay, not really infinite. It does burn, but... You can do the running forever thing is what I mean. You can just dart. Not forever. No, you can't. This was my life. This was my everything. Hi. For this game, the nostalgia is real. How's it end? I'm so curious. Actually, no. They keep yipping their other homie. Is there anyone that suffers at it more? Is there anyone that eats ass at it more? Not like eats ass as in sucks. Is there anyone who gets tagged? You can be aggressive. You can go hard. Like, you can just chip people down. Oh, yeah. Also, I don't know. The duels were fun. Servers were fun. The text was, as you can see, IRC tears of fucking fucked up. But we liked it. It was really important to make sure that you, like, you know, rep yourself right by using those color codes. Of fucking course. Always kick a homie. Why not line up a person with a kick? Blow through that overshield like a dick. Let's go. Oh, a little squeaky head. They don't have as much... They're not using their space to slowly bait each other, which I can see why the finals is doing it. But this isn't finals gameplay, right? Oh, titties. Brother, you almost got your shit rocked. The scoreboard always looks like some people that learned the color codes went a little bit wild, and unfortunately we have unleashed this onto the planet. It is true. The closest thing to ping-based matchmaking is you can see whose ping is what, and you can, like, kick them. I do believe there were mods to deal with it. There's a basic lightsaber guide? Oh, that's so cute.
In this video, I'm going to go over the basics of lightsaber combat in Jedi Academy.
Oh.
The first thing to learn is that the direction you are moving will determine the direction you swing your saber. If you move to the right, holding the attack button down, you can also do delayed attacks by pressing the attack button after your attack has been executed, and while moving in a specific direction.
They're kind of adorable.
Very useful in different stances. The rules for how those work.
Oh yeah, it's stance-based.
According to the stance.
I kind of forgot that.
So yellow has different rules than blue, for example.
Blue is quick, yellow is that, red is hard hitties.
The next thing to keep in mind is that the direction you are aiming.
Maybe this is why I was so happy to play Nihotsu.
By the direction you are looking. So, if I look to.
Cute crosshair.
If I'm looking really high, for example, my character.
Can we get the wigglies? I'm so sorry. Can we get our wiggles out? Academy versus real life. The wiggle. Oh, gimme. You want to keep that fucking saber going through people more. And sometimes wiggling that cursor gets you there. There's a reason that I use my cursor, I think, ingrained inside of me. Not my cursor. I use my positioning in Soulsborne a lot. And I think this is why. Because we all learned to, like, do that wiggle. Wiggle leads to hacks. Be nice and don't do it. I mean, no, it doesn't. People did look at booties on this game a little bit much. It was kind of fucking strange. Poke and wiggle. The theory database. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, I want to bring you through this. Ooh. Yee. This is why we wiggle. Oh, well, it's why we go through, rather. It's why we move our shit when we go. It's contact time and a position. That's why you see all that wiggly shit, by the way. It's not just people, like, exploding on camera. The damage is, it's, you know, points per second, rather, or points per interval. Every damage interval, if you can keep that in there, fucking around instead of just coursing through them, which is why if you get them with just the tip, then it's like kind of irrelevant. Or not irrelevant, it's just, you know. Do we have that poke? Do we have that? Do we have that?
Stop that, Jaden.
He just keeps saying, stop that, Jaden, all day long. There's no armor to unlock. You just, like, pick what you want to look like, and you go in. And make sure if you're repping a new clan to change your fucking clan tags and make them all colorized. Just so you know, everyone knows that you're a fucking knobhead. Because I sure as fuck was a knobhead in these days. Poking is very strong. I give up speaking. My mother tongue is hard.
Stop that, Jaden.
The pokies. Also, it keeps people staggered a bit so they can't retaliate as efficaciously and initiate another strike. 10 out of 10. Poke and wiggle. Ooh, glad we did that. Hoopers, no. Press no, don't do that. No. Okay, I liked Jedi Knight Academy. This game was my life.
Oh, welcome players to some Star Wars Jedi Knight Academy
24
on the Joff server here. Just selecting a character.
It's not dead.
Then,
shit score.
Well, look at all these players.
Shit score, son.
I'm guessing some might be idle, but yeah, great to see. Been a while, so I just need to get used to the controls again.
What a bitch. Oh yeah, you can Jawa size this man.
So small.
Do not use Jawa-sized characters randomly in PvP. You will be considered a shithead. You will get meleeed onto your ass. Don't drop out a saber, you'll get kicked. If you can't use it, you'll get just kicked. Like, not from the server. Mary
Just a
Jane.
load of people running around at the minute. I just want to I'm going to challenge someone. I'm being picked on by this person.
So you're getting picked on because you kicked them back. They want to duel you.
What the hell? What the hell?
They want to fight. They want to fight, B.
Alright, here we go then. Just be reminded how to challenge players. It's been that long.
Why don't you just go idle like everyone in the corner?
Like this guy here. Right, here we go.
You laid again.
Berating begin. So that person's already on their wiggle tip as they come in. This person who we're watching is swiping. They did say they're remembering how to play again. Sorry. But you can see they're going against a Rhodian.
It's been so long.
A clammed up Rhodian.
Killing this a win even in a
who is going to bait you out and wiggle that shit through you for more damage.
Find someone else.
Do not fight little dudes. Don't do Jawa dudes. I forgot how to Jawa size your characters. You could easily Jawa size that man. I don't remember how. Can you...
What the hell's going on
here?
You
drew a saber.
Right, let's go then.
It's your own fault, bruh.
You laid again.
Why'd you draw the saber? They just want a PvP. Bruh, skillet. Okay, let's see what the fuck they're doing as they come in. Oh, they're on their fucking light wiggle tip. It's no wonder they came here with melee. They're impatient. I like it. We like to see it. Fuck patience.
Oh no!
If you keep jumping, you're gonna be predictable and it's gonna get taken apart. Don't. You keep getting tagged. Stay on the ground. Stay grounded. Stay grounded. Oh, you got your wiggle tip back.
No, I broke my lifesaver. There we go.
They weren't gonna kill you while you were waiting for it. Don't let me catch you jumping this much in JKA. You'll get a little bit hurt. It's so fun to watch people back at life. This was life, okay? I would have this game on. We would just type to each other in chat. We would just talk shit. It was so fun. I will eventually just have it on for idle chill time again. It's so good. Honestly, why don't I send Chai that game? Chai wanted to do PvP. This seems right. This seems like right up Chai's alley. I got this. Hold up. Where the fuck are you? Goober. It's $9 and it's cute. It's got like it's got like a hard PvP, right? Because like you do have people who've been playing Quake games a long time and know how to hit that fucking damage proc out the wazoo. But you can also just punch and kick people when they're trying to chat.
It's a game that I've been playing for the last few days. Ended up actually getting it a little bit earlier on the console, and I'll tell you why I got it on the console in a bit. And I have absolutely been enamored by this experience. If you know, before we go into it, I just want to get up with the gameplay. If you don't know Monster Hunter, it's a game where you literally hunt monsters, okay, big monsters, sometimes by yourself, sometimes you can play with your friends, and in this case, if you have no friends, then you can play with artificial intelligence, which is actually so good that it might as well just carry you through the entire game. So when you hunt...
I like playing on my own.
These monsters, you end up collecting their various gears, and you can make pants, shirts, helmets, whatever you want out of there.
We might play Monster Hunter, because I usually play the new releases. We might, but if it's poorly optimized, we'll see.
Here, you can make new weapons. It's a game where you literally have to grind and grind and grind, fighting fun monsters.
I missed the beta.
And just keep getting every single gear set imaginable. And you can do it, by the way, by yourself or with your friends. There's a massive open world to explore, and there's like a million things to go get. There are so many trees you can go down. So many hours can be spent doing every single facet of the gameplay that if you're somebody that is a completionist, you're somebody that enjoys playing, like, you know, loot-heavy games, you're somebody that just loves
room level 1, let's go.
Tons of different weapon types.
I found out I like it.
If you just love fighting big old monsters, this game's for you. And that's pretty much the best way to succinctly review
like the combat perfection
Monster Hunter
games.
Wilds,
okay?
They're fun. While I've seen online that the game is apparently 15 hours long, I can assure you, from a Monster Hunter gamer, that you can absolutely play this game for hundreds of hours. Because just finishing the main story...
Because when you're done with the main story, it doesn't mean you're done. It just means you've... Like, the main story is the fucking intro.
And seeing the credit rolls is basically like completing the tutorial.
Then
you start getting into high rank, end game stuff, and that's when the game really allows you to flesh out your Monster Hunter experience, okay? So again...
It's like you finally go to Anor Londo, right? It's like you finally unlocked mechanics. Good job. Story done, mechanic unlocked. Achievement unlocked. Basic bitch gamer.
You're wondering for the price of admission,
it's so fun.
Is there enough content?
I miss World. Okay, we're going to possibly install the old one again.
I'm going to say, if it clicks with you,
it's been a long time.
Like it clicks with me, like it has clicked with me, you will absolutely get your money's worth out of this game. For sure. It plays well. It's an absolutely brilliant step up to the Monster Hunter franchise. And I would say that if you...
I haven't played Rise recently because I just don't... Okay, I'm not going to say that I'm salty at it, but let's be honest here, okay? I don't like Rise very much. I'm pretty sure. I forget which one it is. I know I liked... I'm checking release dates. I know I didn't like the most recent one. Yeah, it was Rise that I didn't like as much. I liked World. And I'm looking forward to the new.
For somebody who has always played a previous Monster Hunter game and wanted it to be a little bit more accessible, this game is about as accessible as the Monster Hunter franchise is gonna get, without it absolutely taking away from that, I would say, hardcore purism that you know, older gamers of this franchise are usually aligned for. Okay, it's actually a perfect balance for old and new. But there's a bit of a concern with this game, and that is how it looks. Now, to give you an idea, I am somebody that is, I do enjoy a game that runs well. I don't really care so much for the graphics these days. I generally think most video games that come out now look pretty good for the most part. However, I'm just somebody that enjoys a game running at a stable frame rate, okay? Instability is an issue, and that's something this game is pretty much known for. The greatest monster you'll be fighting is actually terrible performance and optimization. So this footage that you're seeing right over here is from the console version of the game, and
oh my gosh, one of my friends on Steam recommends against the game, and they play a lot of Monster Hunter with me. Oh, that's so fucking nifty. I love when they are like, don't do. They played 6 hours recently. They just okay, cool. I'll put it on my wish list so I don't forget. But if they don't
running
play
this,
it,
mind you, with
if we don't check in with each other and say that we've heard the homies say it sucks less ass right now. If the homies don't check in, you know what to do. Oh my gosh, the other homie is playing it right now. Oh, that is fucking hilarious.
Quality mode, so I've got like the ray tracing, the frame rate is limited down a little bit. And these are not PlayStation 2 textures. No. These are textures from the actual PS5 build of the game. You might be like, but Muda, maybe you didn't update. No. This is with the updates. Every single patch has been installed. All optimizations that Capcom could have provided are there. The game looks like absolute dog shit. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, these textures might as well be from the fucking PSP, okay? Now, I know my
Bro, the Game Boy next to you can play with higher fidelity.
Hunter, to give you a context of it, I've been
but can it run on Steam Deck?
Since the old PlayStation Portable. This isn't...
I fucking liked the PSP.
Actually charged.
I never had the Flippy.
But you guys probably remember playing Monster Hunter on the PSP with your friends. I used to play with my friends at the lunch table, and I used to play with my friends in the middle of class because my teacher also liked playing video games, and it was a fucking art class where he also liked when though he didn't like that I fixated on digital fucking arts, he still was encouraging. And he just let me fuck around and learn shit and look at the world around me. And we'd sometimes play fighting games against each other. I'm really shit at fighting games. I say I'm really shit. I like fighting games. I don't do combos. I don't remember combos. I click random. I do the basic paradigm shit. Occasionally, I'll go read how to do a certain thing on a certain character. I'll know what your moveset is, but I will just kill your fucking bitch ass with what is my bumper? What is my bumper? What is X? What is Y? What is A? What is B? Okay, cool. Does it change when I jump? Does it change when I crouch? I'll do positioning on you. I will work you over with the fucking bare minimum. And this really upsets some fighting game people who only want to do big flashy ass combos all the time. And so I say I suck at fighting games so I don't have to deal with those bitches. I have this app on PlayStation called Ad Hoc Party where you could like come home, connect your PSP to your PS3 and just play online. Like a lot of those ad hoc games on your PSP, you could just play with your homies. I was monster hunting on the old school PlayStation Portable. And you know what? That's why graphics aren't that big of a deal with me. But at least in the days of the PSP, the frame rate fucking worked, okay? Which is the actual important part of this situation.
Bruh.
Now, obviously, when a bad PC game somehow releases on the actual PC storefront, what's interesting enough, this is the craziest shit that I always see. Steam, right? So Steam is probably one of the biggest PC, storefront.
Hold on, let's go look. I'm not gonna log in and show you who recommended against it. But we're gonna take 2 glances, okay? We're gonna look at other games. I'm gonna tell you what I see on my account. Friends that own the game, quite high. Creators I follow, quite recommended. 2018. Really pretty game. Let's clown harder. This is a really pretty game, okay? It's really pretty. Like, I might be in my Soulsborne kick right now. But I'd like a lot of combat perfection around the map, right? I'm a goober. I know I suck. Let's go look at Wilds together. Let's see if we can see some shit that we like seeing. What's that shit we like seeing? How big is this shit? Don't make me go to SteamDB. Don't make me. Bitch, I'll do it. Bitch, I'll do it. Which one is this? This one, this one. No, I'm not. I'm not even. Why am I in caps lock? Worlds rise. Wild. There we go. Easy. Easy, easy. We'll go here because it's a little bit more helpful. 49% are positive. 80% are positive. 87% are positive. There's a lot of motherfuckers playing this shit right now. Ooh, we got an update. Ooh, we got that update. Nice. Just got an update 6 minutes ago. Shit, cousin. Patches. Ah, fuck it. Fuck it. Configuration? No. Kamuna 2. No. Update history. Oh, that's cute. Okay, fine, fuck it. What do we have here? Let's actually take this to go to its hub, clearly. And then let's go to discussions. Because we're shitheads. And this is about to be the lowest hanging digs in the world, bruh. Like, it's about to be insta-clap murder. Requiring DLSS and frame generation is a travesty. This technology we're for the customers not lazy enough to develop that can't and won't optimize their games. Requiring DLSS and frame generation for 1080 is nothing short of a travesty, says this lovely poster right here. Okay, your game has to be awfully optimized for that to be true. I don't even remember a single game that has done this. The beta was awful and showed us exactly how bad performing this game was. Even 4000 series cards had to rely on frame generation to get some playable FPS. It's honestly a joke. Like I said, nothing short of a travesty. I almost added a fucking in there. I didn't has my brain. Stop lying, fanatics. Anyone posting this or similar stuff. I don't has an issue. It makes sense now. Stop lying, fanatics. Anyone posting this or similar stuff will get an immediate block. Oh, but they lowered the recommendations. No, they're still putting DLSS and frame generation as a requirement. Nothing is fixed until they remove these. This video I made about the topic back then when the beta was released. The links are in the image below. And somehow, this video is still relevant because the writing was on the wall. The game is an unoptimized mess, brother. Let's go. Do you have like a YouTube? You have a Rumble? What are any of these platforms? This game is expected to run at 1080p, 60 FPS with frame generation enabled under the medium graphics setting. Direct storage support. Oh. Holy moly, Batman. We would not be able to play in 1440. Bet. Maybe. But goddamn. I'm gonna play fucking Elden. Play Fallout 4, Elden, and Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 for the win, bitch. 4070 Ti, 64 gigs of RAM, and i5. You are blocked now. Nothing good will come from talking to you. Damn, that's crazy. I really don't care either. Turn on frame generation. You paid for, or stop whining. I don't need more tourists coming into this franchise to ruin it for, I don't know, bro. They can't easily solve. What? Now I'm standing with this person. Like, I don't know what else they do and or say, but I'm gonna be real here. they are right. It is for people who need to fix their shit. It is to help you when you don't want to put the work in. It's, bro, like, stop making such high fidelity textures. How about that? How about you fucking stop trying to go fucking make sure your level of detailed draw distance is reasonable. Make sure your shit doesn't load unnecessary stuff, and when it does load it in, it's not unloading and loading and loading and unloading 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 and loading and loading and unloading, like the Final Fantasy release. Okay, hold up. Why not use technology? Because you don't use frame gen to hit 60. You use it to go above 60. Why? Because these are not real frames. All they do is make a 30 frames per second game look like 60, or 60 look like 120. It still plays and feels like a 30 FPS game, basically a switch port. The lower you go, the worse it plays, the fewer frames you can actually generate, etc. This is especially bad for 120 frame FPS games. Gamers like me. It can't just magically quadruple my frames. All this is based on PC gaming knowledge. You should know this. DLSS and frame generation are supposed to help let lower spec PCs play newer games with a trade-off. Now that trade-off is basically a requirement, and some of you act like that's completely fine. Absolutely baffling behavior that can only be explained by ignorance, if you ask me. You're fine with if you're fine with the game's performance, by all means, enjoy it. You do you. I am not gonna stop you. But don't think you can come here and freaking argue with people who know better. If you stop replying, it's not because you won. Sorry, if we stop replying, it's not because you won. It's because we deem you a lost cause, not worthy of our time. Digital Foundry will tear this thing apart. By the way, you know it, I know it, the people at Capcom know it. I'm so disappointed. Why am I blanking? Why am I a blankies? I didn't have an issue. Oof, say less. I didn't have an issue. Oh. We knew this would happen as soon as DD2 was released and we learned Wilds would use the same engine. This is exactly what what happened here. DLSS plus FG are supposed support for lazy devs. Disgusting. I didn't have an issue. Maybe your hardware just sucks. The i5 might be having a hard time depending on what it's offloading to the CPU. DLSS and my point, by the way. Post specs fanatic. Well, maybe activate the frame generation you paid for. Circular logic fallacy, and this is why I immediately block fanatics. Nothing good comes from talking to irrational people. Based. Yo, it's fucking Steam discussions. Why the fuck would you? It's like, if you're fucking trying to help someone grow, yeah, but this is a fucking Steam community post. We're allowed to be shitheads here. Clearly. These people are okay with being served shit. They accept clearly unoptimized games to the point they need a 5090. With frame generation hit 60 frames a second, even these drones probably say 60 FPS is not what it's intended for by the developer. This is the future we will give it if we keep accommodating such a mess. Those people are either very ignorant or working with the industry themselves. Ignore them because you clearly can't have a reasonable conversation with them. Hi, I hope you're well. I love all of you very much. All you lovely Steam posters. This is why I don't talk to your bitch asses, but y'all need to stop fucking with OP so hard, goddammit. Looking at the 50 series cards, in 3 to 4 years' time, the entire frickin' GPU might be generated. Based. Might be. It really shouldn't be. I'd run around 60 to 80 FPS with the benchmark with no frame gen. At the end of the day, though, I think many people on PC will have to face the reality. These gates were made for console first and foremost, which Timestamp check, grabbing it. 440. Is it made for console first and foremost?
No.
Like, clearly have...
With the updates, every single patch has been installed.
Brother.
All optimizations that Capcom could have provided are there. The game looks like absolute dog shit. I mean,
that's on console.
Somehow releases on the...
Are we sure it's made for console, brother? I don't fucking think so, bro. Fuck, bro skillet, McFuck skillet. I think we're just fucked. Quick question. I have an RTX 4070. Am I supposed to be able to enable DLSS with FrameGen? You need a fucking 30 series to do fucking FrameGen. By the fucking way. That's 2 generations back. People with potatoes can't play this shit. That's fucked up. Stop excluding my potato PCers. You bitches. Fuck, goddammit. What the fuck's wrong with you? If I can't run it on a goddamn Steam Deck, go fuck yourself. FrameGen doesn't work correctly for me. While using it to get less, I get less FPS on average. Yeah, if your game's optimized like shit. Little pro tip. If your game is optimized like shit, you'll get shit results in frame generation. It's still sucking ass. We can analyze why it's sucking ass. Just spend $1,000 for a 5090 for one game using a card that'll be outdated in 2 years, so someone else can come tell you to buy a 6090 for $1,500. Yes, but no. Remember when GPUs used to be this expensive? We were all pissed off when the 40 series came out, and it was like $500, 30 series rather, $500. Let's go. And now it's like, yeah, we want to triple that price. NVIDIA only says NVIDIA and Intel. AMD, if you can hear me. I mean, I don't know. Some people have Mother Mary. I have AMD. What do you want from me? AMD, if you can hear me, come set these braggart ass bastards free. Save them. They are being very bombastic and braggadocious. Make it better. AMD, they need thee. In AMD we trust. AMD. Okay, cool. I'm done. I don't have an issue! This beta performance sucks. The benchmarking tool with only current drivers was fine. Based. Good point out. $1440, widescreen, custom graphic settings. What are those settings? What are your settings, bitch? You gonna talk about it? Fucking goober? The fuck is this? What does this even mean, speak normal? It means I don't have an issue, you fucking goober. Get off of the internet. Yikes. It took me a second and I fucking picked this up. Look at OP post, base. Yes, brother. Read the whole OP post and thread it, and I still have no idea what the mess means. It means I don't fucking know how to fucking read because I fucking woke up this morning unfucking able to fucking pick up a goddamn fucking context fucking clue. That's what the fuck that shit means. Holy shit. Yeah, but I got the yellow light of death more than just the slim. I have the slim though. Oh, say my speedrun PS1 games on PS2 because of the faster disk speed. Have Toy tried the 60 gigabyte PS3? More than the slim, but I have a slim though. Okay, cool. You're the one. Oh, sorry. Hold on. The one you're talking about has 3 USB ports and runs PS2 games. Yep. There are 2 that run PS2 games, the 80 gigabyte model, which is mostly software emulation. How you doing? And the 60 gigabyte model that basically has Vizio PS2 crammed inside the PS3. We came here to read a post that I think people should stop fucking with OP. They might be I don't know if they're up to weird shit. I don't know them, but god damn it. They have it. They're right here, bro. They got this shit. Like, why the fuck is FrameGen for 1080 a thing? We also came here. Some people were defending this, saying that this game is made, like, this game, like, runs on console, so suck it up, Buttercup, eat a fucking butthole.
Of the game.
Does it though?
You might be like, but Muda, maybe you didn't update. No. This is with the updates. Every single patch has been installed. All optimizations that Capcom could have provided are there. The game looks like absolute dog shit. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, these textures might as well be from the fucking PSP, okay? Now, I know my Monster Hunter, to give you a
I'm just saying. Remember back when Monster Hunter used to look good? Remember when this game looked super dope? When they made a release? In 2018? That runs? And then in 2022 they fucked it up. I don't know what the fuck this shit is. I liked 2018. I played it. I beat the story. I sat in bed. I played a lot of late game content. I just wasn't as much of a fan of it. It just felt weird. I don't like it. Okay, I can tell you why I don't like it. Two four-legged friends. One of them seems like it's not the best considered edition, and the other one grabs items for you. Why take a ridey puppy when you can have two little pally-callies, two little pally-calico kitty friends to go, like, grab shit for you? Then dispatch another one in a submarine to go do other shit. It's that it depends on you having idle time in-game and doing stuff between the idle time, but also coming back after idle time to get shit done. It's like, it's a time thief. It tries too hard for my time. It doesn't deserve it. It doesn't even earn it. It doesn't deserve it. Anyways, mostly negative. Mostly negative as shit. People do not 80% on the fucking one I don't like. 87% on the one I do like. 16K in-game, 5,000 in-game. There's a reason this game is ignored. We pretend this game doesn't exist. RE engine? We don't know. Same engine. There's a reason we check the fucking discussions here. Good old general discussions. Alright, so lovingly, whole world, stop being mean to OP there. They're sweet. Don't be a dickhead. What the fuck? I don't know this motherfucker, but I know they're not being a fucking goofball. I don't mind them. They seem alright. Background recording, turn that shit off. That shit will fuck you. Let's look at the silly words. Let's read this shit. So I'm big into playing Monster Hunter on my Steam Deck. That's how I play Rise of the World. I thought I'd play it on my gaming PC and play it on deck through Steam Link. Use Moonbeam or use Moon Deck. Use this. Don't do that. Use this. Use Moon Deck. Do Moonbeam. Use Sunshine Moonbeam. Where are you? Use this. Use this. Do not use Steam Remote Play. It's good. This is better. Just here. I'm putting it in our timestamps too. So if someone is watching the VOD, thank you very much, you sweetheart. I use this instead. Use this instead. I have to reconfigure it because I fucked up with my virtual screen off to the side. Alright. Sunshine is a self-hosted game streaming host for Moonlight, offering low latency, cloud gaming, server capabilities with support for AMD, Intel, NVIDIA GPUs. For hardware encoding, software encoding is also available. You can connect Sunshine from any Moonlight client using on a variety of devices. This is a UI. A web UI is provided to allow configuration and client parsing from your favorite web browsers. Pair from the local server or any mobile device. Yep. Set it up on my computer, configure it from my phone, come over to the computer, do some basic bitch shit, relax, smile, win. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, no complaints. Works real nice too. Outstanding. Way faster. Steam Remote Play. It suffers a little bit. This addresses it. Works with computer, works with Steam Deck, works with the phone, works with the tablet. Connect to controller, go. If you're doing it from a computer that can kick to a computer that can't kick, if you've got like a gaming computer in one room and for some reason you're on the FAP computer in another room, runs real nice. Multiple devices, either stationary or mobile. What is the new planet Earth? What? Ugh, titties, bro. I want to see the molding. Is anyone else trying remote play on this game on a Steam Deck or whatever? I just set up upscaling to AMD FSR. For some reason, DLSS makes this game impossible to remote play. But I think Steam blocked it because it was a game discontinued website in the YouTube video, I think. The YouTuber showing the game runs at 27 to 30 FPS on deck. Only gets 20. I get bitchy that Elden's only 30 on Steam Deck. I have fucking set my fucking TD piece on my voltage higher, and I have pinned my GPU clocks to max, and I get 40 frames a second at most. That is really not great, but as you get to 45-ish frames, or 40 to 42 to 45-ish frames a second, the human eye can't distinguish it, so no one gives a fuck. It's big whatever. Most of 1 million people in-game, shitty reviews. Just shit reviews. Just shit reviews. Just not even. Just not. Just not. Yo, my dude. This is what's up. That's we're not playing Rise. We're not playing that one yet until they fix their garbage. We might go back to this 90 gigabyte still optimized goober that also runs on a Steam Deck awkwardly. Pretty sure. I don't remember.
For this LOD bias, you can set it to however you wish. LOD does make a big difference.
Because I play on deck a lot. You know?
What's up, guys? Welcome.
What's up, you?
Screen.
You got poop
my
in that
TAA,
butthole?
but pretty much it's the mid preset with just those couple of changes
70,
in there.
60?
And we
Yo, you're getting to 70 and 60 FIPS.
drop 15 FPS here or so. It depends on where you're at in the game.
Above
Really,
50.
it's certainly not
Yo, it's killing Elden Ring for frames.
going to run as high of FPS.
What was your settings again? Hold on, I'm gonna be bitchy. Hold on. Can't you turn down shadows?
And see how that's running on the deck, because we can definitely bump things up a little bit. So if I go down through and switch over to mid,
Area occlusion shadow. I put shadows on off or low. Shadow rendering's hard. I'd set this to low, pin it. You don't need fucking ambient occlusion. It's a Steam Deck, turn it off. You won't notice. Contact shadows, Y. The proper anti-aliasing, TAA, that's good. LOD bias, I'd crank that low. Max LOD level, I would not put it on no limits. It seems very inappropriate. Foliage sway and subsurface scattering. That would be a no from me,
took
brother.
a couple things off high and put them on mid, left my TAA, but pretty much
snow quality mid. See, I wouldn't go for some of these settings. I can talk to you about my
with
run.
just those couple of changes in there.
Because I'm betting that if I don't do some of these little like computationally or GPU heavy operations, that I can like get that to a solid 90.
We drop 15 FPS here or so. It depends on where you're at in the game. Really, it's certainly not going to run as high of FPS as those low settings, and you could find a happy medium in between that low and mid. I certainly wouldn't want to go up any higher.
My face is mid.
And then low settings,
so
with just a couple
here.
of changes where I turn TAA back on.
Based. Image quality low, texture is 1024. We can go to 4096, but that's okay. Maybe hit that mid-range. Shadows on low, that's how you go. Fuck AO, because it's a Steam Deck, bro. Honestly, I don't even like anti-aliasing half the time.
Turn motion blur off.
It's fucking weird.
And had everything else set here basically for the low preset other than those few changes in here that you can see. And as far as that getting
you
low
left
preset
on?
other
Oh, okay, you turned vignette off. Thank you.
I
don't, it's not like that's a fucking big hit. I just don't like vignette. Or fucking, the film debris shit. I also don't like
in
that.
Here that you can see.
I also don't like
and
motion
as far
blur.
as that getting into it now on the screen of the Steam Deck, the game looks pretty good, and I don't really have any complaints. But if I'm blowing it up here on a bigger screen, editing or you know, with the cap card, it's definitely a bit fuzzy and blurry, even on higher settings. There's certainly some upscaling, sharpening, different things you could play around with. But that's just kind of the case with the game. But besides,
the Steam Deck's resolution is so teeny weeny, and you're upscaling it here, honey bunny. Like here, y'all. Look, if I make it super big,
that looks great.
It's egregious. That's like 1440 is 10.5. Sorry, it's 2.5p, 2.5K.
It's great here on the Steam Deck. One thing I really like,
this stuff barely runs at 720. It's a little over 720 in terms of size and resolution.
Maybe because it's an older title. I'm also not pushing DirectX 12 or anything here. Frame times are really good. So as we just bounce around between the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever with these low settings, it feels really great and smooth to play with the nice frame times here and with the 90 hertz screen on the Steam Deck, or even with my cap card or on my monitor. Works really well. And getting into combat, of course, everything 60s. Feels great also. Now,
can we turn off some of these particle effects and clean it up a little with the FPS? Because I don't need visual confirmation that I hit a bitch.
I am only in the beginning areas of the game, unfortunately, because like I said, I did have to start a new playthrough on PC. I picked this up, with the DLC for $20 in the winter sale, actually, for Steam. So
what's your recap on this?
With it, also playing HDR on the Steam Deck OLED here, which we'll take a look at in a few minutes here in the video as well. So really, really good experience overall, and I can see why everybody's jumping back in. I forgot how much fun I really have with this game. But let's get ready to switch over and take a look at like mid settings and see how that's running on the deck.
I'll be shitting on the current release by playing the old one because I like the old one. Why fuck with this unoptimized nonsense, bro? If they're gonna require DLSS, if they're gonna require frame generation, which is limited to a small subset of GPUs, I'm gonna take a poopy on that game. How are you doing? We're looking at old Monster Hunter versus new Monster Hunter. You wanna see some clown ass shit? Alright.
What's up?
Exactly. Most of 1 million people, 49%, 80%. This is the one I like the least. That's what's up. Oh, yo, we're going to be reacting to Gamers Nexus because we're watching Muda cover this, which is apparently the new Monster Hunter on console.
Maybe you didn't update. No. This is with the updates. Every single patch has been installed.
Yeah, it's a little gross. Then Zelensky leaves White House, the RTX 50 disaster, Elon Musk has a problem with... This is my favorite Kerbal Space Program creator ever. Matt Lown. They are my favorite for fucking Kerbal Space Program. And then Domo3000 and the Mauler thing. I'm going to be playing possibly Fallout 4. I might end up on Elden again, because honestly, I'm having fun trying to solve the problem of how far can I push a level 1 character? They're burning down houses. Hey, live somewhere that's flood prone. Get a 5090. Maybe the flood will come when the fires are burning. Who knows? Save you some time. But Domo3000 has been given really good critique on how people don't give good critique, and will actually give them, like, if they listen without, if they can listen while divorced from the emotional response they might feel viscerally, they might take in how to give more measured critique. And I actually like it. They oftentimes, because they are, from what I can recall, they've stated in their videos they're a bit insecure about their voice. We think they're lovely. I think they're nifty. They use a computer to speak for them sometimes. They might be speaking in this one. We can go check really quick.
Nothing has done more damage.
We have their voice. Oh, it's so nice.
Somehow releases on the actual PC storefront. What's interesting enough, this is the
Brand new game, under 50%. The one I like the weakest of the new Monster Hunters, 80. Favorite, 87. We were looking at Star Wars Jedi Knight Academy. Jedi Knight Academy has higher fidelity than this. The Game Boy in the back of this, higher fidelity than what we just saw.
Craziest shit that I always see. Steam, right? So Steam is probably one of the biggest PC, storefronts ever.
I have gone off and roasted this game.
It's gotten 2 betas so far. It has a benchmarking tool, all of which have proven that the game runs like absolute dog shit on the PC. This version says mixed reviews. 53% of the reviews for this are
It's gone down. Since time of recording, this has gone down, bro. That is wild. 33. Oh, yo, we doubled the number of reviews and it has only gone down. Oh, the fucking Steam community discussion on this game is... Oh, it's an exercise in watching people tear each other apart while OP is accurate and still getting shot on.
Positive. Now, the funny thing is, none of this have anything to do with the gameplay. Generally speaking, most people, like I've said in the beginning of this video, actually enjoy the gameplay. It's good. The gameplay is actually great. I mean, even if you look at the amount of players playing this right now, guys, as we're talking, 757,000 hunters are on Steam alone. That number is obviously far larger on the PlayStation, one of the all-time top 10 peaks on Steam.
NVIDIA's still trying to go hard in not even like directly selling us a product, but leveraging a lot of their time to make more money through selling AI computational workload hosting. So when you want GPU-based hosting, they're trying to sell that. So it doesn't even run on your premises. They don't sell you a device. They want to keep it on-prem for them. So I would read those contracts and see how much of your data they own if you ever delve into that, because that seems a little bit...
It's actually killing it. 1.3 million people playing as of 6 hours ago. That's fucking crazy. However, the performance is no joke, all right? Obviously, when talking about this, literally one user says, I'm able to play at a comfortable, stable frame rate with good visuals because thankfully I'm blessed with quite a decent setup. But what the hell is this lack of optimization? And you're trying to force frame generation on us. So you know when I talked about frame gen?
I like how we just bitched about this, and I just get to sit, nod, and laugh right now. We were already here. We went to that same community. We made these similar gripes. I just, like, paused this 1 second in to, like, reminisce about the old Game Boy and Jedi Knight Academy and Republic Commandos and shit. Thank you for the follow. And now we're just here. I love Republic Commando. That shit is so fun. How are you doing? I remember you. We were watching a lovely person do cool runs in fucking Elden together. Hi there. Hope you're well.
And basically being required literally in their system. Hell is this lack of optimization. And you're trying to...
Oh. Which was it? I don't remember. I forgot. Which was it we were looking at? Was it Wilds? Was it this? Was it this one? Was it this one? Was it this? Oh. No, it wasn't that. God damn it. Found it. This post. I would only like to be kind to OP in this one because they made me laugh so hard. AMD's in the same boat right now. AMD tries, but yeah. AMD's always kind of been like a little bit behind for like catching up as being as moldingly weird. But look at it this way, like AMD has a longer history of making custom hardware for vendors and consumers. Like, if you talk with AMD, they're willing to give you something that is more open and work with you, as opposed to, and NVIDIA's always wanted to keep it in-house. NVIDIA, Intel have historically been that way when we look at how computation has gone. I'm doing, oh, doing okay. How are you doing? What's your day like? So, I don't know, like, I will joke and say that Sony and NVIDIA are a little bit more anti-consumer than I want to deal with in a day. But then again, I might play Fallout 4 for a bit, so you never know. That game is also Bethesda, who makes, like, possibly makes money off Nexus mods needing to provide fucking community patches to people so the game runs appropriately and the quests don't break. but I like my survival play of Fallout 4, and it's my first time playing it, and survival's the best way to learn. It's very punishing, very pretty, very appropriate. This lovely person has their shit together. Frame gen being requisite, weird. I like them.
Force frame generation on us. So you know when I talked about frame gen basically being required? Literally in their system requirements, I swear to God.
I am so broken that we just like, I saw the title, I saw the content, I went on a tirade, and we were accurate.
Right? This is the minimum requirement for the game, by the way. You need a
nonsense.
1660 GTX, which... Whoo! I would love to smell the fucking fumes from the gaming room that GPU is running this game on, okay? It needs 75 gigs of available space, which is...
Don't breathe the fumes in. They're not healthy. Don't do it. Like, legit, don't do it. It's not safe. Please. I know that, like, everyone likes smelling their Steam Deck, etc. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not safe. Don't do it, please. I want you all to be well and to thrive, to live happy and prosperous lives. Please, for the sake of shit and sunder in a handbasket, have some couth, have some class, have some compunction. There's the YouTube link. If y'all on Twitch are getting an ad soon, you can avoid it there. Don't breathe the fumes.
It's fine. Please. SSD is needed. We get it. I don't know why the textures aren't loading properly.
Wait, it's smaller than the other game? No, this is wild. This game from like 2018 is 90 gigabytes. 6-year-old game. 3-year-old game. 2 days old. This is what you should be aware of. Just be aware.
Even with the best SSDs, the game is
best as long as you feel... Wait, do you mean the fumes? I thought you meant the ads. No, don't breathe the fumes. That's weird. Don't do that. Like, honestly, just make this thing run on a Game Boy, and then we'll be good.
It's expected to run at 1080p, upscaled from 720 resolution, 30 FPS under the lowest graphic settings. So, lowest possible system that they have, 720p, upscaled to 1080p. Dog, we are back to 360 PS3 resolutions, homie. So, of course, going up to the recommended
Bad
specs
news bears, bruh.
With, by the way, a 2060 RTX and a Intel Core, which isn't all that, crazy, but it should be able to run this game. SSD is required. The game is expected to run at 1080, 60 frames with frame generation enabled under the medium graphic settings. Yeah, when I read system...
Oh, this game? Just now. This game just came out the 25th of February, 28th, 2025. Last month. A few days ago. This game just dropped. The beta, and I'll quote, the beta was awful and showed us, I'm going to read it again because this dramatic reading kills. This technology was, oh, sorry, hold on. Requiring DLSS and frame generation is a travesty. This technology was for the customers, not for lazy developers that can't and won't optimize their games. Requiring DLSS and frame generation for 1080 is nothing short of a travesty. Your game has to be awfully optimized for that to be true. I don't even remember a single game that has done this. The beta was awful too. Showed us exactly how bad the performing this game was. Even a 4000 series card has to rely on frame generation to get some playable FPS. It's honestly a joke. Like I said, nothing short of a travesty. I didn't has an issue. Stop lying, fanatics. Anyone posting this or similar stuff will get an immediate block. Oh, but they lowered the requirements. No, they are still putting DLSS and frame generation as requirements. Nothing is fixed until they remove those. This is a video I made about the topic back then when the beta was released. The links are on the image below. And somehow this video is still relevant because the writing was on the wall. The game is an unoptimized mess. Honestly, I think I actually side with OP here, so my dramatic reading of them is no disrespect. It's just that, like, the replies are fucking murder. Like, Okay. There's no point in arguing anymore. The benchmarks have spoken. It also is obvious that the defenders don't have the technological know-how to even understand why not use the technology. Someone posted, "Why not use the technology you paid for," in quotes. That is ridiculous. Paid for, bitch? Because I don't want to have to do frame generation and insert another fucking 10 milliseconds of latency when it's already gonna be rough. Why go from 12 milliseconds of latency if you didn't make it go all goober mode to like make it take gosh knows how long? Why you gotta do that, huh? Maybe don't do that. Right? Why require this? Also, what about the AMD people? Fucking FSR has some, like, it's there so potatoes can play. It's there for the little Steam Deck potato. I like my Steam Deck, but it's a potato. I have to play fucking Elden Ring at fucking 30 frames a second on that beautiful potato. I love that potato. It's a boon. I love it. I would do anything for it. But goddamn, it's a potato. I play Dark Souls 3 on it. That game runs real nice. Heck, sometimes I hold a fucking stable 60. Even doing the Twin Princes, and they're particle galore. There's more particles in the Twin Princes than there are particles in the universe. JK, not really. I'm here for this. I mean, we're just gonna have to, this game, we'll play it when I can get a 6090. How about that? When I can get a 6090 and play it at 1440, we'll play this game. I'm gonna skip on Rise, because I like it, but I don't love it, right? I'm very ambivalent about Rise. I enjoy it, but I don't want to go back. I really wouldn't mind World. It's just that it's 90 gigabytes. It's pretty big. This is a little bit smaller. This is smaller than World. That's the thing. It's that this is smaller in size on your disk than Monster Hunter World. Though Rise, right? Rise uses the same engine. And Rise looked okay. I played that on a Nintendo Switch. I was laid up in bed, like, having asthma attacks constantly while my ex worked her ass off. And I was just, like, playing that game all day.
Spec sheets like that, it shows me that the game is very much an unoptimized mess. Now, Monster Hunter Wilds is a good-looking game, but I don't think this game is that good looking that we need to have, you know, even these system requirements actually taxed with running the game with frame generations and just at a baseline of 1080p, okay? It should be going...
I'm a little torn if I want Fallout 4 or if I want more Elden, because I'm having fun with that silly little setup. I like knowing that if I back up my save, I can just, like, bust out repetitious runs.
Feels similar to
I also like low-level PvP. I feel like I'm twinking it a little hard right now, though.
But at least in those cases, games were running at their native resolutions, no upscaling, no frame generating. Things actually looked sharper, you know, games that released 5-6 years ago, in my opinion, at least. As somebody that just played through Kingdom Come Deliverance, yeah, I definitely feel that games were a little bit sharper back then. Now that we have to require things like upscaling, frame generating...
Also, please don't forget, for NVIDIA's upscaling, what series support this again? Because it's damn sure not the 20 series. It's not the 20 series. Okay. Let's burn a GPU. Let's go. Oh, 20 series. Really? Portal Prelude Arctics. I was pretty sure it was the 30 series that we got it in. Okay, why does it seem that DLSS frame generation works on RTX 20 and 30 series GPUs? In Portal Prelude RTX, we've noticed that some members of the PC gaming community, like Discord communities before, have encountered a bug where old DLSS or DLLs falsely appears to generate frames on 20 to 30 series hardware. There is no DLSS frame generation occurring. It's just raw duplication of existing frames. Frame counters show a higher FPS, but there is no improvement in smoothness and experience. This can be verified by evaluating the duplicated frames using a tool like NVIDIA iCat or viewing the error messages in remix logs. I tried with a 3080 Ti. I noticed there was some tearing, used the for FPS limiter, it was VSync, edit, crashed, edit, make it shorter, make it shorter, make it shorter, make it shorter, make it shorter. What? TLDR. What? TLDR. NVIDIA. What? What? TLDR. What? Okay. So you get frame generation, right? There we go. You get frame gen. There, okay? New DLSS multi-frame generation, right? Basic enhanced task frame gen, ray reconstruction, super resolution, and then DLAA. DLAA is their anti-aliasing, okay? You don't even get it unless you have a 40 series. Okay? Okay? This is just upscaling. This isn't frame generation. This is upscaling 30 series. I thought you got frame generation on the 30 series. You do not. So you have to have a 40 series to do what they are saying to do. Am I wrong about this? It's wild, brother. That is wild.
Things tend to lead to a genuinely softer image. Now, of course, obviously with a PC like mine, I don't expect myself to have any issues with this game, but I don't expect it to be running perfectly either, okay? Monster Hunter Wilds is a absolutely brilliant game.
That's wild.
The unfortunate part about it is no matter where you play, the optimizations just aren't there. Even on a console, right? Even on my system, I'm able to get 60 frames per second on a PS5, but the game definitely looks blurry, and it definitely is missing a lot of those graphical features, like ray tracing, which honestly in this game, with or without ray tracing, I really don't care. I think genuinely speaking...
Can you see that this man has a Game Boy, an A's hat, a Game Boy, and a PlayStation controller over here? Yo, if y'all are in Canada, I'm just gonna make a generalization. Y'all motherfuckers go hard. That shit slaps.
If you want to get the 60 frame experience, it might literally be the console and one PC that you may have that you might literally want to knock the settings down to lower, if not medium, even with a high-end rig, just so you're hitting that actual frame rate, which is so important for an action-based game like Monster Hunter Wilds. And I feel like a
combat perfection game where timing matters.
A lot of this comes down to the RE engine, which obviously, if you don't know what the RE engine is, it's the engine this game runs off. It's Capcom's
My current AMD exposure is my Steam Deck. I'm just gonna say, Elden Ring might hit 40 frames a second. And I don't have frame gen that I like with the native approach to it, and I can't like mod in frame gen and play vanilla. I'm not opposed to seamless co-oping and getting that fucking tighter frame gen, so I might be able to like reliably, even with the extra latency, engage in there's some people on the Duelist Event Network that do Steam Deck stuff, and Steam Deck on DEN might actually get its own leaderboard, which is I'm so stoked for that.
Resident Evil engine. It first debuted with RE7, which great looking game, and it kind of shows you for a smaller scale game where there's not necessarily open worlds or crazy NPCs with full AI roaming around, it works relatively well. And obviously you start to see some issues when you move to the semi-open world of Resident Evil Village, and of course Dragon's Dogma 2, which released not just a year ago, which had serious issues on the PC. This should have been absolute red flags. Look, I could handle some unoptimizations for a side game, but I really do think that Capcom, with obviously having like this as their mainline actual entry, mainline franchise, probably
NVIDIA is
should have
not
put
here to
more
serve
effort
us.
into it. Probably should have put more.
They're here to
serious
make
thought
money for
into
the stockholder
engine,
by law. If
than
they
letting
don't,
it
they
release in
lose
the
their
state.
job.
Look, Monster Hunter Wilds, super
So
great game.
I'm not even
It's
mad
just
at them
obviously it's
for
really
limiting
hard
it. I
to
just wish they
recommend a
would
game like
give it
this
to
for
us.
$60 when there are some
AMD,
glaring
thank you for not
performance
being
issues.
weird.
And look, I bought it on console simply because I knew that I wanted the best out of a unoptimized experience. I've been having a fun time, and while I would have bought it on PC, given all of these performance issues, I don't think anybody should be buying the game for full price on a PC until Capcom seriously patches it or fixes up their engine issues so the game people buy actually runs. Nothing is more annoying than
when I'm logged in on Steam, everyone I know that has played Wilds with me, that has played Worlds with me, we've liked it. They actually have gone out of the way to write how this game shouldn't be played, because they played the beta and I was busy.
Than playing in a game as amazing as Monster Hunter Wilds and having your experience be ruined by things like performance on optimization.
I love Goku going Super Saiyan, just in general.
Something that should have been fixed a long time ago. Something that should have been fixed.
Honestly, speaking of Goku, you know what'll cheer us up really quickly, and it's a quick little tangent? It's a little reprieve from, like, molding at computers. Oh, you're about to see. My camera froze. It happens sometimes. I need to fix it. I have busted pins in the back. Hold on.
Why do I care? Wait.
This. Let me try to fix my busted ass camera. Can we get that fusion dance? Can I get just that lovely fusion dance? No, I don't have just the fusion dance. I have the fusion earrings. Y'all suck. I saw it. I saw the dance. I saw the dance. I see it. I see the dance. Oh, it's a minute of dance? I just want to see them touch tips of their fingers. It's very cute. Boosh! Thank you.
Game should have released.
I'll fix my camera now. Hold on.
Plenty of years to realize the issues.
I got busted pins in the back of it.
There's really no reason
I'm trying to keep it running.
It's just
when
a
it
shame
really
that
shouldn't
the
be.
game is actually quite top tier. This might actually be literally, I'm not joking here, my game of the year so far. And I know Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has come out. A lot of good games have come out. But this is genuinely an addicting mess. Like the moment I don't get some free time away from work or doing anything, I do genuinely love to play Monster Hunter Wilds, and there's no joke about that. It's actually a great game. It's just a shame that at least on PC, and to an extent even console, it's kind of an unoptimized mess. And hopefully that gets patched up as time goes on, and hopefully that gets fixed up. I know that every single release of this franchise isn't perfect, but this is quite possibly one of the most accessible beginner franchises for people who are just jumping into Monster Hunter. It's just for those new people on the block, I hope you guys realize that, you know, it gets rough in the beginning, but hopefully it gets better. Hopefully, if you grit your teeth through it, maybe Capcom will come in with some fixes. Hopefully they'll address this, because as of now, it's kind of a shame seeing it happen in the...
When Muda made this video, it was released 2 hours ago. The bad review account did go up by 2 times since this video was recorded. That's wild.
This way. But yeah, PC games, at least with PC gaming and optimizations, it's such a headache to see constantly AAA release after AAA release just consistently get worse and worse and worse. I really feel like the only release this year that has actually been good has probably been Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 on PC, where things just ran out of the box. I don't even think that game has any form of ray tracing, just upscaling, and it somehow looks prettier than most of the games that have released this year, and also runs better on most hardware. There's no reason why Monster Hunter Wilds should be having frame rate problems, issues up the ass, especially when it still doesn't look as good as most modern AAA games out there.
Y'all, I want you to do what you feel is best for you, but what I am going to do about this is I am going to let the lovely qualified goobers in the Steam community discussion and the lovely qualified goobers aggregating this at SteamDB bully them into fixing their product.
Very fun gameplay, poor performance. For
I want to
really
believe in
not a
them.
lot of visual
I
games
want to
that you're
believe they'll
expecting.
do it when they're
But
aware.
ultimately, if it was
And if they're
my review
motivated.
up here, get this game, but probably get it for a console and run it on performance mode, okay? Because you'll probably want to pull your hair out if you play this on PC or try experimenting with sessions around. And I'm sure that there's people watching who are like, I'm having a great experience on the PC, and for that, that's amazing. That's perfect. But this is not a standard situation for most of the gaming audience out there. And I feel like before we go further and further into having games look better and better and better and push technologies further and further, we need to at least acknowledge the optimization problems that aren't just in RE Engine, but are in plenty of other game engines right now. There's something seriously wrong when it comes to the optimizations regarding...
For a long time, we did have a monopoly on engines soaked up by a lot of vendors slinging their engines towards the rest. I'd like to see the continuance of things that motivate a diversification of engines for specific purposes. It's 2020 something. It's 2024/5. It's 2025. I would like to see a diversification of engines that people who make beautiful art have access to. And I would like to see companies have to be less anti-consumer. Oh, and more for their workers, because I do strongly believe that a lot of instances we do see lovely artists who write code and make the visual and audible assets for our outstanding games. Their shit just, like, their passion becomes a deliverable for a system that has been enabled by we the people to only provide for the stockholder. And I think that's a big underservice to the people who make outstanding art and our fellow consumers. So let's watch these bitches fucking grovel for fucking our attention again when they fix their shit.
PC stuff that needs to be addressed before we take the next step in making games look better, okay? And at least that's just my opinion. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it.
Link again.
I'm out.
Bye!
Also,
okay, what are we doing? The RTX 50 disaster. Gamers Nexus is after Zelensky leaving the White House, and then my favorite KSP creator ever, Matt Lown.
Welcome back.
Who does outstanding Kerbal products, like outstanding KSP2 stuff. Oh my gosh, why is your fucking most popular... Oh, KSP2 is dead, long live KSP1? Valid and based, we like to see it. We're going to see the one we have. I did not yet, because I was up till 11 a.m. today, and I finally woke up a little before stream with enough time to eat. I'm not gonna, like, by the time we get to Domo, tearing apart a Dark Souls 2 critic, Domo has been milking this man for, like, y'all say Pegasus milks Mr. Beast. Domo is milking Mauler, and I'm sorry, this is my favorite cruelty-free fucking milking, okay? It's hilarious. Return to Dreadlick? Why am I not playing DS2 more? Oh shit, is it starting now? When did this start? I forgot. I wasn't paying attention. I don't pay attention. Yeah, I'll be back on. I'm doing fucking... Ooh, I wonder what level people are playing at for invasions right now. Ooh. Anyways, we'll be here soon. And this video is one with... I know some of y'all have mentioned that you didn't like when they used the little AI voice thing, and I was gleeful to run there to support them. Because they, you know, regardless of how you feel, they felt embarrassed about their voice at times or insecure. And I think there is a lovely goober who, you know, has cool fucking takes. But, you know, that's just me. I'm not them. I'm not in their body. They have to live with themselves.
In Washington, officials are still reeling from what that explosive Oval Office meeting between Ukrainian President...
Was it explosive, though?
President Zelensky and President Donald Trump. An agreement that would have given the U.S. access to Ukraine's mineral resources remains unsigned. ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang...
That seems fine, right? They get their resources? Let's go.
Has the latest reaction.
I mean, bro, like, keep your own resources. What the fuck? Okay, fine enough.
A warm reception in London for Ukrainian President Zelensky.
You're very, very welcome
cute.
here in Downing Street.
Why is it that every time world leaders talk, they have to put, like, a flag behind them? Like, first off, I love these lamps, though. Is this some fucking... 1080 is minimum we have. Okay, these motherfuckers at the news agency, Iowa News, do better. You're fine. I hope you have a lovely time. Local 5 in Iowa, thank you for what you do and all. But, like, can you please get higher resolution? Because this lamp looks pretty. And it's not a lamp stack. It's just a pretty lamp. Can I, like... Oh, the flag, it helps you? Oh, that's fine. I want the lamps, actually. Like, I understand we're here for current events, but I really like these lamps. This photo looks like a portrait of someone, and I think I see feet, and that disturbs me. Let's get through this fast. No feet stream, let's go.
Zelensky in the UK ahead of a summit hosted by British Prime Minister Keir Starmer with other European leaders.
Prime Minister, happy to be here, and I want to thank you, people of the United Kingdom, such big support from the very beginning of this war.
The visit following a contentious trip to Washington on Friday cut short after Zelensky's meeting with President Trump.
I would make my house match this. Honestly, the lamps would match this room too. That's wild. No, hold on, 54 seconds. Hold on, that's pretty. Hold on. These lamps would actually match this room as well. That is wild.
With us, you start having
that is bananas.
Right now, you don't have your playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions
I have
of people.
no porcelain.
You're gambling with
I
World
wish
War
I did.
III.
Zelensky was at the White House to sign an agreement giving the U.S. access to Ukraine's mineral resources. He expressed hesitation about a ceasefire deal with Russia that does not include security guarantees, pointing to Vladimir Putin for breaking past peace deals.
He
Stand
broke
on your
the
shit.
ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange.
Okay, these chairs would go well with those lamps. We'll never be content with the loss of life of any people. The entirety of this ordeal, I have consistently been moldy that there have been repercussions on the like fellow civilian populace, hey homies, who just sit at home and try to live life, to where even UMG will block us from playing for Russia and Belarus if I leave the audio or the Pip-Boy playing radio on in. And I'm just like, please leave my fellow people be. I love my fellow humans. Let them fucking have some peace. Let us talk and hang out. Like, we have lovely folks from Russia in the community. And so I've just gone to not playing audio music in that, like music in that game, period. So UMG can't fuck us.
Exchange of prisoners. But he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about?
After the blow-up, sources say President Trump demanded Zelensky leave.
Welcome back.
The minerals deal left on the table,
Gaudy
unsigned.
car.
Before leaving for Florida, I asked the president who he trusts.
Do you trust Putin or Zelensky more?
I'm sorry. The clashing of the red and the blue in the... I see what he might be going for is red, white, blue, and I have some respect for the attempts to like tie it all together. But let's be real here. I do not like the shade of red of the hat clashing with the shade of red, possibly from the texture of a silk tie. I think it's the mix of cotton and silk, or cotton or polyester, and then silk, because this hits light differently, it diffuses light differently. And with this particular suit, I do not like that the tie kind of works, but the hat clashes with the tie. Like, we need light to diffuse similarly in the hat as it does in the tie for it to tie together. It's kind of getting there, but honestly, I feel like if we had less material, like a really cute bow tie, I feel like a really cute bow tie would actually sell this same fit and the hat could stay. A cute bow tie would win. You can tie this into a bow tie. You can do a lot with fabric. I've had to tie a lot of dudes' ties. I can do some shit magical.
Before leaving for Florida, I asked the president who he trusts.
Do you trust Putin or Zelensky more?
Look, I don't trust.
Please say you don't trust anybody. Please have the me take. Please have my take that you don't trust people, period. Please.
Trust or distrust anybody. I just want to get a deal done. And if
Thank you for not fucking that up.
But you can't embolden somebody that does not have the cards.
Selena Wang, ABC News, Washington.
At least 0.5% of NVIDIA's 5070 Ti, 5090D, and 50...
Here.
5090 GPUs are missing some of their ROPs, resulting in at least a 4% performance impact.
Honestly, like, let's be a little fucking silly here. The tie would make a cute belt for me. We'd make a really cute belt.
Which is a huge amount, considering that's the number that NVIDIA admitted to. But we have a fix for this problem, and we'd like to publicly propose it to NVIDIA. NVIDIA, the fix is stop telling people.
Info says AMD don't fuck this up. Honestly, I want them both to thrive, but NVIDIA has shown that they are like more corporately captured for the stockholder. And I genuinely feel that that is a failing of us as the voting populace that has let it get to this point. Because they don't have any recourse to stop that until we, the voting populace, enable them to stop that. Because we are the ones that let it get here.
People how many ROPs there are.
I know, man.
Actually, just stop telling them much of anything. And the drivers, disable all the features that report back what's detected in the hardware. It's a mystery box of a GPU. It's time to start acting like the monopoly that you are and really take advantage of it. You've earned this monopolistic behavior. Now it's time to just drive it home. It's like the hotspot sensors where you set it to not work anymore because that would be useful. Now is a good time to just also disable reading anything else that could be wrong. No hyperbole here. This is officially the worst GPU launch that I have personally ever covered. Now, it was tied for a little bit with two other launches. One was AMD, one was...
If you're watching the VOD, you've got timestamps of what we're watching right now. I'm going to go update that so it's in the description if anyone does want it, but there's a link as well. Lovely, outstanding people in chat. May you have a lovely one and be well.
Also NVIDIA. The RTX 20 series, for example, the best thing it had going for it in terms of worst launches of all time, really, was the artifacting memory. The Space Invaders, it resulted in one of the best t-shirt designs we ever made. They had artifacting memory plus no namesake RT features for the RT graphics cards for like 50 days. In games, in actual games, not just the Star Wars tech demo that NVIDIA made that you can look at with the shiny elevators. The 20 series also had abysmal pricing.
I forgot on-screen chat this whole time. Now y'all can see each other between platforms. Yay! Let's fucking go.
It was some of the worst we'd ever seen until now. It was contending with leftover supply of the 1080 Ti, which was a better purchase at launch.
I'm sorry.
Hell, we were even reminded of AMD's past launches, including Vega, with its multiple packaging technology failures, resulting in unlevel heatsink mounting in combination with its terrible initial drivers. I mean, there was a time when we installed AMD drivers for a...
What? Bro. You would never find me on TikTok outside of where you know where we are on TikTok. You know where we are on TikTok, Goober. Ooh, I need to fucking, oh my gosh, I need to grab the fucking, we accidentally got out of bounds in the Grand Archives in DS3, and I need to upload that because I forgot. That needs to go on TikTok. Okay. If we're talking about adult with ADHD stuff, I forgot my Adderall today because I was asleep all day because I was up till 11 in the morning, and then I kind of...
Laundry, 10 minutes. Washing, 40 minutes. Drying, 60 minutes. Putting away,
10 fucking years. Fuck that shit. All right, so I actually, I sorted some of my stuff that is in the hampers on the floor, and now I have a lot of no folding ass bins on the floor, and I have 3 baskets. They're all full of clean clothes, and I live out of them right now because I'm not willing to touch the rest of my closet or make another pair of undies that I have to wash. So, 3 baskets method. You mean all 3 on the floor until I see it's just 2 left and then I know I need to wash clothes again? Yeah. Are you up? Doing it live.
It was the press drivers, and they were like 640 by 480, and then the screen turns green and then red, and then it flickered a lot, and this is worse than all of these things. The newest in a line of NVIDIA's...
Honestly, I don't... Okay, so I only hang up shirts, right? I loosely fold my pants. I don't even fold leggings anymore. I don't care. My regular plain ass black socks And the bucket Hello Kitty socks are just loosely tossed into a bin unceremoniously. Any fuzzy socks or long fuzzy socks, those get rolled and put into a little like cloth bin that has little like subsections in it, and I just shove it away. The only thing I bother hanging up are dresses and shirts. Oh, hoodies. Honestly, every jacket I have is currently in its own bin right now. For reasons unbeknownst to us as people. And I was gonna do those like 2 days ago. Vest, did you remember me saying I was gonna do this like a day ago? Yeah, dryer, bin. I don't even use towels. The towels are washed in case I make sure my house is ready to accept a friend if ever I have to at the drop of a hat and make sure they're safe and sound. Even though I don't use towels, there still are towels. Like, there's an extra toothbrush, there's a razor, there's like shit that they can use if they hit the ground running, it's a little less rough. You know? I was raised right, what can I say?
Multi-failure generation includes NVIDIA flying way too close to the sun with 12-volt 2x6. It's paper launch, it's fake prices, and it's intentionally misleading charts about performance capabilities of the includes NVIDIA flying way too close to the sun with 12-volt 2x6. It's
$2,499. I was looking at a truck, because like I was looking at an old grandpa truck, because I can't drive presently, but I figure if I were to try to push real hard to be able to, that I would only be doing it like in like country roads and shit and really not going very far. I saw a nice cute grandpa truck for $700. That is $1,000 less. I could have 2 of those and still spend $1,000 less than this. I could have 2 grandpa trucks, still have $1,000 extra dollars.
It's paper launch, it's fake prices, and it's intentionally misleading charts about performance capabilities of the 50 series. And now there's another one, which is a total misrepresentation of the spec itself. Tech Power Up uncovered that some RTX 5090 GPUs were missing 8 ROPs, or Raster Operations Pipelines, sometimes known as Render Output Units. The end result was that a 5090 would show 168 ROPs instead of 176. On the 5070 Ti, the difference would be going to 88 ROPs from 96 ROPs, a huge swing. From 88 to 96, that's an increase of 9%. This may have greater than the prescribed 4% impact on performance, but we won't know until one of our viewers is able to find an affected unit and sell it to us. ROPs can have an impact on performance, especially as it relates to pixel processing, so differences in performance can emerge based on resolution and anti-aliasing settings in particular. We're not sure yet how much impact there will be, other than what NVIDIA has stated. TPU suggests, though, that some of their testing shows equivalence, while one test they had showed a 5% swing. And just as a quick aside, here, this is why we need some of these cards, because we want to test them. So if you have a 5070 Ti where GPU-Z reports 88 ROPs, it'll be on the main page, or a 5090 where it reports 168 ROPs, then email tips.ti.
I don't have sidewalks. Like, I have farmers, I don't have sidewalks, and I have people that fucking whip it a little bit too fast in unpaved roads with shit for lighting. I'm just saying, I will need headlights and to be a parent and likely want some protection around me. There are like random deer that will beat the shit out of me on sight. And occasionally the cows get out. And I love the cows. They're really sweet. They're fucking adorable. But they have generational trauma, bad eyesight, and they will murder anybody on sight. I'm not fucking with that, bro. I will stay like... The horses, they treat me like a puppy because I don't try to buck back for authority with them. The cows, generational trauma. I got 2 eyes in the front of my head and fucking little canine teeth. I don't want to run that shit. I will stay the fuck away out of line of sight, and I will just... Nope. I will have a metal shield around me. Nope. I will wait for a grandpa truck. So I am like protected in case the cows get out. They're real sweet. Just don't get in their fucking way. Their poop is worth so much money though. Like their poop makes people rich. Not even kidding. Y'all want to fucking get on this real like fuck Bitcoin, fuck all that shit. Feed cows, love them, let them shit, sell the shit in inundated soil, make bank. I'm not telling you how to invest your shit. I'm just shitting on cryptocurrency because it still displaces more atmospheric gas than letting cows shit all day. No, I don't steal the poop. I can go to the farmer and just ask for free fucking poop soil. He won't even charge me for it. They don't even. They just get to live their fucking happy old lives. They don't even fucking go through that shit. They're just cute little fucking... Their shit is worth so much. They die of old age. Their shit's worth gold. It's like legit. Their shit is worth so much, though. It is actually wild. That is actually bananas. I don't pay for the fucking poop, though. Like, legit. It's free for me. I get free carrots. Free pickled carrots. Free cow poop soil. I'm lucky. I'm fortunate.
IPS at gamersaccess.net. We're putting a bounty on one RTX 5090 with missing ROPs and one RTX 5070 Ti with missing ROPs.
Vess, I would not steal, first off. Secondly, I would not steal from the farmers. They barely break even. Currently, with how a shit goes, they have to take out big-ass loans, they go into the red, and at the end of the fucking year, they're lucky to break even. I would never fuck with them. I want more protections for them. I want them to get more money. I want them to be cashed out. I want them to be good and happy. Because goddamn, they do some shit. Right?
Pay an extra $500 on top of whatever you paid on your receipt. You can check by installing GPU-Z, installing the drivers, that step is important, and running GPU-Z to check the main tab for ROPS count. We'll pay full retail and shipping so we can dig deeper into the performance impact. But back to it, NVIDIA has released a statement. Apparently this met the threshold for a rapid response. Maybe it was the fact that the news landed on a Friday. It perfectly lined up to bury the reply. But its other issues have gone unanswered, so let's get into it. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and their new Duronaut Thermal Paste. Thermal
Big
Grizzly
money,
claims its Duronaut paste is intended for long-term stability and
Thermal
endurance,
Grizzly, not
focusing on
Neon
paste
Grizzly.
longevity
Never mind.
In addition to the usual performance focus.
Big money,
Salvia,
Salvia,
ships in numerous tube sizes, aiming
big
to
money,
provide a high-end
Salvia,
paste for PC builds and daily driven overclocks by enthusiasts. Learn more
big
at the link
money,
in the description below. So NVIDIA's response,
Salvia, there's a link.
Said, quote, we have identified, we have identified, okay, yes.
Oh, shut up.
AKA tech power up, but all right. We have identified a rare issue affecting less than 0.5%, 0.5% of GeForce 5090, 5090D, and 5070 Ti GPUs, which have one fewer ROP than specified. The average graphical performance impact is 4%, with no impact on AI and compute workloads. Affected consumers can contact...
Yeah, they're trying to market to people who want AI compute workloads to function, and since I like watching speculative bullshit, because remember when like Walt Disney was buying so a lot of land in Florida was purchased up by by companies very early on in the purchase. And they thought it was worthless. So they sold it to another generation of people who thought that they could get bank out of it speculatively off of reports of oil. These would be, bolstered up and put into like media there, but they would use their social media platform of the day to talk about it and get people to want to pay more. This was found out to be bullshit and worthless. So they still wanted to make even. But that didn't work out. So Walt Disney wanted to buy land. And you'd think a big company would be willing to, pay nicely. No, made shell companies, sent undescript people in shell companies to lie and say it was for a family to lower the price, to consistently knock down the price. Speculative bullshit is fun to laugh at, inclusive of the current day stock market. I'm very interested in how stuff around this particular statement impacts the heavily based on speculation. Mm, 5 years. I want to laugh more, right? 2020 was $8 a share. It became 20 in 2021, went down to 15 in 2022. And as you'll know, right? We start seeing some innovation, people having fun with their 2022. There we go. Okay, cool. We'll see some, fluctuations in 2022. Remember, they went through that issue where people had issues with the 2040 series too. And then it climbs. 2023, AI speculation gets big. They start, and they do press releases too. This is 2025. NVIDIA news press releases. That's how we'll get to it. NVIDIA news press release. Can I get here from here? Nope. I wish. All news. 2023. They start posting more and more about their AI initiatives and how they want to be the leading source of AI workloads throughout the years, right? Here. Oops. They start talking about it more, 2024's, you got like 30 pages. 2023 got 32 pages. 2020. 25-ish. They try to build it. They try to talk about this, they try to, they whinge about supercomputing. They talk about how it's the way of the future, how they're partnering with other companies. We start to see the impacts of it go on. Little did we hear, the important part is that as this goes up, so here. To maintain early adopters and late adopters of Bitcoin's investment, not just Bitcoin, a lot of cryptocurrencies, the computational workload goes up over time. We make slight improvements in power per watt efficacy and cooling. So when we, as a people, want to save power, save displacing atmospheric gases, and make fewer kids work in mines, to upkeep the crypto costs, we keep having to do some really fucked up bullshit. People who bought in like the 2015s, 2010s, even 2000s, $142 nowadays. So what I'm expecting is when people learn that this is all like, really not that most efficacious and it's based on speculation, I want to laugh when it fucks up.
The board manufacturer for a replacement. The production anomaly has been corrected, end quote. Now, NVIDIA stating one missing ROP was a little odd.
They're trying really hard to maintain their capture on the AI workload people.
And compute workloads. Affected consumers can contact the board manufacturer for a replacement. The production anomaly has been corrected, end quote. Now, NVIDIA stating one missing ROP was a little odd, but TPU also thought so. Tech Power Up wrote this, quote, while NVIDIA talks about one ROP unit, this really means 8 ROPs in our context. Many years ago, marketing decided that higher numbers equal better, so they started to report the number of pixels that can be processed per unit instead of the actual unit count. So in this case, one hardware unit is disabled, which means 8 pixels per clock less can be processed, resulting in a loss of 8 ROPs, end quote. Now, a 4% swing is gigantic. First of all, 4% is enough to completely eradicate the gap that is between the 5070 Ti and the 4070 Ti Super in some instances, which is insane. It basically invalidates the reason you'd buy a 5070 Ti if it is even that little. The 5070 Ti, by percentage, is losing more of its ROPS than a 5090. So if the 5090 loss was 4% swing by NVIDIA's numbers here, the 5070 Ti might see more of a loss. Regardless, this performance swing is completely unacceptable. There's not that much performance gained over the last generation to begin with. And we'd also be shocked if NVIDIA didn't know about this ahead of launch. Secondarily, getting support from board manufacturers right now, which is what NVIDIA is suggesting, will be hit and miss on supply in terms of how fast you can get a replacement. There's going to be a lot of just sort of natural pressure where some people are like, I was scalped for this card, or I got really lucky when I sniped this card when it was restocked. I don't want to send it off into oblivion and wait an unknown amount of time to get a response, get one back. And so there's that natural impetus to just hold on to the card, even though it is deficient, which is really unfortunate. Either way, it depends how many that the manufacturers have retained for ARM8 purposes, and if those are also not defective. And once again, we'd be happy to buy one of each from our audience if you have one. But let's look at how this might have happened. This is
I mean, honestly, their audience selling it to them, and then them just like going back to the 40 series right now, seems like a fucking W.
Block diagram of the GB202 GPU, the GPU used in the RTX 5090. The GB202 full chip contains 12 GPCs, or graphics processing clusters. These containers each possess 8 TPCs, or texture processing clusters. Within each TPC are 2 SMs, streaming multiprocessors, but this is the full chip with all 96 TPCs in total. The full chip can have a maximum of 24,576 CUDA cores. But the 5090 has 21,760. That means that the 5090 has 85 TPCs to the 96 total. Or in other words, NVIDIA is disabling 11 TPCs. This isn't abnormal, and there's nothing sketchy about this. This is actually just how the process normally works, where what's going on here is NVIDIA has some room for yields. They have room for a few defects within the silicon where they can toggle off components to still keep the silicon sellable as a lower bin 5090 from the full fat GB202 die. So that leaves some room for failures without one defect in the chip totally ruining the whole thing. In this situation, NVIDIA has room for up to 11 TPCs to be botched. It is intentionally disabling those, whether they're good or bad, to make a 5090. They could be flawless. Now, most likely they'd set that aside and maybe use it for a 5090 Ti or something. But in many cases, what happens is if a chip has enough of the physical hardware within it functioning that it clears the barrier to become whatever the card is, a 5090 in this instance, they might fuse off some of the other functioning parts to then create the 5090. It's supposed to go down from fully functioning or more than necessary function to the actual spec. Not what we're seeing here, which is going from the spec to something undefined and worse. But here's where we think it went wrong. This is a zoomed in look at a GPC. Notice that at the very bottom, there's a block of dark blue bars split into 8 partitions. Number 8 matches the number of ROPs that TPU reported as missing, so this is an important number. Notice that these 8 ROPs are aligned with 4 of the TPCs above them. There are 2 groups of 8 in one GPC, with each of the groups associated with a group of 4 TPCs. If NVIDIA's manufacturing had defects, or if it intentionally disabled too many adjacent TPCs, like shown in this logical diagram, then NVIDIA would lose access to the ROPs. Now, to be clear, the part that's coming up here is our best
thresholds in your manufacturing of your integrated components. But they are never transparent about this.
Understanding of the situation, and it involves a little bit of speculation because NVIDIA hasn't been fully
not to take it back to yesterday so much, but this is like forcefully pulling King Cobra JFS's teeth from, but like getting an answer out of them that is straight and to the point.
Transparent, which to some extent is fine, but they haven't fully disclosed and discussed exactly how the TPCs connect to the ROPs. And so we're speculating a little bit in this next part. Back to the full diagram. The full GB202 diagram would accommodate 192 ROPs on a perfectly made chip that resembles this. Across 24 groups of 4 adjacent TPCs, totaling a max of 96, NVIDIA could lose TPCs in theoretically any distribution across the die as long as it doesn't drop below 22 groups of sufficiently adjacent TPCs to bring with them their 8 associated ROPs. Now, the key phrase in that sentence is sufficiently adjacent, which is intentionally vague and ambiguous from us. That's the speculation part, because what we don't know is what the maximum count of adjacent TPCs is that NVIDIA can lose before it then loses access to all 8 of the associated ROPs. So in other words,
AMD keep being a fucking Chad.
4 TPCs in a group and keep all 8 ROPs, or does it need 2 of 4, or does the adjacency of the groups of the TPCs where they're toggled, does that matter? That's what we don't know here. Even if NVIDIA toggles one entire GPC, as TPU showed in its review diagram here, it'd still have to pull another 3 TPCs from elsewhere. For instance, and based on this logical diagram, if NVIDIA loses 3 adjacent TPCs from one group versus 3 TPCs with one gap between them in a group, we're not sure how that affects which ROPs remain active. What we are fairly certain about is that losing all 4 adjacent TPCs would also eliminate their 8 associated ROPs. But it's our understanding that NVIDIA can also lose access to these ROPs if too many clustered TPCs are lost, even below what we think is the clear threshold of 4. That's how we understand it. We're not 100% sure on some of the factors here. With 176 ROPs in the official spec, NVIDIA can lose 11 TPCs distributed across the entire die without losing those extra ROPs. It's just the adjacency. And so as far as we can find, and read through the white paper and looked at some of the reports online, but the white paper was the big one. NVIDIA does not appear, at least as of writing this, to define how its ROPs are made accessible and through which pathways they connect to the rest of the chip. So
reverse engineering time, let's go.
The requirement from the TPCs associated with them in terms of how many are enabled, or if they can have like one and then a gap and then the remainder or something. Either way, though, we think that NVIDIA may have had some devices manufactured in a way that lose these
I love the on-the-desk isopropyl
ROPs based on this. And we know they have manufactured some incorrectly because they've admitted it. We think this is what it's related to. Now, frankly, we find it completely unbelievable that NVIDIA would ship these units unknowingly, because if NVIDIA actually did accidentally ship these, that is a level of incompetence that's honestly frightening and kind of shakes the foundation of the entire premise of why you buy NVIDIA. The whole point of buy NVIDIA is the same reason you bought Intel in the mid-2010s. So Intel was sort of the put-together professional of, you know you're going to get something that works in the mid-2010s. And AMD was like, I don't know, sniffing glue or something. Not really sure what AMD was doing back then.
They were doing Galaxy Gas before it was cool.
They've turned it around. It's good now for the CPU side. But NVIDIA is in that position. Intel was in the scenario where it's like, you buy NVIDIA because you're pretty sure it's just going to work. That's the thing the guy on the stage in the leather jacket said. He said it just works. And I don't know if he said it before Todd Howard or not, but that's something that Jensen Huang said. It's the whole premise of NVIDIA and paying more for it. And that foundation is starting to show cracks. This has been a disastrous launch for NVIDIA, and this is a level of incompetence. If they shipped these without knowing that there was this defect, that is terrifying, because every single chip is tested off the line. We know this for fact. At the fab level, they test them electrically for the presence of all the physical hardware. They know precisely what is getting shipped. And at the board partner level, when they integrate the hardware, we, GN, we have been to factories where they assemble video cards off the SMT line. Every single video card factory I've ever been to has 100% of video cards function tested. Not only are 100% function tested, they function test them with at least 2 software suites. One is often their own proprietary thing, another is provided by NVIDIA. And we've never been allowed to show it, but I have seen it. And I know that it function tests for the presence of specific hardware units. And I find it completely impossible to believe that somebody didn't know about this and that this was a mistake. So that leaves the other option.
I mean, they also could have, and I'm not trying to defend them here, they could have done the gaming industry thing where they did that meta gaming thing where they hired a marketing dude to come and do tech bro shit, and they didn't know what the fuck they were into. They could have done some weird shit like that, but that would be incompetence of the person who put them into power.
option, which is malice. So NVIDIA's got two options here. They've got incredible, unprecedented incompetence from NVIDIA to not know this, or they have the malicious decision to ship it anyway and hope no one notices or deal with it later. So that's what I think. And if it's the incompetence option, fine. You can be incompetent if you want. There's nothing illegal about being incompetent. It might have consequences legally, but it's not illegal to be an idiot. And if that's the route that NVIDIA is going, then that again sort of calls into question why you buy NVIDIA to begin with. Because that's what you're paying for. It's the competence. They are put together. Their drivers haven't really been
through this past century. It got us through World War.
Karntz. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they could just stop advertising. I think we'd care less.
Monday morning after the fire, Gene Kranz speaks to the team.
Spaceflight's terribly unforgiving of carelessness, incapacity, or neglect. I don't know what the Thompson Committee will find as the cause of this accident, but I know what I find. We were the cause. The simulators weren't ready. Our software and mission control didn't function. Procedures weren't complete. Nothing we did had any shelf life. And no one stood up and said, "Damn it, stop." Now, from this day forward, mission control will be known by two words: tough and competent. Tough meaning we will never again shirk from our responsibility because we're forever accountable for what we do or what we fail to do. Competent, we'll never again take anything for granted. We'll never stop learning. When you leave here today, you will write these two words, tough and competent, on your blackboard, and they will never be erased.
They're on my
notebook. They will
notebook.
serve as a constant reminder to the sacrifice of Grissom, White, and Chaffee. That's all.
That's how you take accountability for fucking something.
Been questioned for like a decade, whereas Intel and AMD have both gone through really heavy scrutiny for drivers. And all of that comes down to the same thing. So it kind of comes down to, if such competence questions in QC are now involved at the chip level, it makes us question how much they tried to QC things like 575 watts down a 12-volt high-power cable.
That man, Ada Lovelace, are two of the folks that just cornerstones of my growth as a person who likes engineering. I adore them. They will never know me. They will never know a thing I say. But they have put to work a lot for people who are the giants whose shoulders I stand upon. I love them for that alone. I love all of us as people. I want to see us all thrive. I love them for the way they chose to apply their time here.
Cable.
They're pretty.
It calls the entire premise of the card into question
for
the 0.5% of fuck-ups. To ship 0.5% of its inventory with missing hardware that only the most advanced users would even notice is either a regrettable insight into NVIDIA's actual competence, or they thought they'd get away with it. That's what we think here. We're not sure which it is, but we don't see many other options. At the end of the day, this is completely unacceptable for a $2,000 video card or a basically $900 video card in the 5070 Ti. It's just like, this is insane. This is a completely absurd launch. And any one of these things, it's easy to look at it and be like, okay, I guess I get over that. So like, if this were the only problem in the whole launch, the tone would be totally different here, at least the way I'm presenting it, because it's just sort of that.
I mean, even if they continue to boast about their performance and relative to other shit, even if they can't back down from this as a practical approach that they deem necessary, they can take accountability, like the lovely Eugene Krantz just articulated. That is a mission director for NASA. Lives were lost. That was compunction and couth. This is a company that is consistently willing to excuse itself behind press releases instead of taking accountability and discussing how we as a people grow. So collectively learning how when one of us stumbles and falls, how we all get back up stronger. Instead of doing that, they do what they do. That's what I don't like. Anti-consumer bullshit too.
It's the multiplication of fuck-ups here, where they've got the decision to continue using 12-volt high power.
Also, I get called frail. The last thing you should want is me to justifiably call you weak. Don't cheat. Don't shirk accountability. Don't lie about petty shit. If you're lying to protect somebody's life, easy pass. Don't shirk accountability.
Or even though the GPU is pushing way closer to the safety margin than even the 4090 did, which everybody questioned. I mean, we were questioning this like a year ago or something, and then more recently, and so was Der Bauer and basically anyone else. But there's that decision. There's the ROPS thing. You know, there's bugs in the drivers that we found when we were doing the MFG testing, where you could get the frames to render out of step. They would render in the incorrect order and create that micro stutter. It's really nasty. It's a really specific bug and situation, but the point is it exists. And any one of these things, it's much easier to be like, okay, I mean, you get a couple screw-ups, but this is insane. And it's inexcusable for a company that markets itself the way that NVIDIA does. NVIDIA is destroying its brand credibility. The foundation, again, is showing those cracks. But coming back to that 4% comment from NVIDIA in its statement, this is obscene to read with such a...
I want to laugh because they have been writing on this, and I want to giggle at them. They aren't even losing a lot. It's not like penalizing them, which would be way more efficacious. Like, they need to be penalized for their actions as a company who's been staunchly anti-consumer and just sucked it up for the stockholder. Fuck this dude.
Cavalier and unapologetic tone to it.
And they can do it by having to be mandated to not let go of their entry and lower tier workers. Their executives should be the ones to accept accountability, as Eugene did. It shouldn't be on the heads of our fellow working class goobers at the bare fucking minimum, because every time that they shed something, it's well joked about that tech companies have massive layoffs in Q3, Q4, Q1, sometimes Q2, and their execs take $1 million bonuses in some cases. Some don't, some do. It's case by fucking case because people are individuals. Yet some choose to, at the cost of our fellow working class goobers having food for their children and stable housing, being able to stay in the same school district.
Considering you can pay $3,000 to $300 for an Asus Astral SKU of a 5090, that would be hard-pressed to find a 4% improvement over a normal $2,000 5090. That's the entirety of the benefit of the extra $1,300. That's insane. 4% is a huge amount. I mean, this is from our live stream where we power modded a card and we overclocked it for hours, and at the end of the day, we got like 6 to 7% uplift. That with that effort, by pushing it 80, 90 watts over what it's supposed to be. And NVIDIA's over here talking about how it's a 4% change, as if that's supposed to be small. I mean, there's like, the tone was just so, they just shrugged it off. Up until yesterday, the RTX 5080 should have been immune to this. NVIDIA's statement omitted the card, and on a technical level, it makes sense that it'd be immune. The RTX 5080 has 10,752 CUDA cores and runs on the GB203 processor. GB203 per NVIDIA and on TPU has a maximum configuration size of 10,752 CUDA cores. Its maximum ROPS configuration is 112, which also matches the 5080. The 5080 appears to be a perfect cut of the GB203 die, and so any missing ROPS would be accompanied by other missing components in theory, which would theoretically force a down bin as a salvage SKU to something else. But that doesn't...
I like that 45-degree cut for power. It's kind of cute. Yo, we're losing the 90-degree fucking cuts for power? Alright, that's fucking legit. That's actually pretty fucking sick. You know what? I stand on my shit. But 45-degree lanes in terms of reflection for fucking especially very small and discrete engineering applications have always been a faux pas. Thank you, microwave engineers, for fucking that up for every fucking discipline. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Not everything is a microwave application. Y'all don't need to. Y'all make shit for the Navy and shit for home consumers. Y'all don't need to fucking get your, oh no, 45-degree turns into every fucking thing, you fucking goobers. God damn. But we finally get it. That's legit. I like that. It's pretty cute. Microwave engineers, I have no hate towards you. I just think that y'all are some fucking goobers some days. Okay? Astrophysics for the win.
Appear to be the case anymore. A viewer emailed us an instance of a 5080 with missing ROPS and validated it with GPU-Z and 3D Mark. That same
Sorry to bring you into like... Sorry to force engineering drama on y'all.
A validated GPU-Z result to the TPU database, so you may have seen that story just pop up online. We're in the process of obtaining one, but this really throws a wrench into all of the theories and ideas because this shouldn't be able to happen. Maybe it was actually a manufacturing process defect, but we maintain that they would know about this. But that brings us back to the problem with all of this, which is that
hold on. 1, 2, 3 DisplayPort, 1 HDMI. DisplayPort does better color, so HDR. And 1 little HDMI. I like that, as opposed to like the mini HDMI distribution, etc. I like this. This is pretty tight. I like it. It's nice. That's okay. I like that.
Maintain that they would know about this. But that brings us back to the problem with all of this, which is that NVIDIA has now shattered the trust that you can have to open a box of an NVIDIA product and expect the GPU to contain the parts they advertise to you. You have to look at this with—
I'm sorry, when the fuck have you ever trusted that? Like, asking for a bitch I hate. When the fuck have you ever abandoned trust but verify as too loose of a requirement and just gone with, fuck it, this bitch said some shit, I'm gonna go check it myself. Holy shit. What the fuck?
With a slippery slope argument. Fallacy as it may be, it starts to become a question of what else do they do this with? Could they do it with memory? It did that with the GTX 970 previously, and that was intentional, but the GTX 970 3.5 gigabyte situation has been long enough in the past that it's been wiped from memory. Did you see what I... So we're now at a stage where it's from memory.
Foreshadowing.
Did you see what I... So we're now at a stage where, with all of the other issues, it's not just this one thing getting blown out of proportion, which is, I think, probably what NVIDIA would feel like. With the collective of the problems, you simply can't trust that the thing you're taking out of the box has what it says it has and does what it says it does. And that's a big problem for NVIDIA. That is, to use the words that PR can quote and send up the chain, the foundation of NVIDIA's brand credibility, that starts to crumble. It has fought very hard to earn that brand credibility, and it's that position Intel was in. And if NVIDIA doesn't fix this, like now, immediately, then this could be the change of the tide that we saw with Intel and AMD in the mid-2010s. The difference is that thus far, AMD's GPU division has given us little reason to think that they can capitalize on these scenarios. AMD has managed to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory at every possible corner over the last several years. So they really need to turn their stuff around too here, because this is the moment for AMD and Intel. And if they don't capture it and they let it slip, then I mean, they're just going to completely miss out on this opportunity. And
I mean, don't forget, it's also a moment for Apple because they've been doing okay with architecture and memory bullshit for a hot minute now. And they might want to diversify their shit too. So if I were AMD and Intel, I'd be more concerned about Apple starting to make components for shit that I thought I had cornered and on lock. Because remember, Apple diversifying their shit, we started seeing more people have accessibility to DIY their own Mobos and other components because of the push that Apple brought for production shops. I liked it. I thought that was great. Get more people in it and keep that shit moving. When?
And NVIDIA will go on and continue acting the way they do. So it's really, it's sort of the all three of them here are involved, but NVIDIA is the one that's really screwing up right now. And we're just not sure it's true anymore that you should pay top dollar for the put together company if it is no longer put together. AMD and Intel have the opportunity of a lifetime to try and capitalize on this colossal series of fuck-ups from NVIDIA, where they have, NVIDIA has historically bad consumer segment sentiment right now. So that'd be people in the enthusiast, the gaming audience, which built NVIDIA, even though it's off chasing AI now, there's a big market in gaming, and losing that would matter. But maybe they don't care about that, and if that's the case,
they don't have to.
Fine. But AMD and Intel...
Oh no, they can give us the leftovers from their AI work. And most people will consider that, oh, it's a new NVIDIA thing. Must be a new NVIDIA thing. AMD and Intel could go for market capture, yes. But I just want to see them not get fucking stock bro-brained. I want to see them pull it through for the consumer, pull it through for the engineer. I want to see them protect their engineers. I want to see them protect their consumers. I want to see them not do the classical NVIDIA of constant fucking up of the people that pay your bills. Like, it's because of the consumer, and they're likely, oftentimes, underprotected support staff that they keep the goddamn lights on. And those are the last people to see benefit from them.
Have an opportunity here. The ball is in their court to capitalize on this.
It's gross.
And really the only way AMD can screw up right now is probably pricing, unless it's just launches the worst regression of architectural and driver features in a long time. So pricing's the only place AMD can truly fuck it up big time.
Yeah.
And then Intel, it seems like they just need to make more GPUs in the mid-range where they exist, and they really need to put out something that's a little higher end, like a B770 or something, if they want to capitalize on this. Because otherwise, this opportunity, it's not going to... NVIDIA is a very aggressive company, and I'll give them credit for this, which is that it does seem like when NVIDIA gets beaten down...
Yeah, give them a year and a half, they might resolve these issues. It's that I would never, and like, I'm not telling you what to do, but I and the people I love, we joke about never being a fucking early adopter to any NVIDIA product. Give it a year or two to shake out the issues. Give them a year or two to get their production workflow to not suck. Give them a year or two to accrue surplus for reliability and to toss out their shit. And to not to try to sail shit out the door to quickly placate people. Give them time. But that first whole year of a new NVIDIA release, you will never see me close to their bullshit at all. I won't even be waiting. Because like, what? 40 series, house fires. 50 series, house fires. 30 series, house fires. 20 series, house fires. 30 series, broken render pipelines. 40 series, broken render pipelines. 50 series, broken render pipelines. Did they even, like, Intel, speculative computing? They went so hard for speculative computing. What did it do? It resulted in massive data breaches in commercial infrastructure and computational reductions for the consumer who couldn't afford to just get more compute. bastards.
For a really terrible launch, like in the 20 series, they swing pretty hard when they come back. So they did this with the 3080. The 3080 was this like monstrous turning of the tide from the 2080 and the 2080 Ti launch. They brought the price down to 1080 Ti levels, like a $700 launch or something like that. And yes, the supply was not really available within about 2 weeks after launch. It was just gone forever. But they really turned it around on the launch of the 3080 versus the 2080 and 2080 Ti.
Oh shit.
Regardless of whatever may have happened after that with the COVID boom and all of that stuff for hardware. And so they get aggressive. NVIDIA will, to quote someone who used to work at NVIDIA, who once was describing CEO Jensen Huang's mentality to me, the phrasing to me was, Jensen turns into an aggressive attack dog. That is how his behavior was described to me for this type of situation. So if that's still true, and if NVIDIA still cares about this market, there's a chance they look at this and they really get aggressive about trying to turn it around rather than fighting from this position of hubris and fuck you, we're a monopoly, you'll buy it anyway. And well,
last time they did, they saw the consequence of fucking over the consumer. Not that I'm saying it should be realized or acknowledged by them. And I do think Homie's right. They could get, if you start expecting it, that they'll fix it, they'll get marred up in hubris and they won't move. Because there's no motivation to. But they've seen the consequences of their actions, how it impacted consumers historically, and how did they have to respond? They had that 1-2 years after release where they would revise the product, they would work on appropriate drivers, they would go for stability over performance. So it looks like they try to make bank on early release with bullshit performance attestations. Anyone that buys in early, and this is a me thought, right? Anyone who early buys an NVIDIA product, you are financing late adopters maybe not getting fucked over. It's like you just kickstarted fucking Star Citizen. Are they going to buy $1 million door and refuse to put out a completed product? Are they going to do a KSP2 and just get acquired and laid off? What the fuck's going to happen? Who the fuck knows? Like, don't put your hopes in speculatively waning. That's why I don't gamble or do stocks, right? I don't believe in people, organizations, or shit until it gives me reasonable fucking cause to do so. And NVIDIA has only indicated they will change when there is significant customer blowback, which comes from being critical, consistent, and not just buying into it now, expecting a better tomorrow.
But it really does come down to AMD and Intel because this opportunity
I made sure one of my old friends had my old 30 series. Love my friend dearly. I want them to be well and to thrive. That was moderately more stable.
Not last.
Then
and
bullshit.
Even if it does last, if they're not going to really get aggressive in fighting NVIDIA, there's going to be no change to status quo there either. And, we'll see what happens. But either way, on NVIDIA's side, this has been an unfortunate insight into how the company is behaving right now. And we simply cannot recommend the 50 series at this moment. We'll see how the 5070 goes. We're going to review that one too. Maybe it looks a little better. But right now, we're going to stick with the stance we had for the 5070 Ti, which is just wait. Let's just wait and see what happens. At least the prices will cool down as the scalping gets less interesting for scalpers. So that's
Which only happens if we as consumers stop speculatively hoping and treating it like gambling.
it for this one. Thanks for watching. And subscribe for more. You go to store.gamersaccess.net to support us directly, or patreon.com/gamersaccess to throw a few bucks our way every month and help fund our reporting and our testing. We'll see you all next time.
Welcome back to another episode of...
This is my absolute favorite KSP creator. We're going to play a game soon. Does anyone know if I want to play fucking... What do I want to play? Do I want to play like Dark Souls 3, Elden? Do I want to go into Fallout 4? I kind of want to Fallout 4 for a bit. There. I was like making sure our timestamps were updated. And I'm going to quickly go plop those in YouTube.
Space This Week, a weekly show where I cover all the updates regarding orbital launch news and SpaceX's Starship development.
What a legend.
But this time, this is a tricky one, but I can't put this off any longer. Elon Musk has been spewing.
Oh, we'll be getting kitten space agencies soon, because again, like a KSP2, the whole company that made KSP got bought out by someone that did massive layoffs. So we will not be seeing a current progression in KSP2 to my understanding. There might have been a sale to someone else, but we have no clue. Again, it's not gone very well. The memes are legit. This game is abandonware and a lawsuit for false advertising is in consideration. Dude, mine can't even load a game. Sad. I think it would have been a very good game. Was waiting for the next update and then I would buy it. It seems like kind of a dead game, sadly. Canceled it 2 years ago. I also early accessed it. This is why I'm now like staunchly on don't do that. I might still early access certain things, right? I will stream about it, I'll talk about it, and we'll go through it together. But this just took our money. It doesn't even launch for some people. The mods can't even, like, moderation, like, not moderation, but, like, the mod community can't even, like... I know that the studio has shut down, and there are no further updates planned. The developers have made no official announcements. The official website has disappeared. Additionally, even if we request a refund, we are unable to receive one due to Steam's refund policy, which denies refunds after 2 weeks or after the game has been played for more than 2 hours. We paid $50 for this game and have received no compensation. This is directly addressed in the Steam's Early Access Q&A. If you don't complete my game, sometimes things don't work out as you planned, but you may need to discontinue development for your early access games before you are ready for V1 release. If this happens, you can contact Valve to figure out the next steps. The 2 options are: if your early access game is playable and well received, but you are unable to develop to the point where you feel it warrants full version 1 release, then we can keep your game on the store, but otherwise remove it from early access. This will remove the early access tag and early access Q&A displayed on your game store page, but not start the launch visibility. But not start the launch visibility that comes with it defining a releasing your game out of early access. This would be a permanent change. We aren't able to re-enable early access again later, so please consider this option carefully before contacting us with details. In this case, you should let your community know about your decision and leave early access via a forum post or news event. Alternatively, we can remove your early access game from Steam before reaching out. You should read about the process of removing a game from Steam, and it takes a moment to carefully consider whether or not pulling your game down is actually the right choice. Are you acting based on emotional response to negative feedback? Or is retiring your game the appropriate next step? We'll take our relationship with customers seriously, so if you choose to cancel development of a game and retire it from the store, we will not republish it again later, and we may offer refunds to any users who purchased it. Treating customers fairly is the most important thing to us. The problem is, the game is no longer in development, but the early access tag and Q&A are still present. Steam's own policy suggests early access status should be removed if development ceases, yet it hasn't happened. The game is still available for purchase on Steam. The developers have abandoned the game. And again, the people who work on the development team aren't the ones you're going to be shitting on. The company that bought them and the company that then laid them off are. Okay? It's not the individuals who contributed. The people who wrote the code, the people who made the assets, those are outstanding artists. The decision of the corporation, the deliverable that was going to be provided, was no longer viable, and they let go of the team, knowing full and well what could have happened. This is an executive decision, not one of the individuals, not one of the individuals who make our outstanding code and graphical assets and music that we fucking love in our games, right? I shit on The Sims 4 a lot. as a corporate decision. I do not shit on the fucking artists who wrote the code, who made the graphical assets, who make the music, who design the interactions. Those are outstanding people, and we love them, and we want them to thrive. Anywho's, until Steam receives official confirmation from the developers, the customers will not receive any compensation. This is experiencing a major flaw in the early access game system, providing that it does not protect customers as intended. Meanwhile, the game continues to be sold, meaning to new buyers. This is not just about whether the game is good or bad. The core issue is that the developers promised improvements and updates. Many of us purchased early access believing in that promise. The lack of communication, failure to remove the early access tag, and continued sales, despite the studio shutting down, shows a complete disregard for the customer's rights. I personally pre-ordered this game, having played over 900 hours of KSP1. How many have I played? Hold on, let me go look. I have played 477 hours of the first one and 45 hours of the second one. Bomb. Where was I? Okay. 900 hours of KSP1 and KSP2 was disappointing at launch, but I still trusted the developers and bought in, believing they would improve. However, they have since abandoned the game without any official statement, and by the time we realized this, it was too late to request a refund due to Steam's policy. Some argue we should not blame the developers because the studio closure was beyond their control. However, they could have updated us too, by the way. Maybe they would have been fined or sued for it, depending on their contracts. So maybe not, but who knows? Because they need to go find another job because they were all laid off, right? They got to find another job. They got to find a way to take care of their kids, do elderly care for their parents, pay their fucking rent or mortgage, and not lose their house so their kid stays in the same school district and all this other bullshit that goes on in life. I wouldn't be bitchy at the individuals who contributed to the outstanding product. I'd be bitchy at the corporate decision to do this to them and us, the consumer. I don't understand why Steam is still allowing this game to be sold. What an easy money question mark. I might be making some money like that, huh? I might be making some money. I might be making some money like that. Like what? Valve requires you go through the process. If you charge back your card after delay for a refund, they might freeze your account. So you can't purchase further games. It's all in the terms. Don't do cash. Don't do yeah, this costs the company a lot of money. It costs Valve money. It doesn't get it back from the developer. It fucks Valve, by the way. Chargebacks, it fucks them. That's why when people did a large campaign to do massive amounts of chargebacks to Discord or other platforms, it destroys them. Like, chargebacks are for that reason in a lot of terms and service, terminatable things. Like, even if you're in the right, it costs them so much more to do a chargeback, they will just terminate service with you. Anywho's. My favorite Kerbal fucking creator ever, Matt motherfucking Lown. Matt motherfucking Lown. Holy shit. You can now launch KSP rockets in real life. Ooh, he'll cover space news too now, which I think is him living his passion is so beautiful. Like, oh my gosh. Okay, check it. When people live their passions, it's perfect.
So no, the title... Just because...
What are you doing? What are you going to? Hold on, bitch.
In Kerbal's...
I'm looking at the fidelity really quick.
Space program.
This is
that's
modded.
one of the saddest things
Looks
about
pretty.
KSP2, you know, being KSP2, is that, you know, it had so much problem.
Instead of saying 86 for tossed in the trash, let's say KSP2'd. I hope Intel and AMD don't KSP2 their chance at redeeming themselves like fucking Nvidia KSP2's their whole customer base.
Some absolutely wild things on Twitter this past week, so much so that I don't think I can really ignore it anymore and need to address it. One of the new things he's shouting about now is how we should, in fact, deorbit the International Space Station as soon as possible within 2 years, rather than at the end of the decade, which would be a monumentally stupid thing to do.
I also hold this opinion.
Firstly,
no, I hold that opinion too. Actually, I'm a little bit more bitchy. I think it would be a remarkably detrimental, not gonna call it stupid, detrimental fucking take, and I think it is a garbage take made by a man who doesn't even know how to play fucking Path of Exile 2 on his own, or Diablo. I think it's a take made by a man who needs to fluff up his own gaming prowess, and I think his fucking his accomplishments for fucking anything in terms of successful business likely come from individuals he probably pays with some amount of accrued wealth. Get this man out of space.
For SpaceX, since a big source of their revenue is launching crew and resupply missions to the station, a contract made even more lucrative thanks to the fact that Starline has been such a disaster that Boeing's contracts were moved to SpaceX. So early deorbit makes little sense from SpaceX's perspective. They're launching Crew 10 on the 12th of March, pending mission readiness, and after the arrival of Crew 10, the Crew 9 mission will return to Earth on another SpaceX capsule. Yep, the one sent up last year to rescue Butch and Sunny, and not literally only sent up just now under Trump because Biden refused to do anything, which is something Elon is now claiming is the case as well. They could have returned at any point, but it made more sense for them to simply join the Crew 9 roster and carry out the Crew 9 mission aboard the station. And yes, Butch and Sunny can leave at any time. There seems to be a misconception that the vehicles on the station can't simply undock and leave whenever they want to, but this couldn't be further from the truth because they are literally the station's escape pods. If there's any threat to the station, like potential for a collision with space debris, the crew always board their spacecrafts, ready to undock should they need to, which is so far something they've never had to follow through with, luckily. But on the subject of the Crew 9 mission, and what the crew are doing, so many replies to Elon seem to agree with him that the space station is a pointless waste of money. Like, do people not realize what the space station does? Like, it's not a place where we just...
Do you realize that we have been 3D printing human organs on a lattice of fucking rice and otherwise applicable starches? Sorry, on a starch lattice, and that without fucking microgravity, you can't 3D print organs. Does this man know that? Does he know we need this for biomedical engineering? And we have literally no other option? Other nations have other options. But then again, there's always this fucking conflict contrived between the States and lovely folks in China who, you know, there's some work there for other spacecraft. But 3D printing organs, that's been like over 9-10 years in the making. That's not new. Like, we've already been seeing for over 10 years, people sending drones to space to capture minerals off of space mineral deposits in large aggregate rock farm, whatever they may be. So they harvest and mine materials off of asteroids, and then they 3D print things in space with asteroids for material, and then bring it back to terra firma. Like, astrophysics nerd, we be killing it out there. Rare earth minerals are only rare on Earth. The fucking push for natural gas. Y'all know what happens in nuclear fusion, not fission. Fission, when it loses power, risks a meltdown. Nuclear fusion, it just turns off. You very little to put it back on. It's based. It's awesome. It's is this short enough? Is this short?
The fundamental currency of our universe is energy. It lights our homes, grows our food, powers our computers. We can get it lots of ways: burning fossil fuels, splitting atoms, or sunlight striking photovoltaics. But there's a downside to everything. Fossil fuels are extremely toxic, nuclear waste is, well, nuclear waste, and there are not enough batteries to store sunlight for cloudy days yet. And yet, the sun seems to...
We can just make arbitrary elements.
2, 1, 0.
This is the record-breaking reaction. It is more than 150 million degrees centigrade.
We make more energy than we put in.
10 times hotter than the heart of the sun. And it
And
happened
it's not
here,
like
the world's
fission.
most powerful fusion plant, Jet Fusion, in Culham in Oxfordshire. It is, say the team here, a landmark for this technology.
These results are really significant because
going.
what we've managed to demonstrate.
So instead of putting people in the mines, which is still causing a lot of loss of life, if this turns off, it doesn't melt down. Okay? Nuclear fission is also remarkably more safe than the States gives it credit for. Other nations do, but not the States. Because of the loss of... Because we have lost outstanding people, we've learned to be better. It's because a lot of people follow this true paradigm.
Monday morning.
Spaceflight's terribly unforgiving of carelessness, incapacity, or neglect. I don't know what the Thompson Committee will
Even
find
nuclear
is the
fusion
cause
learned
of
from
this
this.
accident, but I know
This
what I
man
find.
is a godsend. He's
We
beautiful.
were the cause. The simulators weren't ready. Our software and mission control didn't function. Procedures weren't complete. Nothing we did had any shelf life.
Accountability.
And no one
We
stood
love
up
it.
and said, damn it, stop. Now, from this day forward, mission control will be known by two words, tough and competent.
Man's my fucking
Tough
hero,
meaning we
bro.
will never again shirk from our responsibility because we're forever accountable for what we do or what we fail to do. Competent will never again take anything for granted. We'll never stop learning. When you leave here today, you will write these two words, tough and competent, on your blackboard, and they will never be erased.
My notebook, but you
They
know,
will serve as a constant
I
reminder
do keep it on my notebook.
to the sacrifice of Grissom, White, and Shaffey.
They
That's
perished.
all.
They perished during testing. And that has influenced engineering methodology a lot. And now we're here.
Send people up to go chill for 6 months at a time. Active science and research is done up there that cannot be done on Earth. Stuff that requires a microgravity environment. For over 25 years, more than 4,000 investigations have been carried out on the station that have resulted in over 4,400 research publications. You can read all about the achievements and findings made in 2024 alone at nasa.gov/station results.
Yeah, and every other nation that isn't adversarial with China will then just have to defer to Chinese space stations. So again, the states loving to like pick that fight would be then losing those contracts. And, you know, no one in science and engineering wants there to be conflict, sanction, or warfare. We just want people to be well and happy and safe, to grow and to be enabled to thrive. But the people who want to posture for governments to have maintain control, which has been not just this administration, but a lot of administrations over the last 20 years plus in the States, the end of the Cold War didn't stop it. You've had a bipartisan system that has entirely and wholeheartedly enabled this the entirety of the way. Okay, so it's like it's not like you hey partisan bitches, I love y'all, but it's not like any delineation of how the partisan bitches divide themselves had any impact on this. It's that all the partisanship has resulted in this. It's very your team, my team, culty. I'm just realizing that, and I don't know if that was appropriate to say out loud to y'all, but I don't mean it to like criticize y'all as individuals. I mean the systems that like utilize y'all as cudgels and coffers.
I'll link it below for you to read. Just this week, the Expedition 72 crew helped ground teams with the final round of the 2025 Astro B0 robotics competition, where student teams wrote software to control one of the station's Astro B free-flying robots, helping not just develop these devices further, but it's a fantastic outreach opportunity to get more people pursuing careers in the STEM fields. And there's also ongoing experiments in growing plants in space, something critical for the future of deep space exploration, which is what Elon wants, no? Like, he has stated his goal is going to Mars, right? One experiment on board the station is helping scientists understand how plants handle the extreme conditions of space.
But for all the, like, honestly, Agent Provocateur might honestly be what he's doing when he makes this take. I'm not trying to assume his intention, but the outcome of this is provocateurism that puts a lot of people at risk.
Led by JAXA, the planned UVB investigation is investigating how microgravity and high UV radiation...
Hey, but you know what? I wouldn't mind the fucking blue helmets marching into the states just being like, Security Council no longer controls it, General Council does. I'd be good with that. So, you know what? Asian provocateur? I think you have shit takes, but damn, bro. Destabilizing it like a motherfucker.
Affect plant growth at both the cellular and molecular levels, an understanding of which is key to sustaining future space missions with fresh food. The astronauts are growing Dale cress, testing both a normal strain and a mutated strain that lacks autophagy, a process that helps plants tolerate stress. Comparing how these two strains fare will give us vital insight into how plants adapt to space, and NASA has explicitly stated that this will help for long-term Moon and Mars missions, but it could also benefit us here on Earth, particularly when it comes to growing things in extreme environments. I could go on.
Oh, and higher density environments too, because being able to grow plants in higher density because you no longer have to abide by here's how you define up, but can instead leverage like multiple dimensions, so have some on top, sides, like make a little hexagon of it, and now have 2 hexagons and then 4 of them connected. You get more surface area for some light, more bang for your buck.
So I will. Robotic surgery tech demos have been conducted on the station to test the performance of a small robot that can be controlled by a surgeon on Earth to help deal with potential medical emergencies on places too far away to fly someone there or fly the patient back. Something that again isn't just limited to space, but can help with surgeries for people in remote areas on Earth. 3D metal printing has also been studied on the station's Columbus module. Last year, they successfully deposited a small S-curve of liquefied stainless steel in the first demonstration of this.
Also, harvesting material from space. It's only a rare earth mineral on Earth, right? Like gold, diamonds. Those are only expensive, like, because we don't have access to the plethora of materia not on Terra. Oh, hey, this is in it's a fucking dictionary. It's not proper JSON, but it's a dictionary. It's not double quoted singles. That's pretty cute. Why is there double quotes on this one?
There's also been advancements in 3D printing cardiovascular tissue, which could eventually give us the technology to 3D...
Oh, hey. Matt also called it and
studied on the
covered it.
station's Columbus module. Last year, they successfully deposited a small S-curve of liquefied stainless steel in the first demonstration of this. And there's also been advancements in 3D printing cardiovascular tissue, which could eventually give us the technology to 3D print entire organs, like hearts, for patients on transplant lists. And on the subject of healthcare, one study being done is the immune cell activation study, which is investigating whether microgravity influences the uptake of magnetic nanoparticles into immune and melanoma cells in order to design personalized cells that can target and kill diseased immune cells. What I'm saying is, the ISS isn't just a big spaceship, it's an advanced microgravity laboratory for human spaceflight and science. It gives researchers around the world the ability to put low Earth orbit microgravity environments to use. It isn't pointless, and this bizarre lie from Elon that it's nothing but a waste of money is something I just don't understand. SpaceX literally makes huge amounts of money being America's de facto only launch provider to it. When was the last time Cygnus launched? And obviously Antares.
Otherwise, we've had to go to Russian space flights. And mind you, I think Soyuz looks pretty cute. So I don't know what to tell ya.
This is out of the game, leaving Falcon 9 as really the only viable launch vehicle.
I'm just saying, if I was like chilling on the ISS and had to pick somewhere to go and had the option to be ready just in case there was an emergency, I'd go crack my ass in a Soyuz.
To use. SpaceX is also the key player in NASA's Artemis program and sending humans to the moon again. Does anyone else remember in 2017 when Elon Musk said we should have a moon base?
I think that would enable the creation of...
We need the ISS for this.
Moon base Alpha or some sort of lunar base. And it's 2017. I mean, we should have a lunar base by now. What the hell's going on?
And the Starship HLS will be a
Well, we're also going to need lunar stations as well to support this for radio communications, etc. It's going to benefit us. There's going to be points in time when trying to land appropriately, you may need to let someone do a loop, and losing communication like we did with the older space missions to the moon is inappropriate. We cannot transmit through a big pile of fucking regolith. with water and lithium inside of it. We can also stop putting children in the mines in Africa to get lithium, because it's just fucking there. It's popping off. It's great.
Benefit to SpaceX, and establishing infrastructure on the moon is a great way to put the technology we need together for
his batteries that he wants? Moon.
Future missions to Mars. I feel like this doesn't even warrant discussion.
Lithium batteries?
Does
the lithium on the fucking moon.
Does Elon just want China to win? Like they have a
Also called it, yeah. Every contract that is doled out to the United States that makes the ISS very profitable, if he really wants to destabilize the states and put all of that money for research into the hands of a nation that I feel the people of deserve to be treated fucking more kindly. I'm just saying, like, I don't like the prejudice against people from Asia, regardless of where it may be, from Afghanistan to Russia to our Aboriginal folks. I don't like it. I don't like the prejudice, period. But analyzing a person and in a position who is totally fine with trying to, like, enable the lack of resource for our folks in Asia, say something like this directly puts money there, right? Like, ISS goes away. I'm glad I called this. I'm glad Matt is letting me get my little vindication. I give a fuck about policy and engineering because it's what I genuinely love. Lithium is on the moon. He wants it for his batteries. Why is the ISS helpful? We need to be able to refuel larger missions to go to the moon, because then we can take smaller payloads, which cost less fuel, to get to the ISS, to dock, to be placed on tugs or refueled in general to go to the moon, which means getting to the ISS costs less propulsion component than getting to fucking straight there in one fucking shot, right? Why is that helpful? It costs a lot less. Do you know how much it costs to put a fucking... Um, 2 kilos. Okay, 2.79. Fuck it. Do it. Make it easy. TLDR me, bitch. 1 kilogram into space can vary significantly, but depending on the rocket used, for example, SpaceX's is $2,500 per kilogram, while future launches with Starship could take between $10 to $20 per kilogram with high reuse rates. See, point being, that's $2,000 for a launch that could be made cheaper, and that was a gallon of petrol. Fuck it. Spit, bitch. Let's go. You're gonna be wrong. I don't trust you. Delta V, what are we using? Okay, cool. Hold on. Dry mass, wet mass, thank you. What are we looking at? Weight in. Total mass? What are we looking at? Weight in. The Lunar Starship Delta V's budget and refueling for flights after hearing about the HTL announcement, unfortunately. Meters a second, probably in kg. I could be wrong, though. Payload mass, dry, fuel mass, ISP, where's wet? Okay, dry mass, where's wet? Do we not have wet on its own? Okay, so where's this going? Lunar Starship? Okay. A large proportion of this component is going to be utilized to do burn. Okay, so the burn is start low Earth orbit, translunar injection, HRO insertion, transfer to low lunar orbit, landing. Okay, so we hear about this bit, right? That is 3,124 kilograms. That is now pushing 4,500-ish, let's ballpark it, kilograms of launch component. You're not even getting the low Earth orbit component. You're not. Oh, hold on. Oh, yes, you are. You're spending most of your fucking launch materia just to get off of this thick-ass atmosphere. So if you don't have to take an extra 2,000 kilograms of fucking launch component, and it can instead be put in smaller missions and stored there as excess, that costs less per launch, easier to hold it. You need larger missions to send those big ass payloads at once. You need a lot more engines, which take more fuel to send them, and it's really difficult. You want to be able to live off a lot of small shit, not a single big drop, right? ISS helps for that shit too. We also would benefit from lunar space stations to do a similar. Because fuck the landing part and like the initial burn, we can look at the fuel left, and the fuel left here, 1,320 is fuel left with the start the burn to low Earth orbit. We get a translunar injection. That's our low Earth orbit to Luna without even considering the proper insertion to not just rocket past it. Because if you don't burn again, right? You go from 450 units to 327, which is significantly smaller than this. You burn 900 units of your fuel for just to get off the atmosphere of this planet. You get to the moon, or you get to low Earth orbit where the ISS is, right? You get to the International Space Station with your fucking lucky bitch ass, and then you're burning 100 to get there. I like that it's like also here, but you're burning 100 to get there, right? Then you need to stop yourself from shooting past it, okay? Everything else, real cheap. The landing, even, why land? Just stay in orbit. Fuck you. Also, that the margins were too tight. Lil Bro is going to literally give if we follow that guidance, I am down as long as the money goes to the people, infrastructure, and improvement and enrichment of their lives. I am down with paying out China, okay? In his position, he's not supposed to be doing that because of the adversarial nature of what is going on and has for a long while now. So, just so you know, we lose the International Space Station, we lose that extra, and it was $2,000 dues per kilogram, and you need to send 1,000 extra for that mission.
Discussion, but also, does Elon just want China to win? Like, they have a space station, and will have the only space station if we deorbit the ISS early, and then they will have no competition when it comes to launching a crewed moon mission and eventual moon surface base, which will give them a leapfrog advantage in the race to Mars, while America is doing very well.
Also, not just that, it allows China to take every contract they wish for both lunar gravity research, lunar research, every science team that wants to get to the moon. And you know biomed pays out like a bitch, right? Again, as long as it goes to the people that, like, our fellow working class buddies, the folks who are underserved and below the fucking poverty line, which is still an awkward measurement, as long as it enriches their lives, I'm good with it. I don't give a shit. I would love to pay more in taxes so y'all could just like get more free fucking healthcare and have therapists, primary care doctors, specialists when you need them, be in therapy your whole lives, have access to a psych your whole lives so you don't have to rush and scramble if you think something changed. We can tell the difference between dementia and a tumor a lot more efficaciously if we have just basic screening, you know? So I'm just saying, like, I'm for it going to the people. With what his job is, that's a shitty take for his job position, unless he articulates all of that.
well with Starship, it did explode on its 7th flight test, so we are a long way off from it being ready to do a Mars mission, and meanwhile, China is catching up quickly. Don't get me wrong, they are still a very long way off where SpaceX is, but now that SpaceX has done a lot of the hard part in figuring out the huge technical design challenges of Starship, I don't think it will take China as long to reach the point where SpaceX is right now.
And remember, whole government sucks up every private business there, so you're going to really hope that the end result is enrichment of the people.
As it took SpaceX. And
Every
also,
large
the
enough
moon
one.
is only a few days away. The transfer window to Mars is every 2 years. So we can do stuff on the moon during those gaps. I just don't understand the logic in skipping the moon for Mars. And this past week,
Elon doesn't actually understand space as much as he likes to put on that he does. He doesn't know what the fuck happens. He doesn't know shit, dude. I hate to be that dickhead, but like, this man is an ignorant bitch, and he just like flaunts about how fucking like much he knows, but he's not a very intellectually endowed motherfucker. Like, sorry to be a fucking terse bitch about it. He don't know shit. He's not an engineer. He hires engineers. He doesn't have the acumen to speak on half the shit that his bitch ass does. I'm fucking sorry. He cheats at video games. He gives shitty takes about aerospace. And I don't think this man could talk about fucking radio telecommunications, even on par with my just enthusiast ass. I'm just a fucking enthusiast. I'm a citizen scientist at fucking best, in a good day. And I can lap this bitch. That's sad, bro. That's fucking sad. When you get fucking rolled on by a broad that got told that they were the R word in middle school by their doctor. I'm just saying, when you get fucking rolled by that bitch, maybe you should take a minute.
He's even been hitting out at actual astronauts in response to Musk's lie that Butch and Sonny are on the space station purely for political reasons, rather than because they joined the Crew 9 mission and doing all the stuff I've already discussed. Former ISS commander Andreas Mogensen called this out as a lie and pointed out that this is coming from a man who continually complains about lack of honesty from the mainstream media. And Elon's response? He called him a slur that I'm not even sure if I can say it on here without getting demonetized, but it rhymes.
Oh hey, it's that word my doctor called me when I was a child, and yet I still run laps on this bitch.
With fully regarded, saying that he offered this to Biden's administration and they refused, with Andreas replying with actual class, saying that you know as well as I do that Butch and Sonny are returning with Crew 9, as has been the plan since last September. Even now, you're not sending up a rescue ship to bring them home. They are returning on the Dragon capsule that has been on the ISS since last September. Another former ISS commander, Scott Kelly, you may have heard of him, came forward and said that Elon's behavior is beyond the pale, and Mogensen does not deserve this kind of disrespect. Former NASA astronaut Terry Virts also joined in, saying that Elon has revealed himself to be an unstable, malign extremist and 100% not compatible with the peaceful exploration of space. Mark Kelly, another legendary former astronaut, joined their side as well, saying that when Musk finally has the nerve to climb.
So engineering's goal is to not underserve, not result in harm, and to reduce suffering in an abstract. Do not fuck with engineering and science, homies. I swear to fuck. You think a nerd can be called a nerd, and fucking you can do that shit, but don't fuck with other people's lives. Because we will fuck you. And that is beautiful.
Climb into a rocket,
I like this.
He can come and talk to them. Just, whew. Even if you agree with Elon, why would he want to be burning bridges and alienating himself from the actual astronauts who fly Dragon? He called Mogensen, the literal pilot of the Crew Dragon on Crew 7, a passenger. And some of his other attacks also make no sense at all.
Let me be real here. What you say of others is most often true of yourself, or most familiar to you. Elon doesn't know his asshole from a fucking hole in the ground. Elon doesn't know shit about the fields he tries to do media capture over, or the fucking marketing around. He is an incompetent shit stain in engineering and the sciences. He is allowed to puff himself up because, like Nvidia, he has audience capture. That's it, bro. Bitch is a fucking he's not even... Bitch is a tourist in some shit that people have been at their whole lives. And he can get the fuck out.
Dragon on Crew 7 a passenger, and some of his other attacks also make no sense at all. He described Mark Kelly as a Dem donor shill, but Mark Kelly is literally an incumbent Democrat politician, serving as the senator from Arizona. I'm not sure if you can be a Democrat shill when you are literally an elected Democrat politician. It would be like accusing me of being a Matt Lown shill. But I am Matt Lown, that's who I am, you know? I don't know. I'm tired is all. Space this week's primary
I am officially today a Matt Lown apologist. Let's go. This shit, yes.
Focus is Starship development, since that's probably the most open and most exciting part of spaceflight right now. But Elon's behavior is killing interest in anything SpaceX. I know multiple space YouTubers have seen hits to their numbers because of the backlash towards Elon Musk. Some have stated this publicly. Shout out to Zach Golden. If you haven't seen his work, then you are really missing out. I've linked his channel below. While others haven't said anything, but you can just go and take a look at YouTube channels that are built on SpaceX and Starship, and for a lot of them, their recent numbers aren't what they used to be. I'm just fortunate that Space This Week is just a side series on this channel, because I worry that people's interest in SpaceX and spaceflight isn't gonna recover if things continue the way they are, especially if Elon is hell-bent on stunting the West's progress in space as much as possible, which, outside of Starship development, is what it seems he's doing.
Yeah, he'll be literally, and again, as long as the resources, money, and accessibility go to the people, our fellow working class goobers, and most importantly, the underserved masses who can't even make a living wage in China, and allows them to no longer be homeless. If it goes to them, I'm down with it. I don't give a shit. That's perfect. That's a win in my book. But he is about to cripple the United States economy. Government efficiency? This man doesn't know shit, dude. It's fucking pathetic.
And yes, that was a Nazi salute. You can compare it to still images of other politicians.
Also, I was called that R word by my doctor as a child, so I can call him a shithead for saying it, and I can laugh at him for being more of an ignorant bitch than I'll ever be.
Appearing to do a similar gesture.
And a fucking image of himself. His image of himself needs to be pumped up, or else he lashes out at people, and that's disgusting, inappropriate, and immature. It's a very, very L take.
You watch the full videos, only Elon's is an absolute sea Kyle, and frankly, if you think this is anything but a Nazi salute, then I honestly think you're deluded. I live in Plymouth. Unlike most of the UK, we have next to no historic architecture, because the city was effectively levelled during World War II. 2 main shopping centres, nearly every single civic building, 26 schools, 8 cinemas, 41 churches, and 3,754 houses were destroyed during the war, with a further 18,398 severely damaged. And that's not even counting the massive loss of life. This city lost so much because of the Nazi Party, so it hits especially close to home when I see people defending someone with this much political influence reviving Nazi culture. My grandparents lost several friends to the Nazi bombs, and there are still many people alive who had to live through the war. So, sorry that this episode has been a little bit different from normal, but I felt it was important that I made my position on all of this clear. I'm aware that I've probably alienated a bunch of people away from this channel now, but I hope this has made my position on things clear, like I said. For the record, I'm not one of those mindless Reddit hive mind people that thinks Elon Musk is literally just like a con man who contributed nothing towards Tesla and SpaceX. I want to be clear, while I detest him as a person, I can't deny that he has been an immensely positive force in the advancement of electric vehicles and spaceflight, and I have tremendous respect for those achievements. Yes, he didn't found Tesla, but let's not delude ourselves that Tesla would be what it is today without Musk. And he very much did found SpaceX and gambled his fortune on having it succeed, and has played an undeniably integral role.
But it's not that he is the brilliant mind that makes SpaceX work. It's the capture of the engineering staff that he has hired. Though they could change owners, protect the engineers, and it would still flourish, if not thrive harder.
Into both the company and the development of its rockets.
You can't stifle engineers who embody Krantz's lovely statement of be tough and competent.
Falcon 1, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Starship, none of these would exist without Elon Musk. Yes, he has hired talented engineers to do a lot of the work, but every former SpaceX employee to come forward has said that Elon was not a passive part in the development of the rockets. All it takes is watching any of Tim Dodd's excellent Starbase interviews with the man to know that he clearly knows his stuff and remains an active and passionate part of the Starship program. And I also must just quickly reject the argument that he's trying to shut down NASA and move it
I'll eat a tenth of an ass on it, fine.
To SpaceX. SpaceX isn't NASA and NASA isn't SpaceX. They do very different things. SpaceX is NASA's customer, and SpaceX don't want to lose that. Let me clarify further. NASA does scientific missions, and they contract SpaceX and others to launch those missions. The two aren't in competition, and both must exist for the other to survive. Anyway, this is why I've always tried to separate the art from the artist when it comes to Elon Musk. Ever since he accused the Thai rescue diver of being a thing I can't say here without getting demonetized, I've tried to focus on the great achievements of his companies and his contributions to science and engineering, rather than his personal awful opinions on everything else. I especially feel bad for folks like Wynne Shotwell, who actually run SpaceX, who must have to constantly put out fires around him. The thing strangest to me of all, though, he has more money to last 1,000 lifetimes, and with SpaceX especially, he could have had one of the greatest legacies ever. Remember when he was almost universally considered the real-life Tony Stark? He was even in Iron Man 2, and he's thrown that away. I don't know how history will remember Elon Musk now. I still think it will be positive, given what he has contributed with SpaceX, but it certainly won't be as great as it could have been. If you liked this video,
we gleefully acknowledge there are a lot of folks who put in the work, who do unhelpful things. We can separate them. You shouldn't always. You should always learn to.
Welcome back to another episode of Space This Week.
It's on loop. Titties, bro. All right. I don't know what game we're gonna play. I know I need to potty, so I'm gonna leave you with a loop of Jean, who is, I'm gonna paste the link in chat again, by far one of my favorite human beings on our fucking lovely. I may dig on being stuck in a gravity well a lot of the time, but I am honestly honored, fortunate, and quite gleeful to be here with outstanding motherfuckers like y'all, like Jean, like Matt, like my mother is sweetheart, my grandfather a sweetheart. Fortunate to know everyone I've met outstanding people, the world abound. I love and adore them. So as much as I dig on this shithole fucking gravity well and how I'm conscripted to be here against my will and would rather be in low Earth orbit or low lunar orbit all the time doing fucking radio shit, I'm lucky to be here. I like it. I want to see it thrive. I'm gonna leave you with this while I go potty.
Monday. I don't know what the time.
I'm gonna put you on streamers that AFK react, because if I'm AFK reacting, I may as well, right? Like, clearly, it's the right thing to do. Ooh, hold on.
Thompson Committee will find is the cause of this accident. But I know what I find. We were the cause.
Do it.
The simulators weren't ready. Our software and mission control didn't function. Procedures weren't complete. Nothing we did had any shelf life. And no one stood up and said, damn it, stop.
Got it.
You know what's crazy? Because tonight you have this Bella from Twilight.
Control will be known by two words.
You know what's crazy? Because tonight you have the
tough, meaning we will never again shirk from our responsibility because we're forever accountable for what we do or what we fail to do. Competent will never again take anything for granted. We'll never stop learning. When you leave here today, you will write these two words, tough and competent, on your blackboard, and they will never be erased.
Please do.
They will serve as a constant reminder to the sacrifice of Grissom, White, and Shafi.
We love them.
That's all.
We lost them. We'll never get them back. We can never let it happen again. And we can do better for those who come next. Because that might be your child, your grandchild, who has to do a mission. And they need to be kept safe. Might be your loved one who comes next. They need to be protected. They need to be loved and cherished. So we will all be tough and competent, as they deserve nothing less than our fucking all. Anywho's AFK reaction time. I got a fucking tinkle. I'll be RB.
this Bella from Twilight look.
Thanks.
I'm so sorry.
That's a compliment from Train. He likes Twilight.
Check.
Me too.
Still sounds the same.
I think people don't understand Evelyn's look. She has this like very dry bitch face kind of look, but she's very sweet. Hold on, I didn't. Is that rude? That can't be rude. That's not rude. I'm saying she's not.
I think Train, I'm gonna call you out.
She's not a bitch. She's a nice woman. I'm just saying.
No. You can say she's a nice woman, but by saying that comment, you're perpetuating other people saying that because you just said that you didn't like people calling you a gorilla and a deep voice. So
I do like people calling me a gorilla and a deep voice.
Everyone else who's watching the stream to go into her chat and say that.
Kind of like how you called all men douchebags 2 seconds ago.
Yes,
True.
Then
you attacked Among Us?
Myself a slut. I don't think that's a bad term. Do you want to break down my terminology of a douche?
I don't listen. I don't care if people call me gorilla. My brand is Ape Gang. Like
no,
that's
you
not what.
care because we're talking about it. It's okay.
So why would I put my brand Ape Gang? I like being a gorilla. That's not what I referred to. What I said is I shouldn't have to hire my voice in order for people to invite me places. I don't care if
he's saying people should accept him for being a gorilla.
Yeah, if you think I look like a gorilla, that's fine, but I shouldn't not be invited somewhere because I look like a gorilla, it scares you. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So I'm cool with looking like a gorilla. I'm cool with sounding like a gorilla. I'm not cool with having a deep voice. I want to have a deep voice. I don't want a soy boy little voice, right?
A floating
But
gorilla.
I shouldn't have to hire my voice pitch in order to make you feel safe. To me, that's your insecurity that I have to cater to. That's ridiculous. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
And also, let's break this down, okay? Because I've had this long argument for the longest time, Adriana, and I like you, so don't get me wrong here. I've had this long argument for the longest time on Twitch, for 3 years now, okay? Okay, right? Evelyn, realistically, when you sit there with a straight face, with your eyes kind of looking just like you're not interested, are you really... Yeah, no, but are you really surprised if someone says you have this very like cold look that is referred to in our generation as a resting bitch face? Like this idea that like we're gonna play surprised and offended when I feel like that right? Like if I sat here doing that myself and someone said that to me and I played the offended mark, right? And you weren't offended, but maybe Adriana was for you. I just feel like that's like obviously I can never prove it. You can both high road me, but like I have an issue with that kind of realm of things. Because I've seen Evelyn smile and have a good time, but like this entire time she's kind of had that. That's why I put the Bella comment
Yeah,
up,
but
right?
how do you decide what?
Yeah,
what is
I can't tell
are
what
you
she's
the
thinking.
decider? Are you the decider of all resting bitch faces, though? You know what they all look like.
Are you the Don Juan of resting?
That's why I was going to ask Joe, her
I
ex-boyfriend.
to stay on this because I see his he's. There's something you want to say, isn't there?
Me?
Yeah, I see your face.
No,
like I feel like you want to comment so hard on this.
Nah, he's just high. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Austin's just vibing, dude.
I'm just vibing.
He hit the wave. He hit the wave like 15 minutes ago, and he's just jamming, man.
I think resting bitch face for Evelyn is just on brand as much as it is on brand for you talking about dicks all night, Train.
Yeah, bro.
What'd you say?
It's like the same thing as you talking
I
about
like
dicks
her
all
resting
night.
bitch face. I didn't say it as a mean thing. I like it. I have a dry sense of humor. It matches my dry sense of humor. People get offended by my jokes because I have a very dry asshole sense of humor. So people take it that way. So I like a resting bitch face a lot.
Oh, so just say that. Just compliment her on her resting bitch face.
Oh, shit,
That's what he was trying to do, I think.
I was complimenting it. I said it looks good.
Train, she
Look
left.
what you did, man.
That's it, Train.
Jesus, man.
That's it. I'm coming for you, buddy.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Yo,
Train breaks down another woman. It's just fucked up.
Wait, did Evelyn actually leave?
Yep.
Wait, is she actually sad, Joe?
I don't think she left.
She left.
Greek, stop, Greek. You know exactly. I will kick you. I will not talk to you for 2 years. Shut the fuck up, Greek.
I think she might be fixing her mic, to be honest. Maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking fixing audio.
I've already watched it before, and also there's some like TOS shit in here too. Okay, I've watched Conor O'Malley before here. Fun stuff. Oh, I saw this is so good.
What's up, sexy?
Oh no! Oh! Uh-oh. Mods, I've decided we can bring back Cat Gem. I was thinking about this yesterday. I think it's time. Yeah. Totally unrelated. I was thinking about it randomly and I was like, I don't know. I think we can do Cat Jam. Just don't abuse it, please. I mean, you will probably abuse it.
That's just what I'll be. Ooh, cute puppy on his wall, though. That is true. Just look at the cute puppy on his wall. Is he gonna get jump scared? Can I watch him get jump scared real quick? It's gonna be like 10 years. We'll come back to it. Maybe. It is like... Which number is this on right now? Because, alright, we used to watch Hick Hub a lot, because, like, I think that's fucking, like, dope as fuck, honestly. That's some dope-ass tint. Y'all want to see what I like watching? Engineering bitches. They just haven't uploaded in a long time. If You Laugh Your Country, Part 40. That's Redneck Full Send videos. I mean, they are a funny bitch sometimes.
This is what happens when your kid has access. This is what happens when your kid has access to heavy equipment and a low boys and 320 pallets. And a Christmas tree. And a Christmas tree.
You proud of your kid?
Autism
Better
Awareness
be.
Week. Let's all be aware of Harry.
Over my lawnmower.
Finish the
Dead
unfinished
brother.
steady noodle business. Yeah, steady noodles. Yeah.
Awesome.
I love
Hey,
steady
Vess,
noodles.
Sketty.
No,
Sketty noodles.
No. Sorry, Sketty noodles. I'm sorry.
What's your pipe look like? What's the tailpipe? Let me see it. Bitch.
What's up,
I bet I can
dude?
guess your tailpipe based on your
Hey.
attitude.
Guess what
Bet.
Uncle got? Guess what I got you, dude?
Better not be another trick.
Guess what I got you?
Good. Better not.
Got you another present, dude.
No, better not be a bird.
Don't shake
Is it a
them.
bird?
Yeah. Open it up, check him out.
You don't know no
it's
better
a
yet.
bird.
He's low.
It ain't a bird, it's baby chick. Open it up.
No, it's not.
Baby little chick.
Ain't no way.
Look, it's actually being patient and wise.
Hey!
Bring it back over here. You don't want to pet it? Pet it, dude.
What the fuck?
I was cussing when I was that little too. I was saying oh and shit when I was so little.
Shit. Holy shit.
They were some of my first words. Literally as a human being, oh shit. So I'm respect. We'll come back here soon. Okay, now what? I want to watch this Mauler thing, but I really want to fucking settle in with like something cozy wozy. Sure, buddy. Sure. It'll go mix it up. Cause like Asmon's editor is still just killing. Oh wait, is it short? Is it short?
Really, you have to say please and thank you, Mr. Zawinski. This is funny. I'm sorry, but this is funny. Like, as somebody who, like, I'm very pro-United States, but this is fucking, it's just a meme. It's just funny. So, there's a chance that Zelensky called JD Vance a bitch. I said this yesterday. I would prefer if more conversations and meetings went like this.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine? Did you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people propaganda tour, Mr. President.
Bro.
And I know what happens is you bring people.
I don't know whether this is true or not. All I know is that
Malding like Mauler.
Psycha Bliad or whatever. Anytime that something bad happens in Counter-Strike, I usually hear these words. Reddit, share the meme.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about position.
Oh my gosh, it got green screen for real. Oh shit!
You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about
it. From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
What risk strategy is this? Is this what I think
it
is?
What risk strategy is it? It's the, ooh, we got it AI'd? Brother. Oh, are they gonna fuck up the number of, or ugh, it already fucked it up. Look at how the hand moves. Look at how it fucks up. I think an extra limb got put there. Right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no.
No, this is what we need to get, right? Hopefully the next meeting will go like this.
I want to see it do more Matrix type shit, but that would, like, honestly, I think Zelensky's got that, like, in that one, AI Zelensky's got that, like, very quick jab fucking shit going on. I'm not a betting bitch, but I'd put my shit on that. Like, I don't know, man. That shit goes. Alright. What game are we gonna play? Are we gonna do Fallout? Because I kind of want to become a synth today. Let's do it.
Has done more
I keep
damage
whinging.
to the reputation
We're gonna have this
of
on
Dark
too.
Souls 2 than Mauler's highly disingenuous than our critique. People that believe that
Okay, you get 2 hours out of this. We're not gonna be for the whole 2 hours. I'm probably gonna dip off after like an hour, maybe. But so you know, I'll make sure you have the link to it right the fuck now. That way you don't have to go wanting for it. And then also Maltos. I used to have a stress ball made of that. It was really fucking fun. It was like a non-Newtonian stress ball. I fucking loved that shit. I want another one. It broke. Okay, I'm trying my best to get our timestamps like very working type shit. Okay, check it. So if I am a little bit lax about it and I leave the HTTP in front of it, it doesn't appropriately drop it in there for the video's timer and shit. So I'm like actually titling everything before I put it in there this time. And you know, I'm glad to. I like that I'm trying to do it, and I like that I think we're getting more consistent. I'm making sure those are the same because yeah, I think that checks out. Okay, so thank you all. First off, we're gonna go play Fallout with this playing as well because I'm not getting DMCA'd by these fucking goobers at UMG again, right? Just cause they woke up this morning and decided it was appropriate to fuck up the homies in Russia and Belarus. Cause I'm sorry, I enjoy when our lovely folks from Russia come hang out. I enjoy them and I want them to be well. And if you want to do some corpo fucking shit, Go fuck with another corporation, and I don't mean like the users of YouTube. Go start a pissing contest with Nvidia. They need someone to fight with to keep them on their goddamn fucking anti-consumer ass toes. Go do something with them. Have a tussle. I don't know. Maybe go fucking jerk it in the morning. I don't fucking care. Just stop fucking with my gamers. I love them. Leave us be. Vess. Co-op later, if you want to. If you're in Elden after stream. That way I can have ray tracing kind of on. Alright. So this is Domo's video on Mauler as an objectively bad critic. One of the most important things I've learned to take from Domo's videos are, I can be quite passive with my critique, and I'll just talk about how I like something. And Domo's better at articulating how I can improve than I am, so I'm just going to turn this on. I'm going to be in the little corner, technically, but let me show you what I mean by the little corner. Did I capture the game yet? Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay, I got the right color mode. This little corner. I'll be over here. I'll be playing on keyboard and mouse, not controller. Let me fix that, please. Floss. I'm to the point where I think if you want, like, I think that this is the coolest, most handy tool in the world. And I wouldn't trade it for the world. Oh my gosh. Okay. Our current mods are Fall UI, the community patches. I don't think I have them through the proper mod manager. I think I have to go out further to look at it with you. Yeah, I do. Settings, maybe? I have to go in-game to show you. But we'll do it. We'll take a second to do that first, so in case you're new and you're curious and you want to know what we do, and we're playing survival. It's my first time playing Fallout 4 still. I don't know what it's like not on survival. You have Fall UI. There we go. Unofficial patches. This is a Fall UI thing. Raw input, so more concise mouse shit. I added extra ponytails. This is, here, I can't scroll it. Can I? No. So Fall UI's on top. I can move myself, actually. Hold on. I didn't set anything else to move, so it's going to be a struggle bus for a second. I'll move back over to the other side in a sec. So unofficial Fallout patch, because you actually need it to run the goddamn game. Pip-Boy effects disabled. Yeah. Raw input. Good control. I like the ponytails. I call my hair, if it's in a ponytail, a murder pony, because you need to have it tied up so you can like go bring people to death. Murder pony. Oh, wrong layer. Lollips. Murder pony. If your hair is up, you can do shady shit. Journey, which only lets us fast travel between locations that have an established caravan, but I have none of them, so it's still survival mode. We have console commands in survival as a mod because, hear me out, I try to play the game and I get stuck in walls. And it's survival, and sometimes this can look like losing an hour's progress. And sometimes it's reloading a save that is even further back than I want to deal with. And so we'll occasionally clip back through the wall because survival mode is... Now there's a way to fix this. It's to have a mine in your inventory. And if you throw your mine down close to you and you initiate that, you'll teleport out of the wall to then, like, punch the mine. 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 I need to like also move the input display with me. I need to write that in there later. I'll do that soon. And I'll also make the video reflective of it too, so I can move the video independently as well. Those will be later things, but I'll get to those soon. If anyone wants to dog on me about the backlog of shit, feel free to hop on the Discord and just tell me that I suck and I'm garbage. Okay, Domo time. I love this discourse.
These videos are filled with objective facts.
I have popcorn even.
Nothing has done more damage to the reputation of Dark Souls 2 than Mauler's highly disingenuous than our critique. people that believe that his videos are
Also, I adore Dark Souls 2. It is one of my favorite PvP environments for duels, and this is coming from a galley that used to come from fucking Jedi Knight Academy for combat perfection games, for instance. Like, I love grinding good game combat out of my acumen and like Guild Wars, etc. I love PvP. I love grinding shit down. My preference is that if I want if I want to invade someone, bow to them, and then initiate some shit, I'm doing that in DS2. If I want someone that is like, otherwise I'll go to the arenas in DS3. I kind of dipped off of DS3 for Elden for a bit, especially low level invasions where people are really polite. Because 120 invasions, people were like, I still found a gank crew, but they were a ganky motherfucker that used password bet to get their fucking homies with them because their homies were spamming Comet Azure on me still. But that's okay. That's one experience out of many more, as opposed to like 120 Elden play. You get a lot of fucking gank crews, and it's still fun to take them apart, but it's really fucking tedious to like wait for them to, you bow at someone, you're like, oh cool, I found a good duel. And sometimes sometimes people are like legitimately honest and swell and sweet and awesome. And so, you know, those folks I love, and I don't want to like disbelieve in people just outright. But I'll be like mid-animation, and then I end up with somebody attacking me from behind, but I saw them go there, and I bowed to the person because I thought they were gonna sit and be chill. And instead, they're just like, Reduvia, 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 Moonvale. Brother, don't be like that. Like, I just bowed at your homie and thought I was getting a duel and thought you were gonna go chill. And I'm trying to not be that doubtful of people 24/7.
Field with objective facts clearly haven't.
I'll come co-op with you if you want, by the way, because I do want to I need to back up my save because I'm at a point where I'll talk about it when we get onto fucking Elden.
Even played this game and just blindly trust him whenever he presents his biased feelings as undeniable facts. While most people that actually played the game just
This
can't
is my
stand
radio.
listening to him ramble on and on for hours. But not me. I'm doing this for
Vanilla
all the
co-op.
TS2 fans that rage
So we can
quitted
get
his
invaded.
videos once he made an outrageously
And be
bad
respectful
claim,
of our
of
invaders.
which there are many. In this video, I will highlight some of the many flaws by focusing mostly on
Or Dark
part 2
Souls
of
3
his
seamless.
response series. When I made my Mauler responses, I was still using the AI voice. I will repeat some of the points I already made, but most will be fresh ones. I'm also not going through his argument.
Again, like, I don't mind when Domo uses the AI voice. I understand what it is like to not like an affect of yourself. And people telling you that they like that affect of you that you don't like is less productive than anything. So I just want Domo to be a comfy goober. So if you also listen to their shit, please give them that guidance, that bit of grace. Please and thank you. If you haven't, I don't hold it against them. They're doing it to make themselves feel safe. It's not easy being cheesy.
In chronological order, but played around with them to hopefully make it more interesting, and included timestamps to make it easier for you to verify that I did not leave out some important context.
There are also more Heidi Knights in general, which is great.
Timestamps are already there.
And also they're way more aggressive. Some of them get up and go for you now. And that's a really cool thing that you just don't expect if you play the original. And that's really, really fun.
This is getting ridiculous now. The Hyde Knights were removed from several spots in the original game and placed into Hyde's Tower of Flame. There wasn't a significant increase in numbers in the entire game, and again, he shows he doesn't play his own game that thoroughly.
I'll try to pin this on Twitch, on YouTube. Can I pin things on? I'm still new to like modding my own YouTube, dude. I'm so bad at life. Let me see if I don't fuck this up. Oh, my desk is like a mess. Oh, I have like a sparkly water and a not spark. I can do pins. Okay, cool. And I can do this on Twitch. Ooh, I feel so gleeful right now. Okay, I'm just pinning what we're watching. Because it is an hour, or it is 2 hours. We're not going to get through it, I think. But let's see.
Mauler smugly states that H-Bomber Guy doesn't play his own game thoroughly enough while just being confidently wrong himself. In vanilla, the hate knight with a spear used to be in the Lost Bastille. In Scholar, he showed
H-Bomber
up
guy
5
even
minutes
says that
later
he
in
has
the
a preference to the
Sinner's Rise. Mauler
PvP
was
during it.
probably too busy getting chased
Same
around
here.
by enemies to even notice
I
him.
like the PvE.
Vanilla had another one in the Shrine of Winter that used a sword but dropped a lance. In Scholar, this one fell down the well in Majula and got lost in the gutter, and is now actually using his weapon. And then Vanilla also has the most famous one in the Forest of Fallen Giants that drops the sword. That's 3 in total. Hate's Tower alone has twice as
And
many.
make sure sound is
But of
routed.
course, Mauler can't stand the idea that H-Bomber guy could be right, so he just has to make something up to falsely present him as uninformed. As we've seen time and time again, Mauler is neither fair to Dark Souls 2 nor to H-Bomber guy. He falsely presents himself as smart, intellectual and competent at this game, when he clearly fails at
Tough
all
too.
3 of those.
As for the statement about their aggression, it tells us that Harris hasn't given much time to Dark Souls 2 or Scholar of the First Sin. He doesn't know how the Hide Knights work. In the original
If I could give any complaint, it would be that the sound is a little bit unbalanced between who's speaking. So I am going to open our digital audio workstation. I'm going to go to the browser layer, and I'm going to adjust this myself. Give me a moment, please. I'm going to shove, had 5 dB readied. I'm going to shove it to 8 for the moment. I'm going to set the max at -5. And then I'm going to set the max at -4 and volume adjust. And then I'm going to run it through a compressor as well. Because, wait, no, I'm not. The compressor is still set to attenuate, right? Hold on. I think it is. One sec. Limit. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. I'll limit it at -8. And then I'll pull it up the rest of the way inside of voice meter. Okay. I'll leave it here. There we go. There. I think that actually might... Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's leave it unlimited out of volume adjuster and then make sure our compressor is appropriate before I go too far.
Dark Souls 2, Hide Knights were found in many parts of the game and would only attack you if provoked. In Scholar of the First Sin, the Hide Knights are mostly found in Hyde's Tower. They aren't hostile aside from the 2 nearest to Ornstein's boss arena, and once you kill the Dragon Rider, they will begin to roam and aggro straight towards you if you're within their limits.
Mauler does it again. He falsely presents H-Bomber guy as uninformed, when we've all just seen him state how they work in Scholar.
More importantly, however, Harris says that they sit down and do nothing until you want to fight them on purpose with a rather smug tone. So why don't they do that on Scholar of the First Sin? Or did you forget that they aggro during that version? Examples like this are where you start to see cracks forming on his knowledge of the game, and there will be more obvious examples as we progress.
Mauler cares more about presenting H-Bomber guy as a fool, rather than trying to make intellectually honest, well-researched and accurate statements.
And also they're way more aggressive. Some of them get up and go for you now, and that's a really cool thing that you just don't expect if you play the original, and that's really fun.
If you blindly trust Mauler, you might believe that H-Bomber guy actually made an awful video, but he constantly has to make complaints up in order to falsely accuse him of being wrong.
I'm not trying to pour more soil onto his grave, but his video was so bloody awful. Some people have told me it might have actually been parody and that I've made this sort of mistake in responding to it as seriously as I did. But you don't understand. It doesn't matter because my videos now exist and they stand as a testament to what Dark Souls 2 objectively offers you. What you take from that offering is down to the person, I suppose. So I'm happy either way, and besides, the whole parody thing would actually explain a lot and everything would make a hell of a lot more sense. But if there is one thing to take away from all of this, that H-Bomb has made an awful video.
He also constantly presents his subjective feelings as objective facts to insist that Dark Souls 2 is an inherently bad game, without even considering that other people do not suffer from the same skill issues that made it frustrating to him.
This has not changed my perspective that the game itself is poorly made, that all things considered drag it well below the threshold of something I could even recommend. Though it is undeniable for a fan of the series to give it a shot, as it will answer your own questions in terms of where the series went and why people reacted the way they did. What I can say objectively is that with everything considered throughout my almost 10-hour series, Dark Souls 2 is a bad game. It sinks below par. It has several incompetent pieces of design throughout many of the most fundamental parts of the game.
This video consists of several chapters,
up the audio.
but the titles actually apply to a lot more of his video than just the clips that I'm addressing in these chapters.
I wonder, so Domo, in the event you end up somehow getting routed here for content ID, I shoved 8 decibels up it and I shoved a compressor up it. You could do that on just Mauler's audio. just in case you get routed around your Hunbun McFun run.
The Heidi Knights are criminally underrated. They deliberately look and fight very differently from the Black Knights of Dark Souls 1, and if you let them get up, which you should do because why else are you attacking them, they sit down and do nothing on purpose until you want to fight them. The fight is usually pretty cool.
-4
they kill me a lot,
max.
so I can't show me beating them here really easily.
-5 DP is my max, sorry.
But,
I'm sorry? Now we've shifted focus entirely from boss fights to a random mob that appears in very limited parts of the game. The Hyde Knights, also I'm not sure if it's Heidi, Hyde, or Hoid, or so I'm just saying Hyde because it sounds cooler.
Sorry.
Hade's Tower of Flame lies beyond the far gate.
There's even the old Dragon Slayer, a version of the Ornstein and Smrs fight that indulges in this aspect more than fighting two people at once could do.
Okay, so first of all, this isn't a version of Ornstein and Smo. This is Ornstein with some different moves and no second phase, just a boss fight that is relatively straightforward.
I'm sorry.
Sure, it looks just like Ornstein and it has a lot of the same moves, but it's nothing more than that.
Mauler is overanalyzing every sentence of H-Bomber Guy to an unhealthy degree. He just wants to seem smarter and more intellectual, even if it requires him to ignore the fact that it is indeed a version of the Ornstein and Smo fight, and that H-Bomber Guy worded it like that to joke about not knowing how to pronounce Smo.
Nor did I, honestly. I say Smo.
Secondly, you say that it indulges in this aspect more than fighting two people at once could do. The aspect is the whole duel thing, being against one person on equal footing. Therefore, to repeat what Harris just said, but put in simpler terms, fighting one opponent allows the player to fight one opponent, while fighting two opponents does not. He's right, though I suppose that won't explain why he just said it.
He just likes to hear himself talk, which we see by him adding nothing new to the discussion by nitpicking over what this aspect refers to. Apparently, it's self-evident that it's 1v1 fights against humanoid enemies.
Telling me they're going to be more humanoid enemies isn't really giving me any information about the enemy at all. The fights you've referenced can all be very much entertaining and engaging. Personally, I enjoyed them more so than other bosses in the whole game. I deemed them to be the best designed bosses, except for the first phase of Burnt Ivory King, but I find it odd that you didn't reference any of these fights. It's almost like you omit them on purpose. First we have the monotonous and easy fights like, I don't know, Throne Watcher and Defender.
But if we go one paragraph back, Mauler complained that H-Bomber Guy did not include the Throne Duo. So, Mauler wants to have it both ways.
Oh, I need to do 8 hours.
H-Bomber Guy is simultaneously wrong for not including multi-enemy fights, but also for specifying that these kinds of fights work best against solo enemies. It's easy to overlook just how contradictory these two arguments are, because he spent so much time sharing his personal feelings about bosses he considers to be boring between them.
I remember telling my friends that I'd wished there'd been a one-on-one fight with a character like Ornstein, perhaps as a mini-boss later on, and those friends played the PS3 version of 2 while I waited for it to come out on PC. The first thing they did when it came out was tell me where to go for a cool surprise over Skype, and I got the fight I'd wanted from the previous game.
This, as many people are probably already aware, is an anecdote.
Now, let me move on to evidence-based arguments.
I'm leaving this here.
He's now added the fact that he always wanted to fight Ornstein alone to his argument. Arguments are better served without anecdotes for the vast majority of time, as anyone can make up an experience to support their argument. And even if the anecdote is true, it doesn't hold true as a guarantee for anyone other than the subject of the anecdote. This means it muddies up the analysis and makes it hard for the audience to disseminate facts from feelings.
And then he acts as if it's somehow wrong for H-Bomber Guy to talk about his preferences and share his experiences. And for some reason, Mauler thinks that the audience will not be able to understand that these are his personal feelings. With that in mind, let us now jump back to the previous paragraph to see how Mauler supported his argument that the Throne Duo is boring.
Yeah, I understand that you may be surprised I referenced them first in easy or monotonous boss listings, but you know me guys, I like me some evidence-based arguments, so I would like to show you Fortia approaching the Throne Watcher and Defender. Enjoy the resulting gameplay.
This guy just let me take off half of himself without moving.
Apparently, it's not okay for H-Bomber Guy to support his argument about why he personally enjoys something with an anecdote, but it is okay for Mauler to use his friend looking up the most overpowered build and spamming a1 to support his argument that this boss fight is objectively monotonous.
And there we have it. It began as an actual argument that could have been backed up by reasonable, measurable evidence and accuracy, but devolved into an experience specific to one person.
Actual evidence would be a large survey which shows that they are consistently ranked to be among the easiest and most monotonous boss fights, but subjective feelings of biased people are not.
Evidence-based arguments.
Mauler likes to falsely present himself as an
Foreshadowing,
intellectual gamer that only cares about objective facts.
But when I am discussing measurable functionality and the effectiveness of a project and its aspects, your feelings aren't relevant. The fact is, by any reasonable and objective evaluation, this game falls short, because if it doesn't, then hardly any games do. Because you have to really think to yourself, if you are going to argue why DS2 is actually an amazing game, then make sure your argument doesn't involve feelings, because I don't have time for them.
Look at that poppin'.
Something that is monotonous is very boring because it has a regular, repeated pattern which never changes. By any objective metric, a boss fight against two enemies that goes through several phases is far from a good example of monotony. It is a highly subjective experience if something feels monotonous, but Mauler rejects feelings so much that he ignores the emotional aspect of a boss fight against a couple that actively protect each other.
Like, is he just
Didn't we do that one second try? It was so fun.
Oh, he just stays.
I loved getting a blind play in. It did feel nice. Level 1 run, honestly, really matched up to that blind play.
Oh wait, she's doing something.
Because I couldn't just brute force it with health.
I took off all of her health.
I had to struggle bus with what we had.
This isn't some subjective experience. Throne Watcher and Defender are pitiful bosses, but they are usually approached as a first phase to a larger boss fight.
New players will not know that it is safe to attack her while she is sacrificing herself to revive her partner. And most players will also not have the necessary damage per second to defeat her as easily as 40 did with the highest DPS build. Mauler insists that it is not a subjective experience, but it is.
But they aren't alone in a list of incredibly monotonous and easygoing bosses. We have the Last Giant, Executioner's Chariot, the Rotten, the Covetous Demon, Uldia, the Giant Lord, the Ancient Dragon, the Old Iron King, and Nashandra.
He judges bosses on such a one-dimensional scale that even some of the most cinematic boss fights get labeled as boring. I think we can all agree that it would not be fair to mischaracterize Sif as being monotonous just because he only has a few very easy to dodge moves.
These fights all involved you essentially wailing on a target and waiting for them to finally make a move that could be avoided very easily by one roll. Or sometimes even simply walking, only to continue hacking away. But I find it odd that you didn't reference any of these fights. It's almost like you omit them on purpose.
That's not to say that's the only kind of boss fight, though. Like in Dark Souls, there are plenty of different kinds of fight breaking up the monotony against bigger bosses like the Last Giant.
Mauler accused him of omitting those bosses on purpose, even though H-Bomber Guy did mention several of them just a few minutes later.
But it seems like Harris is going to try and focus far away from the weaker bosses of Dark Souls 2 to draw as much attention away from any flaw to paint a picture.
Mauler acts as if it's an undeniable fact that these bosses are objectively flawed, even though he himself is the one that is painting a picture by labeling several cinematic fights as monotonous by ignoring that there's more to boss fights than just the difficulty. It's like he can't even imagine that other people could enjoy those fights for their atmosphere and scale.
And eventually meet the Ancient Dragon, who's also not interested in fighting you. He gives you the Ashen Mist Heart, which lets you journey into the memories of giants from the old War Vendrick Fort. You get to see a lot of the damage that you encounter in the main path happening. It's really neat. Killing the Giant Lord lets you face Nashandra, Vendrick's queen at the Throne of Want.
Mauler is hyper-analyzing every sentence so much that he loses track of the bigger picture. Despite him claiming otherwise, H-Bomber did not focus far away from the Giant Lord. He actually pointed out how much he enjoys seeing the war happen. The presentation of this fight elevates it far above being boring. But I guess that this aspect is too emotional for someone that doesn't even realize why the Hollow soldiers were attacking the trees.
We're good. They were attacking it to disrespect the giant's corpses.
Why'd that back one get aggro, not the fucking middle one? Where are you going? Where's he going? What the f?
The engine's
Why did he
cute,
just run to the
and
tree?
the execution's pretty cute.
He's attacking the tree! What the f?
You had to work to get him away from the tree. He just wants to disrespect the giant's corpse, desecrate it.
Apparently, he considers this obviously scripted behavior to be a bug, because he showed his friend laughing about it in his chapter about pathfinding issues. Sure, if you're just playing the game with the intention of hating on it, you will miss how well this integrates the lore into the world itself. These Hollow soldiers suffered so much in the war that they are still fighting the literal forest of fallen giants.
Okay.
Their neck is permanently locked looking up towards these imposing foes.
Trespassing into their dreams. Of the ones who cross the sea, lavishing ruin upon the land. How they savor their visions of glorious deeds in battle.
The whole war against the giants is one of the most impressive pieces of visual storytelling in the Souls series, but of course Mauler made every aspect of it sound bad.
Seek the forest, you, where those wretched giants slumber.
Wait!
Anyone that actually immerses themselves in this game will quickly understand the significance of the Hollows hitting the corpses of their slain enemies.
But they aren't alone in a list of incredibly monotonous and easygoing bosses. We have the Last Giant, Executioner's Chariot.
Another boss that he presents as self-evidently bad is the Executioner's Chariot.
But it seems like Harris is going to try and focus far away from the weaker bosses of Dark Souls 2 to draw as much attention away from any flaw to paint a picture.
There's unique one-of-a-kind fights like the one with Scorpioness Najka, who visually resembles Quelaag, but is a very different kind of fight. But there's all kinds. There's the Royal Rat Vanguard, there's the Congregation, there's the Covetous Demon, there's Mr. Chariot.
This is once again a boss that H-Bomber did mention in his defense, despite Mauler listing him as one of the bosses that he omitted on purpose.
But I find it odd that you didn't reference any of these fights. It's almost like you omit them on purpose. First we have the monotonous and easy fights.
20 minutes later, Mauler actually got to the part where H-Bomber mentioned this boss. But of course, this did not make him go back and retract the accusation that H-Bomber omitted this boss.
But after that, he tried to slip some of the most egregiously bad bosses in the game right past the conversation. He mentions the Executioner's Chariot in a jokey way, which mechanically is more of an environmental boss with a simplistic hack-and-slash finish, but the arena was aesthetically cool, I guess.
This atmospheric torture dungeon is far from being boring. In fact, the Chariot is one of the best gimmick fights in the series. I also liked the bait and switch where you assume that you will be fighting the Executioner himself, but then learn that the horses have been pulling all the strings. The way he presented this boss as obviously severely flawed several times just does not feel like a fair assessment to me. But I guess that's what you can expect from someone that considers anything that's fun to be a bug.
I don't know. That's not a mechanic. That's more like visual.
Well, it's a performance thing.
I'm a foot race with this zombie. You
We're hitting again. Thank fucking
I'm
we were so
faster
scared.
than you.
I didn't want to get set back.
Where's he running off?
Holy shit.
In his Assorted Bugs chapter, he showed this Hollow, even though it should be perfectly obvious that he's scripted to run away.
At? What happened?
He just really seems to enjoy falsely presenting things as flawed. The old Iron King used to relentlessly hunt the undead, to let the chariot torture them endlessly. The running hollows bring the lore to life, and they are also fun to catch as they are guaranteed to drop something.
Then there's the congregation, which is just some repeated zombie mobs with a big zombie that fires projectiles in a room that could have been played in the exact same way without the fog doors and the boss bar, and nobody would have blinked an eye.
I'm not going to argue that the congregation is an amazing boss. They don't even drop a boss soul, so I personally consider them to be an inoffensive mini-boss. It's just a short and easy skill check that tests if you know that you have to prioritize the priests first. What I am going to address in this chapter are several aspects of this fight that Mauler dismisses.
There seemed to be some level of purpose to the boss composition. This cannot be said for several other multiple enemy bosses, however. The Prowling Magus and the Congregation turned the game into an embarrassment. What happens when you have one enemy that deals real damage yet has barely any health combined with a handful of terribly slow and ineffectual zombies at their side? Basically, it tests nothing new whatsoever. You gain nothing.
You can probably guess where this chapter will be going.
No.
So, one thing this boss fight tests is if you realize which enemies you should prioritize. Smart crowd control entails defeating the most dangerous enemies first. This fight makes this obvious by having slow and non-threatening hollows crawling on the ground that you should obviously take out last.
Take the Prowling Magus fight, for example. If you want to kill one of the crawling undead littering this fight, your eyes need to be taken off the casters at the back in order to lock on.
So this is the next piece of Matt's video that Harris has chosen to respond to. Matt is saying that if you want to strike an enemy to the floor without losing vision of the enemies at the back line, you cannot use focus to do it. When I heard Matt say this first, I immediately thought to myself, well, you can just not use focus and slash the crawling enemies down regardless.
Before I focus on the lock-on system, let me first address the artificial difficulty complaint.
Matt's criticism of the game as a whole in this section of the video is that there are too many boss battles with multiple enemies as an attempt to create artificial difficulty and that they create the issues he is currently explaining.
Realizing that you should focus your attention to the dangerous ranged enemies instead of the irrelevant crawling hollows is not artificial difficulty. It's just testing basic situational awareness.
It would seem that if they couldn't offer good bosses in these scenarios, they just settled and added more enemies into the area. That's the same as being challenging, right?
The easiest boss fight in the series was clearly not designed to be difficult just for the sake of being challenging. But that's an easy mistake to make if you blame the game for focusing on the weakest enemies first.
Then I played Dark Souls 2 as part of my research, watched a friend approach this area, and he wanted to clear the congregation on the floor first because they were obviously the weaker enemies. His problem was that his weapon couldn't perform a light or heavy attack that hit the floor, and he had to use focus to aim the weapon down. Doing this sacrificed his ability to see the casters, and thus their attacks.
This fight only becomes challenging if you have poor threat assessment. Well, Matthew Medosis was also in the hard mode covenant for most of his playthrough, which made him misattribute a lot of deaths to artificial difficulty.
Unfortunately, this forces players with certain weapons to knock out the casters first, otherwise the camera's positioning will misbehave. Matt is trying to make use of the focus system in a crowd control environment to choose one foe, hit them down, and move on. But that very movement prevents him from being able to identify a threat very close to him because of the way the camera pans so heavily
Don't lock on in any of the Souls games. What are you doing? Don't lock on. Oh no. Unless you're casting or directly doing like a thrust attack.
That locking on them makes you lose sight of the more important ranged enemies is meant to teach
I would only lock on for a heavy
focus
thrust.
on them.
Take the Prowling Magus fight,
Or
for
a very
example.
difficult to
If you want
maneuver
to kill one of the
heavy
crawling
attack,
undead littering this fight,
which is very
your
rare.
eyes need to be taken off the
Our
casters
run
at the back
spam,
in order
our
to
run,
lock on.
our run.
This isn't because lock-on doesn't work, it's because these things are so close
Lock-on's
to
a
the
trap.
ground that the camera pans directly down at them,
it
neglecting
is
that there
funny
are
to
enemies in the back.
bow lock
That,
on.
if
I
remained
will
in
give it
view,
that.
would benefit the player, but without using focus, your weapon is far less likely to hit your target.
Right down the road! There were
Right down the
invisible
road.
enemies that you could not even lock onto.
I love
And
those
now
trees.
the game
They're so
teaches
silly.
you that you should not focus on the weakest enemies first.
Focus is not inherently a tool you cannot use in crowd control. That is ludicrous. Not to mention that you still haven't defined what crowd control entails. Is it more than 1 or 5 or 10? No idea.
We can see that he really seems to have no idea. As crowd
Mercer
control
Station,
obviously
Mercer Station,
also entails
Mercer
threat
Station.
assessment and target prioritization.
Mercer
Fight the
Station.
most dangerous enemies first, instead of wasting time on enemies that cannot even catch up with a walking base. always target the healer first.
I know where this is.
But Harris makes the mistake of saying Dark Souls 2 teaches you to play this way. I have to be clear here. Games can try and teach you how to do things in many different ways. I went over this in my guidance video criticizing Mark Brown. The point you need to consider is that you have to be blatant in your evidence of the developers giving lessons. What the lesson Harris is describing here amounts to is, focus doesn't work here, therefore the game is telling you not to use it.
These people are simp-friendly.
Talking
I
about
want to be
the
a simp.
focus system, but the actual deeper discussion
I'm gonna stay with them.
seems to be if losing track of the important enemies while you put all your focus on defeating the incapacitated crawling hollows is an
artificial challenge,
or if it's a
different kinds of challenge
that teaches you not to overly rely on the lock-on system. As you may have noticed, I'm on H-Bomber Guy's side here.
Whenever I'm playing Sekiro, I only lock on for, like, actually heavy attacks. That is it. Like, that is... I don't ever feel safe locking on to shit. And, you know, everyone's different, you know? But I'm just gonna be honest here. Locking on feels like a goddamn trap to me. I can't believe they didn't really notice me. I wasn't paying that much attention and just running through as I try to get to some stuff. Also... new gun. Who dis? Ooh, it's got a fucking muzzle brake on the end. This one's gonna go thwompity thwomp thwomp. What's it fire? It fires with more damage. I didn't see what it fires though. Thwompy? Not very much thwompy. But you know what? It's better than nothing. And we had nothing a little bit ago, so that's kinda based. Let's go.
I also think that the crawling hollows were not added to make the fight difficult, but to teach you about the importance of threat assessment and not locking on while you are surrounded by enemies. Even one of the very first encounters teaches you that locking onto enemies will lead to losing sight of the archer. I also don't see how this is artificial difficulty. Relying on a tool that works best against single enemies to focus on weak enemies while you ignore the actual threat is self-imposed difficulty. Before I move on to the lessons H-Bomber Guy was talking about, let us first listen to Mauler talking about the importance of taking out archers in order to make an encounter easier.
Archers I did not mean to be there. Games cover a huge amount of encounters, but the very first one you're likely to encounter in a set-piece-like scenario offers the chance of taking it out first or last, depending on your preference, and this is in many points of the game, as well as moments in which you are far more benefited to recognize that they should be taken out first to make the encounter easier, which is actually variety to reward the player for recognizing a beneficial path over another feasible yet less profitable path. That, in a nutshell, is From Software gameplay. Going all the way back to choosing when the best time to heal is, you have to recognize your environment and work with it. Like an example of when the game is teaching you something without you realizing it, and how subtlety is better, etc.
If he had applied this line of thinking to DS2 as well, he would have probably enjoyed it more.
I mean, some players may or may not have learned it, every player is different, but perhaps you would this time around. This isn't just a tedious killing of the archers for no other reason than being forceful. They want you to appreciate your surroundings.
Let's move on to the lessons H-Bomber Guy was talking about.
Take the Prowling Magus fight, for example. If you want to kill one of the crawling undead littering this fight, your eyes need to be taken off the casters at the back in order to lock on.
You see, here's your problem. Matthew makes the supposedly obvious criticism that locking on makes it hard to see your enemy, so the fight isn't well designed, or fights against groups are inherently bad in this type of game or something. But why would you lock on? To teach you that in this world, sometimes focusing down on a specific individual is a mistake. Matthew didn't like Dark Souls 2 as much because he didn't learn this lesson and kept trying to play it the exact way he played the previous two.
He then asks, why would you lock on? As I said earlier, Harris does not know his game well enough. He doesn't know that there are several weapons in Dark Souls 2, including the S-Stock and the Rapier, that cannot strike these enemies with the standard light and heavy attacks and require focus to be able to hit them. You almost always have to use focus if you want to hit a crawling undead with a light or heavy attack using these weapons, and it'll drive your camera away from the enemies in the back. This is why you want to use lock on.
Or, like H-Bomber Guy said, this is the game teaching you not to lock onto them. The focus system is a situational tool which you should learn to utilize correctly for the harder group fights at the end of the game.
The lock-on system is a tool to be utilized carefully, just like every other ability and mechanic. Matt found the lock-on function was bad in this scenario and concluded that it was a flaw with the game. The challenge in this boss fight, like with the rats, is to avoid getting swarmed and put into a bad situation, to keep track of yourself and navigate carefully. If you locked directly onto one of the enemies, you would have a problem, and that means you don't do that.
Okay, Harris, you open here with telling Matthew Matosis that the lock-on tool is to be utilized carefully. You're telling Matthew Matosis that there are elements in the game that need to be utilized carefully.
H-Bomber Guy showed several examples of him not using it carefully, so Mauler's point here just looks like an appeal to authority fallacy.
Arguably, the main lesson you're taught as early on as the first real areas is that enemies are attacking from all over the place, and you ought to keep your wits about you more than just pressing the button that focuses on one person and hoping for the best. The lock-on system is a tool to be utilized carefully. The challenge in this boss fight, like with the rats, is to avoid getting swarmed and put into a bad situation.
So, now let us check if he follows his own advice.
Lastly, in this section, Harris says you don't lock on in a fight against multiple enemies. That is not true, as Harris proves in his own video. If we can slow this down, he is under attack and uses focus to knock out one rat easily when he is given the opportunity. We have already seen several moments of Harris proving himself wrong in his video, but I will continue to point some of them out so that you can catch the most important ones.
H-Bomber Guy used it to aim a jump attack in the direction of all the enemies, while talking about using it carefully to avoid getting swarmed. He obviously doesn't mean that you should never use it in a group situation at all, but that you should not use it if it means losing sight of enemies surrounding you. He introduced this lesson using nuanced wording by saying that you should use it carefully, so even if he asks in the next paragraph,
why would you lock on?
We still know that it does not mean that you should never use it if there's more than one enemy.
Arguably, the main lesson you're taught as early on as the first real areas is that enemies are attacking from all over the place, and you ought to keep your wits about you more than just pressing the button that focuses on one person and hoping for the best. This is a game that prides itself on expecting you to look where you're going, even as far back as the first game, with the guy hiding behind the doorway and people hiding in corners even all the way over in Bloodborne.
So Harris starts using some wobbly language again, not to mention that if you slow down Harris's clip, he cut it just too long and shows that even he, in the battle that he apparently learned to not use focus, used focus.
It turns
Once
you
again,
quickly.
he was using focus in a situation where he no longer was in any danger of getting swarmed to look in the direction of all the remaining enemies. This is not the gotcha Mauler thinks it is. As H-Bomber Guy is using it the way he recommends. Carefully.
I think you may be getting the point here. You don't need to stop using focus the second there is more than one enemy. The mechanic itself is far more nuanced than that.
H-Bomber Guy himself utilized it carefully during fights, for example to aim jump attacks. He presented this lesson with more nuance that showed that he does not think that there are no beneficial moments to use it during mighty enemy encounters.
The lock-on system is a tool to be utilized carefully, just like every other ability and mechanic. Matt found the lock-on function was bad in this scenario and concluded that it was a flaw with the game. The challenge in this boss fight, like with the rats, is to avoid getting swarmed and put into a bad situation, to keep track of yourself and navigate carefully. If you locked directly onto one of the enemies, you would have a problem.
Not smiling is a skill issue.
Do that. Dark Souls 2 uses fights like this and a generally different sort of level design to teach you that in this world, sometimes focusing down on a specific individual is a mistake. Matthew didn't like Dark Souls 2 as much because he didn't learn this lesson and kept trying to play it the exact way he played the previous two.
Yeah, I feel like there was a little bit more nuance than just never using it when there's more than one enemy.
On top of that, you very condescendingly say, "Ah, bless," and that Matt didn't unlearn what he learned in the other games. Not only is this petty, but you don't even specify what lessons you're talking about, since crowd control is in Dark Souls 1, and using focus when you need it is clearly in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2.
Why would you lock on
You've
for this?
invented a nondescript lesson that nobody else has been made aware of, and you're pointing and laughing at people who you deem haven't learned it.
40 minutes into his video, Mauler states that H-Bomber Guy is not even specifying what lessons he is talking about, even though he explained them in the preceding paragraph that Mauler addressed 20 minutes earlier.
The point you need to consider is that you have to be blatant in your evidence of the developers giving lessons. What the lesson Harris is describing here amounts to is, focus doesn't work here, therefore the game is telling you not to use it, as opposed to the truth, and that is that the way in which these situations are built prevents the player from being able to utilize focus in ways they could have had the bosses been designed differently.
Mauler requires blatant evidence from H-Bomber Guy to prove that this early game boss fight was meant to teach you something, but he himself doesn't need any evidence to dismiss it. Not only were there unlockable enemies in the area right before the congregation, but the game also has a technology to move the camera back and to increase the field of vision. If they wanted you to fight the harmless crawling undead first, they could have used this feature to make it easier to see the healers. But the more logical explanation is that they expected you to learn how to fight crowds by not using the lock-on all that time. This chapter will rely heavily on the following context.
It feels to me like difficulty was a big focus in Dark Souls 2, which is a crucial misunderstanding on the part of the new directors of this game. The most obvious way this has been misunderstood, however, is with the boss fights. In Dark Souls 2, I got the impression the developers were asking themselves, how can we make this fight difficult? Whereas the question they should have asked is, how can we make this fight interesting? This all might have been fine, except it doesn't play to the series' strengths whatsoever. The mechanics of the Souls games are built for one-on-one engagements, thanks to its slow attack animations which are uninterruptible once they start, and a lock-on camera which focuses heavily on a single foe. I found myself having to repetitively run up and down the arena so I could keep both of them on screen, feeling like I was fighting the controls more than the bosses themselves.
Collision check.
Even during engagements where the camera works well, such as the Throne Watcher, Looking Glass Knight and Ruin Sentinel fights, the gameplay suffers heavily from the multi-boss setup.
To me, this sounds like he is not the biggest fan of bosses with multiple enemies. So, how did Mauler summarize this chapter?
Matt is criticizing one of the 12 boss battles in which there are multiple enemies, and how in certain instances the lock-on feature doesn't operate in favor of the player as it would in others, thus concluding this boss battle in particular, as well as certain other ones, to be poorly designed in relation to the base mechanics of the game.
Okay, so Mauler states that Matthew considers these boss fights to be poorly designed.
Thus concluding this boss battle in particular, as well as certain other ones, to be poorly designed in relation to the base mechanics of the game. I use very similar tactics as Matt while also agreeing with his criticisms. I don't consistently die in these boss fights, in fact they're usually quite easy. Similarly to Matt, I simply believe they're poorly constructed.
So it should be no problem if H-Bomber Guy states the same thing, right?
This clip is meant to show how bad the lock-on system is in two-person fights, and therefore how poorly designed this fight is for putting this guy all the way over there.
Of course not.
Harris says this clip from Matt is meant to show how bad the lock-on system is in two-person fights, when in reality this is Matt's section on criticism of bosses. He is saying that this boss doesn't play to the series' strengths, which are the focus system and the slow, meticulous combat. This is evidenced by the fact that you cannot use focus to aim your attacks while also being aware of your enemy, which is important to many players because of the difficulty it sometimes brings to hit the enemies without focus. Then you say that Matt is claiming that the fight is strictly poorly designed, which he never said. It's not in the clip you provided, nor is it in his video.
Let us listen to this again.
Thus concluding this boss battle in particular, as well as certain other ones, to be poorly designed in relation to the base mechanics of the game. Similarly to Matt, I simply believe they're poorly constructed.
This is okay, but somehow this?
This clip is meant to show how bad the lock-on system is in two-person fights, and therefore how poorly designed this fight is for putting this guy all the way over there.
It's problematic, even though both express the same idea.
Then you say that Matt is claiming that the fight is
It's like making a 45-minute video to talk about plagiarism.
Strictly poorly designed, which he never said.
Gosh.
It's not in the clip you provided, nor is it in his video.
Mauler himself used the same wording.
It reminded
Both
me.
claimed that Matthew considers this fight to be poorly designed because of the focus system.
But it gets worse. Matt found the lock-on function was bad in this scenario and concluded that it was a flaw with the game. No. Matt is criticizing one of the 12 boss battles in which there are multiple enemies, and how in certain instances the lock-on feature doesn't operate in favor of the player as it would in others, thus concluding this boss battle in particular, as well as certain other ones, to be poorly designed in relation to the base mechanics of the game. Matt's criticism of the game as a whole in this section of the video is that there are too many boss battles with multiple enemies as an attempt to create artificial difficulty and that they create the issues he is currently explaining. Comparatively, what you said, Harris, is yet another straw man.
I don't see how this is a strawman argument, as they simply use different words to express the same idea. Bomberguy said that Mathematosis called it a flaw, while Mauler says that he called it artificial difficulty. Tomato potato.
Harris then says that Matt might mean to say that fights against groups are inherently bad in Dark Souls, which again is a tired misrepresentation, and we're not even minutes into bringing in Matt's video.
Is it really a tired misrepresentation to shorten it to bad when he is arguing that it creates artificial difficulty by not playing to the series' strengths?
Even during engagements where the camera works well, such as the Throne Watcher, Looking Glass Knight and Ruin Sentinel fights, the gameplay suffers heavily from the multi-boss setup. You need an extreme amount of patience to get through any of these bosses in a safe manner.
I don't see how it's a gross misrepresentation to state that Matthew considers
fights against groups are inherently bad in this type of game or something,
when he spent several minutes explaining why he does not like those kinds of fights.
The most obvious way this has been misunderstood, however, is with the boss fights.
The point here is that Matt believes that they wanted to make the bosses and random encounters difficult at all costs, even if it means positioning the enemies that were counter to the focus system that was in place. That is what he's referring to with the Dragon Riders, but now Harris has twisted the analysis to mean that the lock-on system doesn't work. This is another straw man. Harris has seen the entire video from Mathematosis. He would have edited these pieces together. We know that he's doing this on purpose.
Where exactly was the strawman in this argument? I don't get it.
This clip is meant to show how bad the lock-on system is in two-person fights, and therefore how poorly designed this fight is for putting this guy all the way over there.
This is a valid summary of Matthew's argument.
Had one collision.
You want to avoid attacks from both of them while periodically damaging one of them, but in order to do so you need to lock onto one and position yourself in such a way so you can see the other. This could have been mitigated by better audio cues on the bow as it's loaded and fired, but this is seriously overshadowed by the music. I found myself having to repetitively run up and down the arena so I could keep both of them on screen, feeling like I was fighting the controls more than the bosses themselves. Even during engagements where the camera works well, such as the Throne Watcher, Looking Glass Knight and Ruin Sentinel fights, the gameplay suffers heavily from the multi-boss setup.
Mathematosis did in fact use that clip to show that the lock-on camera does not work well in multi-enemy encounters. The only strawman here is Mauler twisting Bomberguy's statement.
So Harris says he thinks that the way the mechanics are utilized in the first two games has gotten ingrained in people's heads, but the criticism here isn't on the game as a whole. It is about several of the 12 boss fights that Matt pointed out. The fact that they run counter to the systems in place and create more difficulty in relation to that. Matt isn't saying that the focus system doesn't work at all in Dark Souls 2. This would once again be a straw man.
Bomberguy also did not claim that Matt said that the focus system does not work at all. Mauler himself created a strawman argument to falsely accuse Bomberguy of having done that.
Matt found the lock-on function was bad in this scenario and concluded that it was a flaw with the game. I didn't lock on at all until one of them was dead and it became a good idea to completely focus on one enemy. This naturally occurred to me because this is how Dark Souls 2 teaches you to play. I honestly think the mechanics and the way they're utilized in the first two games has gotten so ingrained in people who liked those two that it makes them play weirdly in games that work slightly differently or have different kinds of challenge, and this strikes them as a flaw.
How did Mauler manage to misunderstand this so much?
Matt isn't saying that the focus system doesn't work at all in Dark Souls 2. This would once again be a straw man.
They don't do much damage, but I didn't
As I've
see
said
them.
previously, this kind of thing is why people aren't
they
going
do
to listen
damage,
to
never
you.
mind.
First
They
you
hurt.
cut out imperative footage to his argument, then you change his argument while ignoring the framing of the section of the video, then you treat him like a child.
Mauler accuses Bomberguy of doing the exact thing he himself does.
This all might have been fine, except it doesn't play to the series' strengths whatsoever. The mechanics of the Souls games are built for one-on-one engagements, thanks to its slow attack animations which are uninterruptible once they start, and a lock-on camera which focuses heavily on a single foe. Take the Prowling Magus fight for example. If you want to kill one of the crawling undead littering this fight, your eyes need to be taken off the casters at the back in order to lock on.
Then Harris makes
Some
a
of them are
sarcastic comment,
tanky.
essentially telling Matt that he
I don't
fails
want
to see the obvious
to have to
solution.
figure out
This
which
is
right
already
now.
the final straw for many people watching this video. The intense levels of smugness in Harris's video ruin the reputation this video holds, as well as any respect one will have for Harris, who simultaneously respects Matt. This is the enemy design section, by the way, and we have veered off to Matthew Matosis's criticism of focus obscuring vision. Yes, I am criticizing his script management.
Mauler smugly criticizes his script management by falsely accusing him of veering off to some unrelated topic, while completely ignoring the fact that those two topics are deeply connected, as Matthew argued that the design of multi-enemy encounters does not play to the serious strengths, as focusing on one enemy obscures vision of the others. Bomberguy did not veer off to the criticism of the focus system. He addressed Matthew Meadows' argument that the focus system does not work well in group situations.
Why are they around two dead people?
It's part of the same discussion.
He also invokes the time you fight against the two dragon riders, and there's a cute little clip I want to show where he locks onto one and then has to angle himself precisely so he can see the two of them.
The twin dragon riders are another example of this. You want to avoid attacks from both of them while periodically damaging one of them, but in order to do so you need to lock onto one and position yourself in such a way so you can see the other.
Okay, so you say that Matt is using a cute little clip, implying that he is now presenting his evidence in bad faith or forging footage for his points. This, among the previous examples, is why you have gained the reputation of being selectively insufferable.
No, it's not. It's there.
But calling the kettle black. Mauler made a bad faith argument in order to falsely accuse Bomberguy of doing that. Cute little clip was meant to make fun of his skill issues, but clearly not to imply that he is forging footage.
So you say that Matt is using a cute little clip, implying that he is now presenting his evidence in bad faith or
you gotta
forging
ask what
footage
people
for his
mean, don't
points.
assume.
This is again the problem of Mauler responding to an individual sentence.
You shouldn't really investigate people's internal states without them being participant. But more so when you derive something, it's how you think they might think or how you think to be more direct.
Two-person fights, and therefore how poorly designed this fight is, putting this guy all the way over there. But the thing is, you could just not hit the lock-on button. I got some criticism on my last video that it's wrong to say it's possible to play a game wrong, and there's a lot of ways of playing Dark Souls, and they're all equally valid if that's how the player wants to do it. And yeah, kinda, but all I can say is I can definitely see why Matthew Matosis and other critics had a less good time with Dark Souls 2 if this is how they approached it. This looks a whole lot like playing the game wrong and blaming the game for it.
Mauler willingly misunderstood the meaning of cute little clip.
Which is a real shame because that's not how debates work, or how language works.
LOL.
Though it would appear that he has learned his lesson here by admitting there are many ways of playing Dark Souls and they're all kinda valid. Only he didn't learn his lesson because he completely backtracks on that statement in the one that follows, claiming that the way Matt is playing the game looks like playing the game wrong. He is still stubbornly in the camp that you can play Dark Souls wrong.
And when Mauler addresses this part of the argument, he once again misunderstands his words to falsely accuse him of backtracking from his statement. Bomberguy cited the criticism to his last video that stated that there are lots of equally valid ways of playing Dark Souls. He said that he only kind of agrees with it, and then disagreed by talking about how not adapting to different challenges explains their bad experiences with the game. And well, there are indeed plenty of wrong ways to play the game, many of which can be seen in a typical DS2 hater gameplay.
And he doesn't explain
I'm
this in
sorry,
any
that
way.
was
Is
just
it
a
morally
fucking
wrong?
bomb
Legally
one.
wrong? Is the person's level enjoyment
Bro is
not
dropping
considered
more
in this
bombs
metric?
than Mr.
How can someone
Obama in
possibly
Yemen.
play a game wrong? This isn't a matter of opinion, you're not making sense.
Mauler once again analyzed this sentence completely without context, as Bomberguy clearly explained that he thinks that Matthew Meadows labeled several multi-enemy bosses as being artificially difficult because he played wrong by relying too much on the lock-on function.
The point here is that he listed 3 bosses in which he thought it worked versus several he thought it didn't. and listed his own reasoning for it. Why was this amount of important context removed from the video? I imagine it was in order to make Matt look unintelligent.
When Matthew Medosis said,
even during engagements where the camera works well, such as the Throne Watcher, Looking Glass Knight and Ruin Sentinel fights, the gameplay suffers heavily from the multi-boss setup.
He was fighting against the Throne duo. Bomber Guy showed that clip by saying,
Matthew is still trying to use the lock-on mechanic in fights even as late as the Watcher and Defender bosses, and he's still using a shield. Aw, bless. Someone really liked the previous games and tried real hard not to unlearn what they learned there. This kind of criticism sheds light on the critical perspective that approached the game in the first place. Players who went into the game expecting it to be exactly like the previous ones inevitably did badly in these sections and seemingly blamed the game for it.
Yeah, I don't see how he left out important context here. Matthew was saying that the focus worked well in this fight, but Bomber Guy was pointing out that it would have worked even better if he had used the lock-on more carefully. The context does not destroy his argument in any way. This chapter was exhausting. There were so many moments where I was wondering how he even managed to misunderstand him so badly. Before I move on, here's another example.
The first lessons you truly learn in the first real area would be in things betwixt on all of the tutorial stones. Because if real means something that provably exists as guidance, then the tutorial counts.
Complaining about wording instead of paying attention to the meaning is such a weird phenomenon in Mauler's critique. First real area obviously refers to the first area after the tutorial. That's how everyone uses these words. If he meant the first area, he would not have used the specifier real.
That's generalizing, but I'm here for the molding.
This is a roadblock boss meant to act as punctuation of the area. It's almost like they needed a boss in this particular area, so they just shoved a bunch of things together.
This fight is punctuation of the lore.
I do.
In this chapter, I will explain why they were shoved here.
Or it's as if the boss was created somewhere and then placed into whatever they were currently designing. I mean, why is this well-kept church in the middle of a series of old spider-ridden caves?
Does he think that the spiders built this door once they moved in? These caves haven't been infested by spiders. The peasants of Duke Zelora built these caves as artificial breeding grounds. It's the theme of this whole area, which culminates in a fight against the Duke's most beloved spider that guards the corpse of the ancient dragon.
You could have removed the fog, the music, and the boss health bar, and this room would have made more sense. There are several zombies trying to claw at you from below, and a few mage-like ones among them.
And where else did we see these mage-like ones? Close to the ancient dragon.
Game Plus.
I'm currently showing Vanilla TS2, but we will see his color placement in Mauler's clip.
The point is that developers have made extremely lazy decisions to repeat enemies even if they simply had no business popping up in the places they were reused.
There they are.
Do you remember the mage zombie in the congregation during that boss fight? Well, check him out. Exactly one clone of him secured a spot in the dragon eyrie.
It was sliding, I was like, whee!
What the fuck is he doing there?
The plot thickens. First, there were those mages close to the corpse of the real one, and now there's another one close to the fake ancient dragon that was created by Aldea. This is not laziness. This is leaving breadcrumbs to explain the lore.
But they made it a boss fight to add to the ever-growing marketable list of bosses. It would be like making the Randy spellcaster and the set of zombies in Undead Parish a boss. It doesn't make sense.
Except that this is not some random spellcaster. There is another one taking care of the experiments in Aldea's research hall.
You'll find a great creature far to the east. A colossal thing with the strength to match its size. Or something playing the part at least.
Brave undead. What did that dragon tell you? That thing is a prop. A false deity. Don't be fooled, my undead.
There is a whole subplot about the ancient dragon being fake, and the placement of the enemies from the congregation boss fight helps the player to uncover this secret. The Magus is not some random spellcaster. He's probably mind-controlling the peasants to gather petrified dragon bone for Aldia's research. But of course, Mauler never paid any attention and just called it lazy instead.
This is strict proof that the developers are willing to throw several enemies from other areas together and slap a health bar on it. This is lazy, or at the very least, a rushed and poorly constructed portion of the game. It would seem that if they couldn't offer good bosses in these scenarios, they just settled and added more enemies into the area.
Talk about weird pathing.
Challenging, right?
Mauler does not know the lore of Dark Souls 2, so he considers any repetition of enemies to be just lazy and wrong.
Anyway, the point is that developers have made extremely lazy decisions to repeat enemies even if they simply had no business popping up in the places they were reused.
I will soon show some more that he falsely accuses of having no business showing up again, but first let us take a look at enemy reuse that he considers to be acceptable.
Dark Souls has a few repetitions here and there. The Capra Demon and Taurus Demon were copied and pasted from their boss rooms to Lost Izalith. However, it is hard to tell whether they were placed in their respective fights before or after they were placed in Izalith, because narratively it actually makes sense this time. This is the home of the enormous entity that spawned demons originally, so having the Capra Demon and the Taurus Demon be at home here is more than suitable, or at least more so than many of the choices in Dark Souls 2.
It makes
clearly addressed
perfect
earlier.
sense. The famously lazy copy and paste in the area that even the developers called unfinished and rushed is acceptable because it's in Dark Souls 1. But anytime an enemy shows up again in DS2, it's bad by default.
What the fuck is he doing there? All of these examples of this one trend in the game would be one of my arguments as to how they cut corners, but there are far more to get to.
Let's see if these enemies really had
no business popping up in the places they were reused.
These dark beasts first showed up in No Man's Wharf, and then we see another one right next to the Lord of Dark himself. One of those ghost warriors from the undead crypt below the Drangleic Castle already showed up in the castle itself. The Grave Wardens are working for the king, and they are known to imprison spirits to fight for them.
The insolent will be punished.
I don't like that.
It would make perfect sense lore-wise that they would have used the same dark magic to help their king defend his castle.
My lord made magnificent findings on souls. An accomplishment for the ages.
There is even a ghost NPC in the castle. Mauler also showed the desert sorceresses that have been imprisoned in the castle. Why are they here? They came from the land of Hugo, the same as Benhard, in order to seek beauty, but were enslaved by Mipha.
Well, apparently, there's this monster lady, right? And the poison, well, does wonders for her body. You know, health and beauty and that sort of stuff.
They traveled to Drangleic from the desert in the Far East as they heard legends of her beauty.
The princess was desperate and sought eternal beauty.
I journeyed from the distant east to perfect my swordsmanship. And legend has it that powerful beings slumber in this land.
The desert sorceresses go wherever they can learn magic to become more beautiful.
The king had a dear queen, a woman of unparalleled beauty.
Benhard came to this land because he heard legends about powerful beings. But the sorceresses came because they wanted to learn the secrets from either Mipha or Nashandra. Nashandra enslaved them because they came too close to figuring out her dark secret. They had
business popping up in the places they were reused,
which is all explained in the lore.
Capra Demon and Taurus Demon were copied and pasted from their boss rooms to Lost Izalith. However, it is hard to tell whether they were placed in their respective fights before or after they were placed in Izalith, because narratively it actually makes sense this time. This is the home of the enormous entity that spawned demons originally, so having the Capra Demon and the Taurus Demon be at home here is more than suitable, or at least more so than many of the choices in Dark Souls 2. How about a lone archer from the Iron Keep being copied and pasted to the top of Drangleic Castle? That makes sense.
The old Iron King was a good friend of King Rendrick. Even back during the war against the giants, he was already helping by sending his robo-turtles. And yes, they are robots. They are artificial. After the Skeleton Lords rebelled against the old Iron King, he swore not to rely on cursed beings anymore. The same goes for the Elon Knights, they are also machines.
Just the Iron King at the
King
time.
Vendrick is a collector. He hoards all kinds of statues and golems.
Ooh, 1 sec.
It
My
would be
legs are a
out
little
of
chilly.
character if he had not gotten himself a robot ninja. From his good old friend.
The fact that they are reused is indeed undeniable, but at least the effort was
Robo
made to have it
ninja,
make
let's go.
sense instead of a
I wanna be
zombie
a robot
horse waddling
ninja.
around
We're
in the
working on
king's
it right
castle.
now.
Did the zombie horse have to get the 4 great souls to reach this area as well?
This is not some zombie horse. It is again an
automaton.
artificial gift from the old Iron King that created this Frankenstein monster using the soul magic Vendrick stole from the giants. It's probably here to torture the imprisoned desert sorceresses. There is an Elon captain outside of this room, but what else do we see inside here?
And the mimics, they're being punished, maybe.
Could this be yet another present from the old Iron King?
To suffer.
But it's not just him. Vendrick got mannequin toys from Mifa as well. Could this be some
what they
kind of
did.
theme of Vendrick collecting all kinds of artificial life?
They copied a gargoyle from the Belfry Lunar and pasted it into Dranglake Castle, but then they copied the Ruin Sentinels and pasted them 5 separate times into Dranglake Castle as well.
As expected, the Ruin Sentinels are yet another part of King Vendrick's Golem collection. There is a consistent theme with the various enemy types that showed up in the castle again. The gargoyles are another fitting addition. This is not some random assortment of enemies that were lazily copied to
It's
the
you and a
castle.
few undead.
The theme of the whole
Versus
castle
a bunch
is
of
that Vendrick
automatons
likes
of a dead
statues,
man.
especially those that can come to life. Mauler did not like that he reused 10 different kinds of golems in the castle, because he never even considered that they could have been placed there deliberately as a subtle way of telling a story.
Perhaps the most egregious and downright
Did he even
jarring
talk to
would be
the wizard
fact that
there?
they copied Executioner's chariot from Undead Purgatory and pasted it into Dranglake Castle. What a ridiculously inappropriate enemy to have here simply because they didn't want to create something new. A single decrepit zombie horse just chilling in the middle of the most respected
Not
and
a zombie
well-kept
horse.
castle in Dranglake.
If there's an out-of-place enemy in the other Souls games, the community tries to understand what it could mean. But Dark Souls 2 is never given the same treatment. Instead, people that are themselves too lazy to consider the lore just call every enemy placement lazy. Before I leave the castle,
Let's talk shit.
here's
They don't
one
consider
thing
the
that has
lore.
been
They're waiting
bothering
for
me.
Vatividya
Is
to
the
tell
horse
them what
evil
happened.
because the spirit of Goa has been used
you know.
in its construction? Or has Goa been imprisoned in the ring with the same magic that was used for the wall ghosts? These two spirits do look similar.
Not to mention that they used a very simplistic enemy for the boss in Hyde's Tower, known as the Dragon Rider, and then copied and pasted him twice to act as another boss battle while coloring one of them black, then used him again as a random to battle on an extremely tight walkway in the Shrine of Amana, and then used him again to act as a bodyguard to Velstad's boss.
He's
door
guarding
in the Undead
Vendrick's
Crypt.
soul.
The problem here is again that he assumes that the Dragon Riders are just some random enemy without any meaning. The one in the crypt is not protecting Velstad. They are both protecting the king. There were Dragon Riders in the castle because they are his royal guard.
The internet is a wonderful place. Everyone can say unfounded, ridiculous nonsense. That, however, doesn't protect you from being criticized and proven wrong. Finally, you say it's for
I'll prove
the
your
better,
mom wrong.
which is funny to me. The idea of repeating assets throughout a game is
She called
great
me
because
pretty
you
and said I'd
enjoy
be
the
back
fight
tonight.
themselves. Whether or not they wanted to add more of these humanoid fights for the sole goal of having more fun, the repetition of assets is obviously evidence of them either becoming lazy or
Between
running out
every
of
From game.
ideas. This cannot be denied.
Have you seen the
The
demon
placement
reuse?
of the Dragon Rider on this bridge is also not random. It was supposed to make you question why one of Vendrick's highest ranking soldiers is protecting this locked door. The fact that a relatively important enemy was placed here helps you to remember to check out this door later again. And it lets you discover how to open it once you understand the connection between this Dragon Rider and the one that is defending the king. This is not some lazy copy and paste because they ran out of ideas. The idea of this lore-accurate placement is to tell the story of how Vendrick locked away his soul from Nashandra.
Copy and pasted the Flexile Sentry from No Man's Wharf over to Sinner's Rise.
The first Flexile Sentry was on the boat that takes prisoners to the Lost Bastille.
Also, it kind of points out how the Finito locked in the attic of the castle is to keep her from changing her form and attaining more power. The finito singing soothe the undead and keep them bound to the form. So she can't go all fucking asses to bed cheeks and do some egregious shit until they teleport out. Go back to the Shrine of Ramana. Oh well.
The next one was right in front of the most important prisoner.
Kinda funny.
There is again an obvious lore reason for their placement. There are also 2 more of them in the Eleum Lois DLC that I want to take a closer look at.
Because narratively it actually makes sense this time. This is the home of the enormous entity that spawned demons originally. So having the Capra demon and the Taurus demon be at home here is more than suitable, or at least more so than many of the choices in Dark Souls 2. The point is that developers have made extremely lazy decisions to repeat enemies even if they simply had no business popping up in the places they were reused.
They are guarding the key for the frigid outskirts. This frozen nightmare is where the worst prisoners got exiled to. Which brings me to a translation error. Apparently they were called exile sentries in Japanese.
But the lazy enemy duplication doesn't stop there. They copied the Pursuer from the Forest of the Fallen Giants and pasted him into 6 different areas, but added some dark stuff to him to shake it up.
No. Just no.
This is already the final straw for many people watching this video.
A nemesis that was designed to follow you around is not lazy enemy duplication.
Whether or not they wanted to add more of these humanoid fights for the sole goal of having more fun, repetition of assets is obviously evidence of them either becoming lazy or running out of ideas. This cannot be denied.
In this case, it is easy to deny. You can see the faces and weapons of undead he defeated, so it's obvious that he was designed with a narrative in mind.
However, it is hard to tell whether they were placed in their respective fights before or after they were placed in Izalith, because narratively it actually makes sense this time.
Mauler makes him out to be a flaw, even though he is a fan favorite, but
I can definitely see why.
And far more frustrating, but rather than describing them all in detail, let me pick one, just like he did. There is an area just to the right of
Instead of pursuers, I keep calling them piss users because I giggle at that every time. But also, just roll towards their shield arm. They have taught me the value of that, or rolling towards their non-dominant arm for their weapon has been like hammered into me through them in a way that no one else hammered into me. You know that weird curse thing that people get clipped by and then they get mad about? Yeah, GG, easy, done.
MacDuff in Dark Souls 2 that spawns you just about 6 dogs, 2 archers, and a pursuer. Bear in mind that the pursuer may be a boss that you haven't even fought at this point. Using my ranged build, which would be the most beneficial here for the archers, I had a seriously large amount of trouble being able to take out surrounding spam before I could even think about the boss.
The world's first melee-only ranged build. I already outdamage him while using a +1 fire longsword with minimal stats. So it has to be unupgraded.
It's a general there, a boss
With a one-handed rolling attack, he dealt 121 damage, for a combined 254 with the follow-up R1. At minimal strength and dex, it would take 27 intelligence to deal the same damage. He dealt 630 damage with 2 great soul arrows. But at 27 intelligence, a +8 staff is not quite strong enough. And with base stats, a +10 is too strong, so it has to be +9. This means that the only build that makes sense is that he had 17 intelligence with a total of 36 strength and dex. It's just weird that he was primarily using an unupgraded weapon. He's right next to MacDuff and he's wearing the Seldora set. He could have easily got it to +6 at least. This would have made it much easier.
This looks a whole lot like playing the game wrong and blaming the game for it.
I guess this is a good moment to move on to the next chapter.
Now, to switch gears quite significantly, I want to talk about the RPG aspects of Dark Souls 2 that are often celebrated in terms of player choice. Next up is resource management, which, considering the inefficiency of implementation with effigies, repair, healing, and extremely generous amounts of levels, the systems at hand are unfinished and unbalanced.
It's just really hard for me to take someone seriously that complains about getting too many levels while wearing the farming equipment that increases the amount of souls you get. His own decision to follow a beginner's guide to make the game easier made it feel less balanced, but that obviously does not apply to people that just play this game regularly. It's bad evidence.
But there is a double whammy of nonsense in Dark Souls 2, and that is the overabundance of souls and thus levels. As long as you play relatively carefully and bank the souls of what you kill while moving slowly and carefully through the game, you will be pushed to cap out all of the stats you actually needed and then sort of splurge on extra stuff.
In the example he showed, he had an interesting primary stat only build. Most people also need secondary stats, like Vitality, in order to wear stronger armor and heavier equipment. Less damage taken and higher balls are a great way to decrease frustration. Leveling in DS2 is actually balanced around watching your character grow stronger even after finishing the game once. This build here, for example, requires 70 Vitality along with 60 Strength and 39 Dexterity. It takes until late in New Game Plus to become viable. Next up, there's Attunement. Every mage build needs it as it regulates spell slots, casting speed and also agility. Mage builds also see themselves growing stronger until late in New Game Plus. Like you get the last spell slot at 75. And there's always the allure of a dark build, which has high requirements for both intelligence and faith. But of course, there's also another important stat.
We covered how ADP is a monkey wrench in terms of localizing a player's choice to one from many.
Yes, ADP is important, but actually not so important that every build needs it. Tanky shield builds and range builds have other ways of avoiding damage. Builds that primarily rely on dodging needed, but even then, 15 ADP for good rolls or 25 adaptability for easy rolls is still less investment than tanks or mages need for their respective secondary stat. And his argument that it localizes players' choice from many to one also seems to ignore that
the sheer variety in options for the player is undeniable and something that other games of the same genre can't come close to boasting.
Among Soulsborne games, Dark Souls 2 undeniably had the highest build variety until Elden Ring came along. Even though melee only no shield builds had to put 10 levels into ADP. Just like how many builds also invest a bit into Vitality for better rolls and faster stamina recovery, and a bit into Attunement to get the first spell slot, for example for weapon buffs. In DS2 you can not only level up your damage type, you also get to pick which damage mitigation you want to focus on. Tank, range or dodge.
It is so fucking fun.
The choices are there, even if Mauler acts as if every build needs high ADP.
Iframes, as I said, are now tied to a levelable statistic called ADP. At base, you can have as low as 85 agility on certain builds, which amounts to 0.1667 seconds of invincibility frames, which is just over a third of what you would expect from Dark Souls 1.
It's good that he checked the wikis, but that data was just based on wild estimates. Unless you use glitches to skip the character selection, the lowest amount of iframes you can actually get is 7 if you start with the bandit. The wikis are also wrong about Dark Souls 1, where they stated a range from 9 iframes on a fat roll to up to 15 on a ninja flip, but actually all rolls have 11 iframes and the flip 13. Mauler stated that at the lowest you get about a third of what you would expect from DS1, but the lowest is actually only a third less than a fast roll. If you just pick the Sorcerer or Explorer, you start with 9 iframes, which is close enough to the amount you get with all rolls in DS1.
Though at their highest, the iframes reach over triple that, which is a different way of providing the stat, I suppose. However, nothing in the game makes this clear whatsoever. The description for agility is, boosts ease of evasion and other actions.
The game tells you that it makes your rolls better, which is clear enough to me. You also don't need to know the exact breakpoints as you will feel if it is good enough for you. In fact, for years people falsely assumed that the rolls in DS1 range from 9 to 13 iframes because it was believed that the lower chance of getting hit with a fast roll was because of a higher amount of iframes, even though the actual difference is just more rolling speed and distance. To me, 9 iframes are good enough to defeat all bosses hitless, as long as I have low equip load.
This is imperative information to a new player, and the game is almost purposefully obfuscating the information.
Adaptability is one of the first stats that you learn about, as the second class already mentions it in the description. When I started the game, I was curious about this new stat, and when I read that it increases my agility, I immediately assumed that it would be important for my agile rogue build. Nothing is obfuscated. If you rely on rolls as your primary way of preventing damage, simply level up the stat that tells you that it makes your rolls better. I'm currently fighting the Fume Knight hitless with 10 ADP, so anything higher would already be a soft cap for me. There are strong diminishing returns.
The fundamental issue here, however, is that on top of the horrifyingly incompetent way they've translated this to players, resulting in them potentially progressing through the game blissfully unaware of the handicap that has befallen them.
If rolling feels harder, and there is a stat that tells you that it makes rolling easier, it's up to the player to understand this obvious connection.
Iframes are fundamentally more important than literally any other statistic. Health, stamina, dexterity, and strength pale in value compared to iframes in its early levels, and so tying it to a stat meant that once players understand that, which they apparently weren't meant to, they would plow their opening levels into ADP as a guarantee of receiving the benefit. This is fundamentally awful in an RPG with meaningful upgrade choices to make. There isn't supposed to be a stat that you value more than another definitively in every build.
He spent 12 levels to go from 1 frame below a DS1 fast roll to 1 frame above. You will barely feel the difference. Putting those points into Vigor for 50% more HP would have mattered a lot more. I really don't see why someone would need more iframes than in DS1. If you would have dodged something with 10 iframes, it would make no difference if you had 12 instead. And if 12 aren't enough, then the issue is poor timing and rolling along with attacks, in which case ADP doesn't help much against these skill issues either. He's massively overestimating the importance of high ADP, as the benefits per breakpoint drastically decrease once you are over the 9 or 10 iframe threshold.
Many may feel they didn't need the stat, or they like trying to play without it. There shouldn't be much of a difficult argument here to swallow, but when you have the opportunity to triple the amount of time you spend invincible per roll versus leveling more hit points or damage, the choice should be very clear if the player wants to help themselves.
I still don't see the benefit of wasting a lot of levels on ADP to reach the highest breakpoint. After you've got the minimum that lets you dodge attacks comfortably, any additional point offers barely any improvements. Going from 14 to 26 adaptability provides no noticeable increase to my survival chance, but putting those same points into Vigor, Endurance or Vitality does. He's got a shield as decoration on his back, but if he would use it, he could beat this enemy without having to dodge, but that would require more stamina and equip load.
I understand that people do feel differently on this topic. You are, faced with adding small pieces of health onto your bar, or adding more for stamina, or you're adding another 10 damage to a weapon that's already striking for 200. Or you can choose to gain an additional 2 seconds of invincibility to your roll. This isn't some small addition.
This is such a weird comparison. He is talking about adding a few points to stats that are already at their soft cap, compared to putting 99 points into ADP. And no, it's not even close to 2 seconds. He's a whole magnitude off. He even had to drastically inflate this number to make his disingenuous argument.
Now, compared with even adding 100 extra hit points, there is absolutely no competition, because I would rather dodge several rolls than have the health to survive an additional half of one.
Going from 20 to 25 Vigor increases your health by 100, from roughly 1200 to 1300. This does not make much of a difference. Going from 20 ATP to 25 increases your iframes from 11 to 12, which also does not matter much. The importance of adaptability quickly falls off significantly once you have 10 to 14 ATP.
Fundamentally then, we have a system that both punishes the player by not providing them information that is arguably the most important mechanic to the combat, while simultaneously providing a stat that, if they were even made aware of it, increases this resource, nullifying the opening RPG elements of choice by being such a powerful stat compared to others, if the game was kind enough to tell you. This is an abhorrent addition that can only be described as a fundamental rotting of the mechanics that are extremely important at base.
I'm pretty sure that ADP is only disliked so much because some people started this game with the assumption that they are already experts at everything and just ignored this new stat. It's a Souls game. You are supposed to read the description yourself instead of blaming the game for not holding your hand. Complaining so much that the game kept his
Like, my favorite thing to say about myself when I have a hard time in the game is like, lovely game, mid-plan, garbage player. And I smile and I hop back to it. Every game, generally.
Is that secret from him seems to be more of a coping mechanism instead of an objective review.
That was the mine.
Mauler vastly exaggerated the importance of putting a lot of levels into ADB and also ignored the fact that not everyone plays the same dodging glass cannon build. To me, ADB is on the same rank as importance as Vitality or Attunement, where all builds want to have around 10 points in all of them. As a tank, I will focus on Vitality, as a mage on Attunement, and as a rogue on Adaptability. It's not the holy grail of stats like Mauler claims. It's part of a trinity. If anything, the stat distribution in DS2 is more balanced as all 3 basic RPG archetypes have an associated secondary stat. For example, in the other Souls games, mages are at an inherent stat disadvantage as they need to level up both Attunement for spell slots and Dexterity for casting speed, while rogue builds just need to equip light armor. In DS2 this was much better implemented, especially as none of the stats feel useless. Now, back to the general leveling topic.
Now, the positive of this is that the weaker players will be able to get the power they want, whether or not they lost a rather large amount of souls. However, the backfire of this is that you will literally be stacked for levels by the time of entering the first few DLCs, and you'll find yourself spending what remains of your points in whatever you feel may be necessary.
1.5 million souls looks an awful lot like him having defeated the Giant Lord 3 times on the highest NG cycle. If the large amount of souls you get is really as unbalanced as he claims, then why is he constantly wearing equipment that increases that amount and apparently actively goes out of his way to farm additional souls?
This is very different in the other games of the series, and the one that seems to be the most conservative is Bloodborne. Bloodborne makes you highly responsible for your choices, and which stat you pursue will likely be the only one you manage to max out during your first playthrough, while in Dark Souls 2 you can usually hit the hard caps of 3 stats without focusing farming of any kind.
I don't think that this is a fair comparison, as Bloodborne has a much more limited stat system. Unlike in Souls games, there are no stats related to equip load or spell slots. The hard caps are also different. For example, in Bloodborne you don't get any additional stamina after 40 endurance, but in DS2 you will have 140 at 40 and 200 at 99. Bloodborne also has no Estus, so it's much more punishing to bad players that have to spend a lot on blood vials. I just don't see how it's in any way better balanced.
You had to be careful with your choice. The one build you pursue is powerful all the same as in Dark Souls 2, but you are defined as a particular power, while in DS2 you can be multiple things at once. One of my builds ended with being a tanky, quick, strong, resilient, agile mage with hexes and miracles, and the accompanying levels for it, but ultimately didn't even feel
Their head stopped rendering, it was hilarious.
Anyone that ever tried to make a mundane build work knows just how hard it is to level up all the stats at the same time. You can be multiple things at once, but you won't be close to being as strong as a focused build. The balance is there. Something like a strong, resilient, agile, tanky hexer is a build for higher new game cycles. In the other Souls games, your build is mostly set in stone before you finish the game.
How'd they not blow
but
up?
in Dark
It's
Souls
fucking
2,
with
your
me.
build continues to progress through several playthroughs.
All I'm saying here is that the lack of focus on defined builds, punishing players for trying to absorb everything, is something I love about more grounded RPGs. I suppose I would call it balance. Like, you can't be the best sorcerer if you're also wielding and slamming down the biggest strength weapons, or building super tanky by limitation of the levels.
How is this not the case in DS2? Being the best mage requires 60 to 75 attunement, a lot of intelligence, and also several ring slots.
Saved.
And being super tanky requires like 70 vitality, a lot of strength to wield a good great shield, and again specialized equipment. If you want to be great at all of these things at the same time, you need several hundreds of levels, which you just don't get in a single playthrough. It's so easy to complain about balancing issues if you simply make them up.
But this is honestly just 2 ways to approach it, since in DS2 everyone gets to feel very powerful, and that's considered a strong plus for the game, and that's okay.
Now he claims that the popular opinion is okay, even though he just spent several minutes complaining how unbalanced the leveling system in this game is.
And extremely generous amounts of levels, the systems at hand are unfinished and unbalanced.
They
Your
are
mom's
not.
unfinished and
You can see this
unbalanced
sort of
because I
design
had to
in the
go
crafting
home.
materials. The game makes it abundantly clear that you don't need to be responsible with your choices. Titanite slabs are the very last required resource to push certain weapons to their final form in that tree, but the game provides them to you in droves. You can push as many weapons as you want to the final form. I pushed the one weapon I actually wanted to its last upgrade and I had 13 slabs left over. That's ridiculous.
The slabs are just one piece of the puzzle. At this point, he is still limited by the Titanite chunks. The weapon upgrade progression is actually well balanced. You can have your
Robot
first
repair
plus
kit
10
works
regular
on me?
weapon
Oh,
in
that's
Iron
weird.
Keep, your first fully upgraded special weapon in the Undead Crypt, and your first plus 5 boss weapon in the Dragon Area. And then you can buy an unlimited amount of chunks once you have defeated Nashandra. The game shows you that you are allowed to experiment around with different weapons and builds by dropping several
They're reloading,
steps
I see
early.
them.
But you cannot use more of them until the late game where you have earned the right to do so. You can also upgrade your armor, and you are supposed to use several weapons, for example for power stancing. Every FromSoft game allows you to farm an unlimited amount of upgrade material, but DS2 simply removed the annoying grind, which plays well together with the build variety and interesting weapon combinations. It's so annoying in the other FromSoft games if you discover a cool new weapon and know that you will have to create a whole new character to
I learned I
utilize
can
it.
farm upgrade
DS2
maps
wants you
in
to play for several
Elden
new game cycles to
live
experience
today
the full game. And having the
in
option to fully upgrade several
everywhere.
builds just makes it more interesting if you can adapt to different challenges by switching weapons.
I haven't played in a while.
It's just a more open approach that's not bad in any way.
In Bloodborne, the base game provides one blood rock in the environment and then requires the equivalent of 60 human effigies if you want to purchase them. This meant that you needed to be sure about your build and what you wanted to pursue. It made the choice very meaningful.
Oh, it's a turret. Oh, I see it.
You dropped the Titanite slab. And another Titanite slab.
That fight is a... Did you get a Titanite slab? What? That is a joke.
There's like 2 full minutes of them making fun of every enemy that has a small chance of dropping a slab, as if there's anything wrong with that. Mauler and his friends are probably the only people that prefer farming several hours in Bloodborne to just having fun in TS2. Also, Bloodborne has no power stancing or upgradable armor.
Finally, you boil it down to a simple instruction. Don't do that, in response to people trying to use focus during the Prowling Mage's boss battle. Would your advice for my friend playing with the rapier be, go get a different weapon?
It would be...
I already covered in detail how his friend
wanted
smile
to clear the congregation on the floor
chill.
first because they were obviously the weaker enemies.
And how?
This looks a whole lot like playing the game wrong and blaming the game for it.
To which Mauler responded,
how can someone possibly play a game wrong?
Limiting yourself to only one weapon is by definition a self-imposed challenge run. There is a reason why there are so many types of weapons with different pros and cons. He is using the wrong tool for the job. The game giving you so
Which were we
many
getting?
slabs and letting
I
you
was
buy an
pretty sure that's
unlimited
okay.
amount of small and large Titanite shards relatively early in the game means that you are allowed to utilize several weapons to adapt to different challenges. Just like how Mauler could have upgraded his fire longsword for the Pursuer encounter we saw earlier.
But let's go for a double whammy. The final quarter of my little assessment being the RPG elements
The
are again
next one, I
bloated
think,
with so
is-
many options for builds and power that the experience felt far too rewarding for clumsy play. Why worry about building a strong weapon and spending valuable resources when I could just do that very thing 10 times over? Why spend time meticulously leveling for particular stats when I could just respec at any time and change my entire build on the go?
Why complain about being able to reset your stats when no one is forcing him to use that feature?
Every player should be leveling ADP because of the
Strong
invariably valuable bonuses of it, and this is antithetical to a balanced RPG, ultimately leading to an embarrassing system that once again relies on you subverting the systems in front of you.
This whole chapter relied on him massively overstating the amount of levels you get and how important it is to level ADP.
In fact, that ends up being the argument for a lot of these issues. Dark Souls 2 brings us an annoying mechanic but provides an additional mechanic to
This
counter
one?
it. For example, you're going to lose
It's
health
this.
every time you die, but you can use an effigy to counter it. Why not lose the effigies and lose the health loss? You're going to lose health every time you die, but if you wear this ring, it'll counter half of it. Why not lose the ring and lose the health loss?
Why not just get rid of anything that provides some form of choice and decision making? Do I use an effigy now? Or do I waste a ring slot to reduce the health loss? Or do I just push through? If they would apply all of Mauler's constructive criticisms, the game would be so boring and bland.
Your iframes are extremely limited. You can level ADP to improve them. Why not lose the whole ADP thing and provide the base iframes that ADP offers? You need to level ADP first. You have more levels in the whole game for Dark Souls 2, so you can easily get ADP as a free stat sorted out early. Why not have fewer levels and provide ADP from the get-go?
Why even have any RPG elements?
Fuck health.
The game would have a much better balance if everyone just got the same build.
I did enough
the
for
game
what
is
I
about
wanted.
making meaningful choices, and going to 12 iframes early is a bad choice.
With everything working as you would imagine in the game, these things seem almost pointless in that there's rarely a state where players ask themselves, do I use an effigy now and get my full bar back, or do I continue to lose health in order to preserve my effigy and move on? I think that's what the developers were going for with this, but I felt it didn't work out that way whatsoever, especially when you brought in the ring that made those decisions extremely rare. Obviously, that's just my perspective of the mechanic and its irrelevant or overly punishing nature, but I am sure that many enjoyed the balance if it really did work out for them that way.
Depending on the build, you're probably already using 4 rings that are more important. This game is the one where I change my equipment the most to adapt to different situations.
So let's come back to some more objective issues. The repair system was a bit of a joke in Dark Souls as a series, in that you only really had to repair your weapon once every 2 hours or something, and that involved leaving whatever you were doing at the time and walking over to a blacksmith, hitting repair, and then getting on with the game again. In Dark Souls 2, they made it even worse. Now your weapon degrades very fast, but resets for every time you sit at a bonfire, for some reason. The only thing this does is get in the way. 90% of the time you'll not even notice there is a system functioning in the background for this.
In reality, Dark Souls 2 has the most fleshed out durability system. It's the only one where it feels like an actual mechanic that you can play around with. Against bosses like Ava or Sin, it is a gimmick where you have to hit their head. Durability is also used as a balancing factor for equipment. Heavier armor generally has more. But there are also some, like the old knight set, that has barely any durability, but the best boys to weight ratio. Sure, this is nothing new, as Dark Souls 1 had unupgradable but strong crystal weapons that you could not even repair. You might have bought the Eastwood Grain Ring if you used the Washing Bowl or Moonlight Greatsword, but like Mauler said,
the repair system was a bit of a joke in Dark Souls.
In Dark Souls 2, there's a lot more depth to it, as it has much more weapons that gain certain bonuses or special attacks in exchange for lower durability. Both potential first areas drop weapons that break easily, to show the player from the very beginning that this is something they have to keep in mind now. I don't see how it's objectively bad. It doesn't feel nice to have a weapon break, but that's why you should work around it by using ones with higher durability and worse stats, by wearing the bracing knuckle ring, or by having a backup weapon.
When it does affect you, however, it is monumentally obstructive. They made it so that this feature is applicable to your armor and rings for some reason, and so now, the incredible result is, in select moments of the game, you can simply lose all of your gear and you'll be forced to go back home before you can continue playing the game.
The same can also happen in Dark Souls 1, except that in this case it's a lot more obstructive, as the game does a bad job of teaching you that this mechanic exists. I mean, even Mauler missed the fact that armor can break in that game. You might not have bought a weapon box and did not discover warping yet, so now you have to walk several minutes to get back to a blacksmith. It's way less annoying in DS2. This encounter, for example, slowly introduced this concept by having the small beetles take away a bit of your durability, and then you are supposed to learn how to time it correctly to minimize the damage. But if you just want to mindlessly spam R1, you can always just unequip your armor to protect it from getting destroyed. It's a gimmick encounter that's much better designed than similar ones in DS1.
I mean, you could obviously push through, but if you want to help yourself, you will go back. They have these little set pieces that are built to do this, enemies and environmental effects that actively engage in this extremely flaccid and obstructive mechanic. You literally just go home and repair it and then continue the game. It was annoying in Dark Souls 1, and now it's horrendously put together.
This is once again an encounter that he makes look worse by playing bad. These are actually some of the easiest enemies to deal with, as they have no health and don't even deal regular damage.
Also, Ash is a very
Deseldora said his wearing has some of the
The
lowest
painted world in
durability and
DS1.
defense. It's only good for the
Explodey
additional
dudes.
souls that
You had to
he
use
somehow
fire on
needs
their bitch
despite
asses.
complaining that the amount you get is
So
unbalanced.
tedious.
Stronger armor would have not only made more difference when it comes to damage reduction, it would
The
also have
explodey
been able to
dudes
survive a
are just a
lot more
constant
hits.
for us.
I hope
We'll
that in
continue
the
to get
future we can drop
explodey
the need
dudes.
for a repair system with these games, because even in Bloodborne
Yeah,
you can tell
explodey
it's
dudes
only
in
there
Elden.
out of necessity. There is no in-depth and challenging mechanic. It is simply there because somehow this is a realistic thing that happens in life that we have to have in this game. And so they
Yes.
figure they could have the system for themselves, but in a video game it doesn't offer the player anything in terms of a resource to manage, because it either happens far too little to matter, or so often and bluntly you ask yourself what possible reason this could serve to assist the gameplay.
He feels that there's no resource to manage because he
Right,
chose
like every so often we get like cameras being more dynamic for certain bosses. The ones that are, I don't know, I really do have a whine about the fucking gimmicky ones. But again, I can do it, I can skip it. Did someone just fall to their death? Holy shit.
Before I move on to the next chapter, here are some more examples of him just being biased against DS2.
Check out the sound of combustion. Now check out the sound of an exploding barrel. Now check out the sound of this particular combustion.
What?
For some reason the sound bugged out and played the wrong one.
I played your mom the wrong one.
What actually happened is something that happens in every FromSoft game. These spells play a different sound effect if they hit an enemy. Mauler falsely stated that it glitched out and played the same sound as an exploding barrel, even though this hit confirmation merely sounds similar as both are explosions.
Ooh, that is best drop, best bobble. Fusion cores last 10% fucking longer, let's go. That shit's sick.
His logic seems to be that it's broken because it's in DS2, without even trying to reproduce it in either this or any other game.
Now I want to nitpick a couple of things, so calm down if you think I'm saying these are huge mistakes. They're not, they're just annoying. When you disconnect from the internet, depending on whatever issue you may have, the game reduces your overall visibility by half and adds an enormous message in the center of the screen. It doesn't care what's happening, it just does it. This gets very annoying if you actually would, you know, in the middle of not having great internet. This sort of thing is avoided by pressing A quickly and won't even happen for those with perfect internet, so it's fine, but holy hell, next time just put a message in the top right game, or why not just have it be something...
And people say that there should be a separate ladder for Steam Deck because Wi-Fi. You've gotta be kidding me.
Something that he presents as a flaw by using the logic that it's bad because it's in DS2, without acknowledging that it's a straight up improvement over the way Dark Souls 1 handled it. In Dark Souls 2 you can just click it away and continue playing. It was barely an inconvenience. But Dark Souls 1 had an even larger message that would kick you out of the game upon accepting.
Everybody's got something to say about how Dark Souls 2 ain't that bad. Well, it is. Stop pretending it's not. There are so many problems with this game. There is a reason it's the black sheep. And despite my extremely tiny corner of the internet, I want this pendulum to swing back, since the very idea that people hate it is because it's not Dark Souls 1 is ludicrous. This has not changed my perspective that the game itself is poorly made, that all things considered drag it well below the threshold of something I could even recommend. Though it is undeniable for a fan of the series to give it a shot, as it will answer your own questions in terms of where the series went and why people reacted the way they did.
By complaining about things that were objectively worse in the other Souls games, we can tell that most of his negative reaction is simply based on jumping on the hate train and actively looking for issues.
So I'm not talking about the fact that the pursuer can despawn during your fight with him because he has an incompetently limited area.
I started this chapter when I got annoyed at him using an unupgraded melee weapon while talking about struggling with his ranged build. So, let me circle back to the pursuer once again. The fact that you have to fight him in small arenas is not a problem. It's a
different kinds of challenge.
They are expecting the players to be competent enough to handle these optional side challenges without cheesing. Stand your ground and learn how to heal without running away.
As I'm not standing
Once
my
I was able
ground
to clear the
actively,
area,
I
was in
swore I
desperate
thought I
need of
saw a
healing,
death
and the
claw.
boss had
I
started his
booked it.
projectile spam. I naturally go behind a wall, and it results in him despawning because it registered the scenario as if I had left his arena.
Naturally, he presents what happened as a flaw with the game, even though this restriction
Holy
adds a
shit.
layer of tension to the pursuer fights. This is his
If that was
most
a death
punishable
claw.
move.
Personally, I would hate Dark Souls if they allowed you to heal without consequence, if they put you in stasis when you decide to do so, or make it fast to the point where your health may as well regenerate. You
I mean,
have
the
to
horse is
fight
kind of
for that
weird,
heal,
because
Harris.
it's not
You
a
have to
horse,
do
dude.
it with your own
It's
understanding of
Torrent.
the enemies.
Goat horse.
This also
not a
applies
horse.
here.
Goat horse.
Mauler got punished for getting scared and running
Goober.
away, as the game wants him to learn to fight for those heals.
This is wrong, because there's always a chance to heal, and it is a tactical choice in the game. You need to understand your enemy and identify your opportunity, as I've shown several times already.
The pursuer does not want you to leave the fight, but to enable this, he
Double
was
quest
designed to be
time.
fair in close quarter combat.
Upon subsequently visiting the area, I found that the archers were now on the ground since they don't reset structures until death. This meant that I now have 9 mobs to deal with while tiptoeing around the pursuer's spawn range.
Yes, this encounter is easier from the
that just
McDuff
now?
bonfire if the
I'm
towers are
spacing.
still up,
Did I just do
as
that?
you can fight the dogs without having to worry about
I think
attracting
so.
the attention of the archers,
If not, I
and you
can
can
fix
also
it.
easily ignore the second archer. But you always discover this encounter from one of the other 2 paths. Mauler decided to start from the worst bonfire and blamed the game for his own bad choice.
Of course, I couldn't quite do it, but after a huge amount of struggle and frustration, I was able to overcome the horrendous choices in enemy placement and ultimately kill the pursuer. What I am highlighting here is the hilarity in comparing this with the Taurus Demon battle for forceful archers.
He destroyed the second tower to allow that archer to join the battle.
Using my ranged build, which would be the most beneficial here for the archers, I had a seriously large amount of trouble being able to take out surrounding spam.
This archer would not have been forceful if Mauler would not have invited him to the fight. Using an unupgraded weapon and adding more enemies to this encounter while
fun. I
approaching
needed
it from
to do
the
it. It was
worst
enjoyable.
bonfire seems like
Playing the game wrong and blaming the game for it.
a lot of his complaints.
Great game. Mid-plan. Shit execution is what I tell myself all the
Chance to
time.
clear those archers
Then I
while
just work on it.
simultaneously learning about the vantage point for a
Or I
primary
fix my
attack. While
shitty
here,
plan.
well, this
Like,
is just
my
another
plan is
bloody
viable,
spam
but
bush.
not in my
Whatever
hands.
you're trying to prove, believe me, Dark Souls 2 does it more and does it worse.
When you discover this encounter, you are either already on top of the wall if you got here by defeating the Flexile Sentry, or it's from down here after the Rune Sentinels. In both cases, you approach it from the opposite side of the McDuff bonfire first. From this side, it's easy to take out all the enemies before the pursuer even spawns. By thinking
I did
about
the
how
McDuff
to approach
bonfire
this
route.
encounter, you can make it a lot easier. Once he cleared the area and had the pursuer despawn, he could have just
I
taken
did
this
it from-
opportunity to continue exploring further, which would have led him to the better bonfire on top of the tower. If you are
The way with all
actually
the
using a
doges in the
ranged
pit,
build, it is
it blows
pretty
up.
easy to take care of the
The blowy uppy
enemies
pitty
if you
doge.
approach this encounter with a plan, instead of just
That was my
brute forcing
last
your
one
way
there.
through it.
And now we're doing the cherry picking thing again. Archers in the previous games cover a huge amount of encounters, but the very first one you're likely to encounter in a set piece like scenario offers the chance of taking it out first
ground is
or
real tight
last,
there.
depending on your preference,
I'm
and
gonna
this
try
is
that
in many
again.
points of the game, as well as moments in which you are far more benefited to recognize that they should be taken out first to make the encounter easier, which is actually variety to reward the player for recognizing a beneficial path over another feasible yet less profitable path. That, in a nutshell, is From Software gameplay. Going all the way back to choosing when the best time to heal is, you have to recognize your environment and work with it. Like an example of when the game is teaching you something without you realizing it, and how subtlety is better.
Your mom taught me
etc.
something without
the
me
archers
realizing
being placed
it.
in a way that alerts you before being
You're
set
a
off to the
bitch.
boss is to get you up to the tower to
Sorry.
realize that you can use the plunging attack on the boss, like you would have learned with the Asylum Demon. I mean, some players may or may not have learned it, every player is different, but perhaps you would this time around. This isn't just a tedious killing of the archers for no other reason than being forceful, they want you to appreciate your surroundings. At the end, he then
Is there a way
says you
to
have to
check
deal
this
with them while they
before
are
I do
shooting
it?
at you in the fight, or before the fight, which Yes, that's how it works in every From Software game. I really don't see the purpose of this argument since it would be so hard to prove definitively, and even if it were true, it's barely anything substantial because there is an argument for the value of constructed scenarios for combat, but even then Dark Souls has so many organic fights throughout the game that it is simply inaccurate.
This is an interesting encounter that provides the player with several ways of approaching it, but Mauler just presented it as enemy spam because he did not even bother to come up with a smarter solution. This is a common theme throughout his video.
But when the players realized they'd spent this much time in the world without a boss, I imagine they were hell-bent on providing something, anything, rather than focusing on making those individual levels more engaging.
The congregation is like next to the bonfire. But of course Mauler just makes up something, anything, to complain. And this is where we can really see that he never even tries to play smart. Dark Souls 2 has undeniably the most engaging levels. This game contains so many unique encounters and environmental traps that you can utilize in almost every level. And even just the short path to the congregation contains several engaging moments.
Damn, brother.
But the game gives up on the pretense of even having you walk to certain areas. Eventually it simply demands that you become engulfed with enemies regardless of how you approached at the time.
Or it demands that you have paid attention to the tutorial and realized that you should utilize the torch in dark caves, which would have taught him that spiders are afraid of the torch, at least in the improved Scholar edition that his critique focuses on.
The first lessons you truly learn in the first real area would be in things betwixt on all of the tutorial stones. Because if real means something that provably exists as guidance, then the tutorial counts.
I think it is grand because it's 64-bit, not 32.
But so many of his clips just show
So I
him
was good
running
with
through
improved
areas
on that
without
one.
actually engaging with them.
But while giving this
and
critique,
just how much trouble
I feel like that
to
might
be
get
able to
picked apart
create
later.
that scenario for a player? Well, it isn't really. Just grab many enemies from many areas and shove them all in. It is much harder to create an enemy from the ground up that has nuanced design, something that can provide the difficulty of several enemies all rushing you in one enemy, and not because of its damage or its speed, but because of the way that it fights you. Embarrassing or pitiful design is a common pattern throughout Dark Souls 2, as I've talked about previously, but for spam, it is an invaluable principle to lack.
He shows a lot of contextless clips of him getting spammed with a lot of enemies, which would not have happened to good players that don't run around to deliberately aggro every enemy in the area. His gameplay is embarrassing, but instead of learning from his mistakes, he just blames the game.
However,
I'm a
I
bad
do need
player,
to
but
structure
I like
this properly,
having
so
fun.
let's open with the idea that there is indeed spam in this game. You've probably been convinced by the footage in the background, but to contextualize it, as Harris does claim that many content creators do not do, this is a series of encounters that naturally, with the fault of the player being full or null, play out to force you into fights with enemies from 3 to 15 in number, and vary completely in ability.
While talking about contextualizing it, he leaves out the context that he only got spammed because he deliberately ran around to aggro every enemy. Imagine you enter the first real area and your immediate response is to just run through it to grab every item while just ignoring all the enemies and then blaming the game for
Only
spamming
rounds
you.
2 will I do that.
That's what Dark Souls 2 hate always boils down to. These people are angry that the game wants them to engage with the areas instead of just rushing from boss to boss. There are so many encounters that are trivially easy to deal with, unless you play like Mauler and friends by just greedily running towards items without dealing with the surrounding enemies 1 versus 1, and then continuing to run away in random directions until you reach a choke point.
This, combined with several other fundamentals that we shall be getting to, enhance the levels of absolute incompetency when it comes to trying to craft a challenge. Please stop spamming me.
Please stop spamming yourself.
I'm
You
being
might have
challenged
thought
and I
that
don't
was
like it. Give me a
exaggerating,
challenge.
But that's actually how they played this game. I just can't take people seriously that fell for this obvious noob trap and unironically blamed the game for it. This encounter is just backstep training where the game teaches you the basics of observant Souls gameplay.
And when we come to a section in Dark Souls 2 where all you can say is run away and hack at the enemies when you can, he doesn't recommend anything. Something Harris said that amused me was that you can knock out this guy first in the opening areas of Dark Souls 2 where you received your first large-scale ambush.
It's like he can't even imagine that people without severe skill issues would not run around to aggro all of them at the same time, so the only tactic he can think of is just more running around.
I mean, I'm running around right now, I saw.
Edge Bomber Guy did not say that you can knock this firebomb thrower from his Cola edition out first. He was talking about the vanilla version that had an archer here.
Only if you're being chased and try to use the ladder leading up there, they will throw another ambush on top of you that will undeniably result in death if you have friends following you. This manages to...
What I like is that both Vanilla and Scholar are on Steam. What I don't... oh, also, they give you the free upgrade. So, I think you might be able to get Vanilla. And then, get Vanilla and Scholar for possibly a reasonable price. I'm not positive offhand right now.
You are
I'm a little
not
busy.
supposed to run away in random directions. This will always get the attraction of more enemies. This encounter in the first real area teaches
close.
you that you should play smarter than just pressing the one button at all times.
There is no chance for gameplay in which you learn your enemy or get better upon multiple approaches, because it always plays out the same. They spam you, you deal with it.
He could have learned from his mistakes by just not aggroing hordes of enemies. You get better at fighting enemies if you actually do that, instead of just running away.
This whole unwittingly exploring or running away from current enemies leading to these spam bushes happens so often you can't not spot the pattern.
The pattern is clearly that he did not learn that he is obviously not meant to run away in random directions. The unfair spam push from his clip is a well-designed encounter. You will not even get attacked by several of them at the same time, as they only send one out to fight you melee while the others support him from a distance. It's a
I forgot about that having
this
to happen
doesn't mean
still.
you can't have areas in which there is a strategy to be had. It is simply disappointing that you have to deal with an ambush-style mob spam throughout the game in many key areas.
Wait, why is he back? Why is there multiple of them back? What is happening? Is this game for real?
Are you for real?
Oh, this is Vader in here. There's actually 5 people. Why?
Yes?
What are you doing, game?
The actual fights need to be balanced in some way, since, as Harris says, it is what you spend most of your time doing in the game.
He's acting as if this fight is somehow unbalanced. It is simply disappointing that he presents this fair challenge as bad just because he got scared when he saw a few easy archers. This is one of the better designed mini-bosses in the Souls series, and I'm always looking forward to this fair and balanced challenge.
The gameplay becomes the same for every horde you approach, even within the context of a boss. And this is poor design, because it vastly limits the player in what they are capable of doing efficiently. You must run for your life.
We already took
This is one of the rare encounters that can actually easily get out of hand without the player deliberately aggroing the whole level, as it requires you to tiptoe around not going down the slope while fighting the first ones. But what I actually wanted to address is his assessment that the gameplay is the same as for every other horde of enemies. Just run away. He never seems to consider the obvious solution of just fighting his way through an area instead of running around until a horde of enemies
Then I might
gangs
get off
up on
and play
him.
Elden.
Okay,
just
we're
not
moving
on stream
to
for a
spamming
bit.
of enemies, which is something that Dark Souls 2 is hugely
So if y'all want to
guilty
play
of.
Elden and you
He's
have
right.
me on Steam,
People will often criticize the game for this very element. When
or if
looking
you
at how
want
one
to,
would construct a Dark Souls enemy
say
encounter
hi.
set piece,
There's a
they
whole
think of a handful
Discord.
of enemies with
You
different
can go
abilities
there
and a
and say
selection of
words at
positions
me.
that present a challenge that many builds can counter for better or for
It's
worse.
fine.
Did you notice how he was chased by 2 of those enemies? As usual, he got spammed because he was rushing through the game. So many of his problems would simply cease to exist if he would stop playing like this is Sonic the Hedgehog. Use some strategy. Try to think about how you approach enemies and don't just gather a
they're
whole horde of enemies behind you
Not
only
every
to
game is
complain how
Sonic.
unfair the game is for not appealing to children.
Like, is the logic here that being spammed is better than being provided one
Yes.
layered enemy because you have to utilize space as you flee for your life? Because this isn't God of War or Arkham Asylum, where the enemy count is irrelevant as you swipe through them all. This is Dark Souls, where every additional enemy puts your chances of living further
get
and
yeeted,
further
bitch.
down on the probability scale. And I think it's time we talk about spam.
His clip really looked like unfair enemy spam, but as usual, he left out the context of himself running around mindlessly to
started
aggro
a
a whole
fight.
horde of enemies instead of just fighting them like a normal
That's
person.
hilarious.
This is one of the most interesting rooms, as you can use several traps to deal with the enemies, but of course all that went
And
straight
what?
above his head, because all his tactics just
they're
boiled
about to
down to
turn on us
running around
real
without
hard.
even trying to engage with the levels.
Rather than focusing on making those individual levels more engaging.
Oh, and we
Mauler
got
thinks
caught.
that the individual levels aren't engaging, but his
There's a
gameplay
faster,
shows
easier
that
way.
the issue is
We'll
clearly
take it.
him not even trying to do anything except complaining that he can't just speedrun through new areas. Also, we basically never see him utilizing any traps to deal with enemies, but he thinks that he is an expert on this topic despite obviously missing most.
Besides, nothing in terms of variety ever happens with swarms aside from killing them all in environmental traps, which is very, very rare. Other than that, you run, you slash, you repeat.
It's very, very rare to him because he clearly never tried to engage with the levels. This is not the case for regular people.
But the issue here is that it applies to basically every scenario in the series. There are always things that can change the benefits and punishments of the situations. At the end there, he says that this is better than simply knowing when to dodge in fights against more manageable enemies. Is this a defense for spam?
Without the context of him just running
But no.
past enemies, it does look like enemy spam. But first, let us listen to H. Bomber Guy's statement that he was responding to.
The player is encouraged to know where they want to fight and make decisions about how to engage in the combat beyond knowing when to dodge in fights against more manageable amounts of enemies. This approach generally extends throughout the rest of the game. This increases player freedom by letting them decide precisely how and where to pitch their battles, and mobility and positioning become much more important aspects of the game. Combat is much more free-form as a result.
Mauler had the freedom to fight these enemies 1 versus 1, but he decided to get spammed by lowering them all onto the boat.
It doesn't care what's happening, it just does it. This gets very annoying if you actually would, you know, in the middle of not having great internet.
When I showed this clip earlier, you were probably thinking that he must have staged this gank in order to complain about losing the network connection. But no, this is actually how he plays this game. He runs around without paying any attention and then complains how unfair it is that he got ganked by the horde of enemies that he willingly
I got
aggroed.
ganked, it's my own damn
I've
fault.
seen a lot of negative Dark Souls 2 reviews,
It's
but
okay.
all of them constantly blame the
happens.
game for their own severe skill issues.
Again, taking one scenario and talking about the ways you can approach it like in all From Software games. Only here you're also trying to wedge in arguments for why spam is okay. For the sake of the video, I'll just throw
canned
another
spam
example
app
from Dark
says
Souls
no
1 out
spam
there.
is okay.
Yes, that's actually how Mauler plays this game. It's no surprise that he has so much trouble with enemy spam when he seems to constantly go out of his way to invite more and more enemies to fight him. Mauler does not
More and
want to
more and more
accept
and
that
more.
he is bad at this game, so he just calls it poorly designed
I'm
as
bad
a
at
coping
everything. I
mechanism.
just like having fun.
It's just a lot easier for his fragile ego to call the game unfair, rather than accepting that Souls games were not designed to appeal to casuals that
I
just
broke
want to
it.
rush through new areas without engaging with them. So many
My
encounters
pathing.
that he calls spam bushes could have easily been prevented.
In Dark Souls 2, you're often forced to aggro multiple enemies by evading initial large ambushes. You'll be onset by several enemies at once, and your attempts to escape them will cause you to become engulfed, but even then you can be placed directly into scenarios where this is just an onslaught of enemies.
This initial large ambush is just a bunch of pirates that are too drunk to even fight back. And why is he always trying to evade enemies by running away into unknown areas instead of just fighting them in small groups or going back to safety?
but he says that this is because the game is fundamentally different in terms of design. Now, the only arguments we've heard that might support this is enemy encounters are constructed to be approached one way in previous games, while this game gives you open areas with mobs to circle. This isn't new, it is simply being used way more. One could say the spam is being spammed, I suppose, and simultaneously not to the strength of the series as we have discussed. So when people have Dark Souls 1 and 2 to compare, it is absolutely true to say that there are more elements of ambush and spam than in the previous game, because it is a fact.
It's once again an encounter that looks ganky without the context of him running around to gather a whole horde of enemies. As usual, it would have been fair fights against much smaller groups if he had just tried to do so. If this encounter would have been in Dark Souls 1, it would not even register as spam.
Load a little heavy there? I'll buy anything you don't need and sell everything you do. Let's see what you've got. Everything is sold.
Despite that, Harris is claiming that when it is shown in videos, it is always contextless. Okay, well. Lucky for him, I've already wiped the floor with his counter to spam is bad, and quite deftly, I might add.
Let's have a round of applause for Mauler.
I'll be off
he
to that
really
game
showed
soon.
us that the spam in this game is bad by showing us hundreds of contextless clips of his severe skill issues.
If you're out of position, you'll get displaced and destroyed by the swarm. Videos critical of the amount of enemies in Dark Souls 2 will often show you contextless footage of their characters surrounded and being ganked to death. And look how unfair this is, but what they're showing takes place after the point where they already messed up, by letting themselves get utterly surrounded like this in the first place.
And sell.
This
45 and
sentence
sell.
has been proven true by so many of Mauler's clips, and quite deftly I might add.
But Dark Souls 1 shows a lot more signs of crafted encounters. Dark Souls 2 seems to, as Matt put it, lack that level of design and simply adds more enemies to the fray to make it more difficult. It would seem that Harris explains that aspect away by saying the game is slightly different or has different types of challenge.
The biggest challenge for Mauler really seems to be not aggroing every enemy in a 5-mile radius. How is Mauler even supposed to know anything about crafted encounters? His absolute gameplay shows that he is clearly not even close to being qualified to discuss encounter quality, because all he can do is press the run button. This is a topic that should be discussed by competent players that at least try to engage with the levels, but not by casuals like him that are mad that this game requires more skill than just running around aimlessly.
Or worse, you've literally dealt damage to them and they simply de-aggro out of confusion. And for some weird reason, one enemy being aggroed doesn't alert others to your presence. In fact, they can get in each other's way.
A store of straight sword, they pretty much just one-shot it.
Vess, just call the fire giant a fucking casual and go raffle stomp their casual bitch ass. God damn it, bro. Shit on them.
Flaw that makes this game worse than the other Souls games, even though it's not any different in them. He is just biased.
This does not change my perspective that the game itself is poorly made, that all things considered drag it well below the threshold of something I could even recommend. Though it is undeniable for a fan of the series to give it a shot, as it will answer your own questions in terms of where the series went and why people reacted the way they did. Overall, I hope you enjoyed my assessment, and perhaps I brought some light onto the things that you were completely unaware of. Or I pissed you off to high heaven, and I can enjoy reading essays in the comments section about how biased I have been.
But why did he react so negatively?
The common defense for Shrine of Amana is that it's beautiful. This is true, but it has nothing to do with the gameplay. Not many people have tried saying that you can fight back with magic and use cover to justify the sheer spam of the area, and for good reason. This is an assessment you can have of mostly every area in the Souls games. I find all of this really interesting because Harris doesn't have a section for the Shrine of Amana. He threw this at the end of his rant about spam. This is obviously because it is classically used as an example of spam, and there's nothing wrong with accepting that it is a spam area. They literally stuffed it head to toe with many enemies of all differing abilities. All that essentially creates is an absolute cluster that is horrendous to play through because of how much luck you require to beat it.
I never understood why the Shrine of Amana receives so much hate until I saw how complete noobs like Mauler try to get through it. He thinks that it requires an insane amount of luck because he's literally blind to the existence of player skill. He doesn't realize that there's more to getting through areas than just pressing
That's
the
the
one
thing.
button and
When you don't know what the
complaining
fuck
how
you're doing, it's
unfair
hard to
it
know
is
what
that
the fuck you're
spells
doing
he
wrong.
didn't even try to evade hit him. His absolute beginner gameplay really explains so much of his bias against this game. He had a bad time with Dark Souls 2 because he's just bad. As a way to cope with his hurt feelings, he had to come up with all kinds of nitpicks to present
Bad
this game
pathing?
as
Say
objectively
what?
bad, instead of just
All out
accepting
bad
that he
pathing.
needs to try
I
to
heard
play
that was
better.
only a Dark Souls 2
The
thing.
fact is, by any
Every game
reasonable and
has
objective
some fail.
evaluation, this game falls short. Because if it
That
doesn't,
one's pretty
then
cute, if you
hardly
ask
any
me.
games
Baseball
do.
cap.
Because you have to really think to
Plastic
yourself, if you are
design.
going to argue why DS2 is actually an amazing game, then make sure your argument doesn't involve feelings. Because I don't have time for
talk
them.
about why
If
it's
you are
a-
arguing that
But
DS2
you're
is an
talking about your
objectively bad
feelings.
game, make sure that your opinion isn't severely biased due to your hurt feelings.
And skill issue.
Personally, I would not recommend playing either of the games if you have a high standard when it comes to video game construction, as you will be frustrated and disappointed with many of the elements throughout
If
the
you
game.
study
As one of
theory
my
but don't do
subscribers put it, Dark
application,
Souls 2 and all content associated with
giggle.
it is a literal garbage fire. And that really seems poignant to me, but that will yet to be proven in the final part.
This game would not
how'd
have
you do
been
that?
so frustrating to him if he had just tried to actually
It
play
did.
it.
Oh.
Especially on your first way through when you're unaware of the pitfalls so lovingly placed at the end of pathways.
Isn't that kind of the point, though?
Okay. There's a hole in the ground there. in
Bro,
case-
there's invisible fucking
It would
paths.
be wiser to simply accept that it's awful and add the caveat that Shrine of Amana does not represent
DS1,
Dark Souls 2
which this
entirely.
person
Yes,
brings up.
Dark Souls 2 has spam throughout the game, but not like in the Shrine. Not like that.
First, let's consider the frogs. When you enter this area, you see them sticking out of the water.
Didn't see them.
When we sing, the little ones dance.
I'm almost where I have
The
to go.
first time you encounter them, you learn that singing calms them down. There's danger in the water. But if you want to use the torch to see the frogs or cliffs easier, you will learn that fire massively increases their aggro range. This area is actually about slowly traversing it and taking care of enemies before they can become a problem, and then using the torch when it's safe to explore the water's edge.
Especially on your first way through when you're unaware of the pitfalls.
Especially on
You're
your
supposed to
first way
learn.
through, you aren't supposed to just run past enemies. This is towards the end of this level, so you've already learned several times that the deep water isn't safe and that you
Demon
should
of
stay on
Song.
the islands.
My God.
And at the beginning of this platform, there's a torch. The game wants you to use this basic gameplay mechanic. This is how the game tells you to be careful not to fall down here. It's a warning. Especially as you're encouraged to clear the enemies first before using the
Situational
torch.
awareness.
So take it
Did you
slow,
build it?
fight your way through this area to be able to spot danger.
He says that dodging them is trivial, which, if you have low ADP and you get swarmed while fighting off the other mobs, it gets a little bit more troublesome than trivial.
I like that his clip where he talks about fighting the other mobs shows him running past enemies and starting drinking with a spell already approaching him.
Dodging them is trivial because you can see the attacks coming far more than a bunch of tiny arrows.
They are trivially easy to evade if you see them coming by simply stepping to the side. But they are hard to evade while running away from them. As always, it's a fair challenge if you actually engage with the level, but it gets frustrating if you just try to skip the content.
So yeah, the issue of the place being ridiculously difficult for people to pass is not justified and designed by the idea that Dark Souls is a hard game. That is in fact precisely what people point to in terms of why this game was put together. The meme of the game needing to be hard regardless of challenge. The game wants to kill you while Dark Souls 1 wants to challenge you. That assessment needs proving of course, but for now let's call it an opinion.
Mauler played like a lemming and thus assumed that the game constantly wants to kill him, when it actually just tried to provide him with fair challenges that become frustrating to players that never learn from their mistakes. This area used to be infamous because the unpatched vanilla version was pure hell. But since the Scholar Edition was released, there were weekly posts online asking why this area is even hated. This is not the game just wanting to kill you. this is the game wanting you to realize that Souls games are about observant and methodological gameplay. Mauler constantly putting himself in situations that will get him killed is not the game's fault.
Dark Souls 2 has a serious problem, and that is that it chooses many instances in which to approach the player with a myriad of enemies, often varying in health pools, abilities, and damage or elevation. What I mean by spam is when the scenario is constructed in a way that a developer hit Ctrl-V too many times when they wanted to make a set of enemy placements.
What's actually happening here is that Mauler did not listen to the lessons the game is teaching him.
But you can get through Dark Souls without a guide because the game is built to reward those who pay attention. Approaching any area in Dark Souls and exclaiming, "Oh no, what am I going to do about this?" is more often than not step 1. The rest is the content, where you use your agency to understand and defeat the challenge ahead.
Players that pay attention will learn that ringing the bell causes ghosts to spawn.
So just to clarify that you understand what I'm saying, there are single enemy encounters that results in you making movements that are completely casual and natural, that result in triggering more ambushes, that result in a huge amount of enemies, causing a spam bush.
Just to clarify what I'm saying, you drop down here and see graves surrounding you with a bell placed directly in your line of sight.
The point here is that his story is completely irrelevant because I could spin the same tale in reverse. Point of fact, whenever one of my friends is new to Dark Souls 2 and they stream the experience, I and anyone who's completed it fully will watch in anticipation for them to experience the game's spam bushes and wait for the inevitable crack when they realize what the game is doing.
I had fun beating that game on stream. Like, that day was really pretty fucking magical.
Only those who think I am trustworthy can appreciate that little anecdote as a fact of life itself.
What the game is actually doing here is testing if you are a competent player that's able to pay attention to their surroundings. The obvious challenge here is not letting anyone touch the bell while you slowly and carefully destroy all the graves.
Some fucking noob made this game. They were like, how do we make this game more difficult? I don't know what we can do with the AI to make it more difficult, but we could just put a shit ton in there. That will definitely make it
Put a shit ton in your mom.
It's funny how he complains that these noobs made this encounter hard by just spamming enemies instead of doing something with the AI, even though he himself is the noob that did not realize that he is supposed to pay attention to what the AI is doing. As usual, he got spammed in a situation that could have been prevented by actually trying to play this game.
Are you still online? Let me see.
This is such a common theme throughout his video that it's really hard to believe that he even tried to make an objective assessment of enemy spam. It seems much more like he is just venting his frustrations.
This kind of scenario can engage the player in a new kind of fight, that's for sure, but unfortunately they are often solved in very monotonous ways. This means that you will eventually build your game from the ground up as something of a vehicle for spam.
Once again we see a situation that he willingly put himself in. Is he just using any clips with more than one enemy without considering the context of how he got into that situation?
Which will give players very specific experiences.
Oh yeah, the demon ghosts.
Your mom.
Oh my god. No, the horse.
How far did we get? Oh, we're almost done with it.
Why are there 5 million enemies?
As I've shown throughout this chapter, these very specific experiences are primarily based on Mauler and friends running through areas without fighting enemies on the way, and then complaining how unfair it is that it became too many to handle. These experiences are specific to lazy players.
Like,
this is
back up my save and take a run at it.
Two things that are in all of the games, but Dark Souls 2 cranked it to 11, and the theory goes that they wanted the game to be more difficult at all costs, since this was what the marketing relied on. That's what they made achievements on. That's what they made the hags talk about in the beginning. That's why there's a bloody death counter, for Christ's sake. It is far easier to build a scenario where there's a shit ton of enemies to make things hard than it would be to craft particular enemies in particular positions to create level engagement. This is why people refer to it as an artificial form of difficulty.
Why is he talking about level engagement when his engagement consists of just running past enemies? He couldn't even be bothered to defeat the NPC invader. As usual, when you enter a new area, you are supposed to fight your way through it. His idea of artificial difficulty seems to be getting punished for just rushing through new areas. If he would have engaged with this area, he could have easily managed to safely pull the lever without getting swarmed. Just take your time to fight enemies one versus one instead of running around until you have a huge crowd chasing after you. And yes, I know that the actual complaints are the boss run back.
No, it must have been the other
Even
way.
people that do fight their way through a new area will struggle with the run back to the optional red smelter demon. I already addressed how heavy armor would trivialize this run back, but there's another aspect that I want to talk about.
Dark Souls 2 does not have a vastly different form of level design despite what Harris is putting forth. There are large open areas in all games, there are short and cramped areas in all games, and there's stuff in between in all games. The games share several enemies and several ideas in how to place them. The biggest difference is that ambushes and spam are far more common as a cause of death and a challenge to overcome in the sequel.
If you rely on certain beginner guides, you will learn that you should leave the second half of the bridge up, but this actually makes the run back harder, as the Elon at the end of the bridge could knock you out of the animation. People that actually play through the whole level will get rewarded with an easier run back. If you take away anything from this chapter, it should be that this game does indeed have a lot of enemy spam for bad players that just rush through new areas, but also that the same encounters provide an interesting challenge to smart players. This game is frustrating if you are unwilling to learn anything, but it is fun if you just use your brain.
Oh my god, dude.
Why is there another one already?
Just ass.
Your mother's ass
is the challenge here to try
is
to
in my
open that
face
door
all
before
day.
they tag you? Like, is that how you speedrun this, quote unquote?
I guess.
Speedrun your mom.
This is cancer. Cancer.
Wow, damn, this video got long. If you are still with me, I would like to thank you for watching all of it. This took quite some effort, but I hope that I did an okay job of highlighting some of the many issues in Mauler's critique. If I'm in the mood, I might make another one for topics like hitboxes, but for now, my AI videos will have to suffice.
The hitboxes one have been like worn, like hard. Okay, hi. That was it for what I planned for the night. Yo, homie.
This video will make more sense if you've watched part 1 of this series, where I explain the end.
I guess they could have watched Vati and known what the story was and why there might be more context, but maybe they just chose not to. Well, there goes my defense for them. Anywho's, I'm gonna head off line. I'll still be on line. I'll be doing this. Y'all know what I do. Hi. If there's anything I can be useful for, like I can come meet you at the Giant. Like, I got you at Giant. I can head off to Ferrum. Like, all I haven't touched is Consecrated Snowfield. And I think I'm going to do that. And then, because I don't want to... Okay, because like after that, I think I've collected most of what I want gear-wise outside of Marika's Source Seal. And then there's Golden Man. And then I'll back up my save, I think. Yeah, there's unlock this area, so Commander Nail gets to get fucked. Or not Nail, whoever the fuck it is in Castle Soul. This needs to get done, so, the only skip I could find requires Torrent. That's a no. So we're gonna do it this way. We're just gonna go in regularly. Just the Reggie way. But, yeah, I don't know. I had fun. It's been a fun time getting this set up on a level 1 and doing nothing to destroy it. I won it because I wanted to, like, the reason I'm backing up the save is I want to kind of treat the game like, you know how we don't have like a boss rush or a gauntlet of strength, but Sekiro does? It's the closest I'm gonna get is like having a level 1 with the areas unlocked to just dart to the bosses I want to do the shit that I want. Which is, you know, how I was like, I want to fight Dancer more. I can do that at level 1 because that's right at the start. I can get to like, I can get to Gunder pretty quick and easy now that I know, like, you know, kill Dancer, go through Dragon Slayer armor. It helps to get upgraded weapons, but why not? Just deal with it. Yeah, I don't know. I already have the armor that I want. I'm literally just getting consecrated. So I'm still on level 3 weapon level, right? I never took my weapon level above 3. Ooh, look what I got. I'm so happy. I got a Clayman harpoon. That took, oh, it didn't take that long, but it was fucking rough. I have the fucking Clayman's harpoon. So this is one of the reasons I'm okay with Marika Source Seal. Because this thing already splits physical and magical. So if I attune it to like fire or something like lightning, then I get Fizz Mag plus whatever thing else I do to it. It's so sick. I'm doing Consecrated because I haven't done the Remembrance bosses yet because I wanted to have this backup clean-ass save that I can like go and just boss rush Remembrance bosses on. That's why. That's like the only reason. And, you know, Nail isn't technically a Remembrance boss. He's not, period. And the stuff I have to do over here is what I'm putting off. I actually don't want to do this part. This is very tedious. This is what I'll be doing the tedious bits. You know? I'm here for the tedious stuff. I'll come do Man soon. Actually, I probably should do him first. I should definitely do like 3rd Talisman Man first before I get like carried away. That way I can likely more easily get through the Albaneric settlements to this because I will get one shot. I know it. I don't know by what, but it's gonna happen. And then I warp away from the place. Y'all, thank you for hanging out with my bitch ass. I'll be around. I will just be on Discord, sitting at the compute poot. I might, like, go in and out of, like, little sleeps. There's nothing special at all to... Yeah, I just really, genuinely want to have my easy access to all the bosses save. So I can, like, just pretty easily go and just rush the rest of it down. Oh, but moreover, maidenless. Yep. Okay. I'll be cleaning up some stuff here, just so y'all know. Take care. I appreciate y'all. Please be well. Please have a lovely one. I'm grateful to know y'all. I'm very fucking grateful. So, take care. Bye-bye. I get to have ray tracing if I'm not streaming. So, badoo. Please be well. Please have a lovely one. Thank you so much for being you. I'll be back tomorrow, like I am every fucking day. I think we're at 165 days or sorry, 465 days or so. It's been fun. I've had a ball. I couldn't have had the ball without y'all. Thank you so much. Please take care. Have a lovely one. Let me go and update the timestamps to make sure that they're actually, like, factually up to date. I can raid out the Twitch people on, I can't raid on YouTube because I suck. And that's just life. But one day I'll meet the requisites to be able to raid on YouTube. One of these days. To the moon. Literally one of these days to the moon. Okay. Things are updated there. If y'all want a link for anything watched prior, it should all be in the timestamps there. Thank you again so much. Let me see where I can put the Twatch people. I'm gonna put your lovely asses at Resi, because Resi raided us. Time to get revenge. I don't think did I raid Resi last recently? Hold on. I'm such a goof. I guess I did, but we're just going back for ease. Because I gotta run back to the, like, I gotta run back and forth a little bit. There, I'll put you there. So, take care, y'all. Have a lovely one. Bye-bye. My camera froze. I just noticed it. I was waving at you. I am waving at you. I can try to fix it so I can wave at you. I can wave at you. I got this. Is it gonna turn on? Okay, cool. I'm waving at you because I want you to be well and have a lovely one and take care of yourselves and just have a swell day. Y'all folks on YouTube, if you give me but a second, I can get Resi's URL for you actually. Because Resi also streams on YouTube. Oh my gosh. Oops, /@ and then /live, right? Got it. Okay, cool. One sec. I got the link for y'all lovely folks. I can't raid on YouTube, but there you go. That's Rezi's thing. I guess I can put it on Twitch too. Alright. Y'all, please have a lovely one. Thank you so very much for everything. Take care. Bye-bye.